Oh, I have to go and find some paracetamols for my head. It's starting to hurt. I'm on part 3, but I don't. I should be beyond part 3 now. Oh, stupid bloody. We're back. Right, has that worked? Yes, that's worked. Did it work? Right, I think the new stream is working. Oh. There we go. Oh, right. Hello, hello. Remembering to push like. Yeah, if that works, if that does something, do it. Oh dear. So what time is that? It's gone 6. So we're coming down. Alex is late. If he's gone to Gosport, he might have been stabbed or something. Actually, no, they wouldn't be awake at this time. Oh dear. Hmm? Where's my chat gone? So do I think the values of the 80s and 90s Citroens are on the up? Not because they're Citroens or anything, just I think, well, right now, I don't think all cars are on the up. I think it's all a bit all over the place. But in recent years, they've gone up quite a lot, but then so's everything. So I think it's just anything from that era. But yeah, some of them certainly have Saxos have climbed a fair bit. Good morning, Miss HubNut. Fancy seeing you here. Oh dear. Yeah, I just need it to be daylight. It's not going to be daylight for a couple of hours yet, I don't think. I think a lot of the previous people on the stream must have been asleep because I've only got 37 in there now, and I had 70 something or 80 something before. Yeah, that Saxo VTS went crazy, didn't it? I mean, the early Mark 1 VTS will be the one that that goes quite well. They'll be the ones that go up in value. Just remember, everyone's like, "Oh, the Saxo is really common." The VTS wasn't. There was loads of ETRs everywhere, but VTSs weren't that common. I think there were more 106 GTIs than VTSs. Just heard a car. Oh, I've heard a door. Right. I'm leaving the stream running. That could be my breakfast. And our guest. But most importantly, my breakfast. Yeah, I left it running. Right. I left it running. Right. Ah.
Clement.
Yes.
Dive in. I will.
Yeah, I left it running. Oh, the check strap doesn't check.
Let's get down. This is comfy.
Yeah,
this is nice. Morning all.
Yeah, look, we've got a guest. Right.
I do have an iPhone, by the way. This is the lengths I've had to come to with an iPhone.
You just talk, and I'll just.
Oh dear, how are we all? I think we can agree Rich is doing a fairly bang up job. Yes, you are. You're doing brilliant.
Tumbleweed.
Oh dear. Right, now, what have I brought you? I've brought you orange
Sustenance.
juice.
Oh, nice.
Lots of orange juice.
Oh, wow.
Tons of orange juice.
Okay.
There's loads of orange juice.
Did you steal these?
I have also brought, in here, there's various different bacon products in there.
Right.
I was just telling Rich, the first McDonald's I went to had no bacon. Their grill was not working, which was very helpful. So what I did there was I bought a ton of sausage and egg McMuffins because that was literally all they had. I kept saying to them, they didn't tell me there was no bacon. I said to them, what have you? I said, I have a sausage and egg McMuffin. They said, yeah. And I said, I'll have a breakfast wrap. Oh, we don't make those anymore. Okay, can I have a cheesy flatbread? Oh, we can't do that. Our bacon machine's not working. All right, I guess that means you can't do bacon rolls. Can I have pancakes? No, that's using the same machine as the bacon. Literally nothing but porridge and sausage and egg McMuffins at that McDonald's. So I went to a second McDonald's and I bought a ton of bacon products. So there's a bacon roll, a cheesy bacon flatbread, a breakfast roll, and what else did I get? Fuck. Oh, sorry. Can I swear? I'm not gonna swear again. It's fine. Everything's fine.
It's just money you're taking away from the charity. It's fine.
Sorry. I'll give it back. Don't worry. What's this? This is a breakfast roll with ketchup, a bacon roll with. Oh, and I got a bacon and egg McMuffin in case that was what you were after. So you take your pick from there.
What a gentleman you are.
Well, it's quite all right, honestly, really. I mean, I did think of doing the oysters, you know. I mean, oysters would have been my personal choice.
Have you eaten yours already?
No, I haven't. No, I'm going to grab a couple of those in a minute. I mean, oysters would have been my personal choice. I did like what you were suggesting that I might eat for breakfast, the shredded cabbage on toast. I was listening all the way down in the car. I had it going through the speakers. I managed to rig it up so it was going through the speakers. Highly entertaining.
It's shredded in the car or in the van?
In the van. I've come down in a van. I brought a fake Berlingo. You'll be pleased to know. I apologise for the Berlingo devotees in the audience. It's not a real Berlingo. It's a Ford Grand Tornado Connect. It's just what I happen to have on test this week. Of course, it's nowhere near as good as a proper Berlingo. But then you can't buy a diesel Berlingo anymore. You can only buy electric ones now. Did you know that?
No.
You can't buy a diesel Berlingo anymore. They only make, in the UK at least, they only sell you an electric one. Same with the Peugeot version, the Peugeot Rifter. You can only buy an electric one now. That's blown your mind, hasn't it?
It has a little bit. What about petrol?
Nope.
No ICE at all?
It's electric only in the UK now. So that's the thing. So basically, if you want a diesel Berlingo, you can't have one. So you've got to have basically what I've got outside. You'd love what I've got outside. You know why? It's a Volkswagen that's been rebadged as a Ford. I'm not joking. It's basically what Ford have done is they had
a Galaxy.
No, it's a little bit. It is that kind of goes back to the Chiron and Galaxy kind of era. No, it's a Volkswagen Caddy Life that Ford have gone, oh, well, do you know what? It's actually cheaper for us just to buy that in from you and put our badge on it. So we're going to do that because they have a technology sharing agreement with Volkswagen at the moment. So that's one of the things they're doing. It's literally a Volkswagen Caddy Life with a Ford badge on the front of it. I'm so sorry. I've arrived and I've rendered him speechless in about 5 minutes. I'm really sorry, folks.
I was going a bit quiet anyway.
Right, I'm going to get some food. There's also some potato bits in here as well. If you want potato bits, and you're not a potato person, are you?
I don't mind potato, but I don't like hash browns.
I went light on the potato because I thought you probably wouldn't, so I've just got lots of bacon instead. Basically.
Yeah, bacon's a winner.
There's ketchup in there as well if you want it. Ah dear, I'm going to eat as well, so we're both going to go a bit quiet for a minute.
Back now, listening in while mowing the lawn.
Oh wow,
he's in Australia
or
New Zealand.
Hi, Adrian. Thank you for listening to us from Australia. How's the total going? I haven't looked.
It was at 4,900 and something.
Thank you.
That's what I thought.
That's sensational. Well done. Top work.
My target was £1,000.
Well, you got the whole of the day to go as well.
No. Yeah, but we might have peaked early. I don't know.
No. Don't believe
if it ended now. I mean, I'm not saying stop because don't, but yeah, I mean, I'm delighted already. So
no, I get that. I would say once we've had some food, I'm going to go on Twitter and tweet and get more people to come and look. I'll get about 3 more people probably.
And one of them's your alter account.
Yeah, probably.
4922.
I reckon we're doing good advertising work for McDonald's as well, by the look of things.
Well, you think they should be sending some money?
Probably. Maybe I should tweet them.
But you've complained about them since you got here.
Well, I wouldn't say complain. Complain is a very strong word. I mean, I've advised that perhaps the Hedge End branch might like to get their grill working.
Get their act together.
I mean, I hope you use those words, not me.
Those aren't the words that I said.
I would say.
Although that's a franchise, isn't it?
Are they not all franchises?
I thought they were franchises.
I thought they were all franchises, weren't they? So,
Yeah, so like it's not. It's just one of McDonald's agents that's letting the site down. McDonald's themselves, you might have no problem with.
True. Well, they told me they couldn't get the parts till Monday, so they got a fairly grim weekend of telling people they can't serve bacon.
That's like when I went to KFC and they'd run out of chicken. They did.
Oh, I remember that.
Around there, they ran out of chicken. So it's KF chips. It's like, what?
Oh, the C could stand for chips, to be fair.
Yeah. And she said, "What do you want instead?" Well,
what have you got?
Yeah, scrape the batter out the bottom of the thing if you want.
It was amazing. I turned up this morning and I said, "Can I have a sausage and egg McMuffin meal?" She said, "Yeah, that's great." And I said, "And I'll have a cheesy bacon flatbread." "Oh, we haven't got any of those." "Oh, right, okay. I'll have a bacon roll then." "Can't do that either, sir. I'm sorry." "All right, well, I'll have bacon and egg McMuffin then." "Sorry, sir, we haven't got any bacon." I was like, "Why didn't you just tell me that the first time?" Seriously.
Would have saved us both a lot of aggravation if you just cut to the point.
And then the best bit was, after that, I said, she said she didn't have any bacon. After that, she says, I said, "Well, all right, can I have a pancakes and syrup?" And then she said, "No, we can't do that. It's made on the same grill the bacon is." And I was just like, "Well, just tell me. So what have you actually got then?"
Are you open?
Yeah. I almost said that. I was trying not to be nasty because it's not her fault. It's the blooming machine.
It might be her fault though.
It might be.
Might be that she's given off the impression that it's not her fault to stop you being mean to her.
Oh, perhaps.
When
Maybe she has.
When actually she's gone, "I don't like the look of this bloke in his van," and she's gone and turned the machine off with her elbow.
I mean, I wouldn't blame her. It is a bright baby blue van. It is a remarkable colour. It's spectacular.
Is it in the same line of vans as Transits, which have big wheels and fake dual exhausts?
Oh no.
Is it that kind of style of van?
No.
Or is it more tasteful?
It's actually called Active, and any Ford that's called
van. What's active about a van? What ladder you put on the top of it? It's a bloody van. It's like calling it a Transit Sport.
Oh, but you put your mountain bike in the back of it, Rich. That's the thing. You're supposed to put your mountain bike in the back and go off and live an active lifestyle. That's the idea.
But you're not being active when you're driving the van, are you? You're being active when you get out of the van. It's like it should be called the Ford Transit Get Out the Van and Go and Be Active. Your BMI is concerning or something like that. Active. I hate marketing, honestly.
Oh, but the thing is, to give you an insight, Active is Ford's what they call their sort of slightly off. So if they jack up a Focus and put plastic bits on it, that's what they call Active. So that is supposedly what that is. It's a jacked up, but it's not jacked up.
When you say jack,
like an all road or something like that, they do it with Focuses and Fiestas now. Yeah.
Does anyone else hate cars now? Just what they're becoming.
Active means you can put a surfboard on it. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, that's the idea.
What about active? This is heavy.
That's a big old
that's
thing.
Got some egg.
That's got some stains.
That's got some egg in it. That is some protein.
That is a big thing.
There's no active without tractive.
You've been awake too long, mate.
Just come out with new catchphrases from a car.
Nice.
What's people saying on here then? The HubNuts are 23 miles from McDonald's. This is painful.
Oh, God. I feel for you guys. I feel like I should do a special delivery run up to you guys. In my van.
Be active.
I can bring my van and we can compare bilingos. Well, I've got a fake bilingo, but we could do. It's weird, this, isn't it? Because you say stuff and then nobody replies. And in a couple of minutes, a bit of text comes up on the screen.
Yeah.
It's an odd experience.
Is your mic working?
I was watching that last night.
Oh, man.
I felt for you. I really did. I said, I don't know if you saw, I said I'd go and buy a camera from PC World if you wanted. Oh, dear. Coffee.
It's very true. The Rover Streetwise was lambasted 20 years ago for the
No,
same thing.
absolutely. I completely agree. The Rover Streetwise was so ahead of its time. So ahead of its time. I mean, that car, looking at it now in the annals of history, we all laughed at it at the time, but actually they had exactly the right idea. But I often think this is the case with a lot of British Leyland history, is that actually they had the right idea a lot of the time.
Yeah.
It was the execution that let them down.
Mm.
You know, I mean, you look at things like the SD1. I mean, what a thing! What a great thing to build. And that, if they built that car properly, they'd have been flying, absolutely flying.
Yeah. I watched Classic World on YouTube yesterday.
Oh yeah.
And they compared the Marina with the Mark III Cortina, and they were like, you know what, the Marina is actually not as bad as people make out. And if Steph from idriveaclassic didn't have an iPhone, I'd have asked her about it.
I mean, that's the thing. The problem with the Marina was it was always going to be a cheap, affordable kind of company car centric saloon, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But the problem was they ended up driving the cost of that so far down, that they ended up removing kind of crucial drivetrain components that made it drive nicely and made it drive averagely instead. Well, not necessarily bad.
They were saying for its time. If you could look at the early 70s.
Yeah, you're right.
It wasn't that bad.
No, absolutely.
If you drive an MGB, they kind of roll down the road quite nicely. They don't, you know, they just kind of feel like they round off all the sharp edges and things, and the steering's actually quite tighter. Yeah, quite a bit tighter than you imagine. But
there's a bloke down the road from me. He's got a beige Marina coupe, and I think he dailies it, which is remarkable, to be fair. You know, and I mean, Steph does as well. You know, which I think is. I absolutely love seeing people daily classics.
She got a Proton, I think.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, she did daily Marina for a while. Yeah,
I think it broke down.
Oh yeah, we'll gloss over that. We can do that. We can get rid of that in the edit, can't we?
Yes, that's how this works.
No, what was I going to say? Because that was the thing at the time. You had the Marina, which was the company car spec, and the Allegro, which was the retail spec that people were supposed to buy because it was forward thinking and exciting and
the
revolutionary.
fleet buyers weren't buying the Allegro.
Exactly.
So they knock the Marinas together.
That was kind of the idea, was that the Marina was supposed to be the. Well, I always understood. I could be wrong. Please, viewers, do correct me if I'm talking out of my backside. But I always understood it that the Marina was the affordable fleet car, whereas the Allegro was the posh retail kind of whizzy,
I think so,
engineering-led family hatchback, which it wasn't.
Same with the BMC like 1100 and.
Yeah, exactly right.
That's stick suspension and front wheel drive and transverse engines.
I mean, they were great cars. I mean, and I do think BL got a lot right in its day. You know, I'm a huge. I mean, as you know, I'm a bit of a big BL fan.
Are you?
Yeah. You know I am. Surely. Oh, Rich, geez.
How many BL cars have you actually owned?
Well, depends whether you count road.
Nah, that's not BL, is it?
Well, no, I suppose it's true. It's true. I've never been brave enough to go older than sort of Honda. 90s. Yeah, the Honda era Rovers. That's it, basically. But I have always had a penchant for them, and I keep thinking about buying all sorts of stuff. I've got eyes on a Stag. I've had eyes on Dolly Sprints. I'd love a Stag. Would you love a Stag? God, no. Oh, would you love a Stag? Really?
I don't like that stupid T-bar.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that is. But this is my point: is that stuff like that. Although saying that, the beauty of the T-bar is it kept it quite structurally rigid. But stuff like that, you know, was BL taking a brilliant idea and cocking it up halfway through. For example, you know, Stags and their cooling systems and so on and so forth. You know, you end up with brilliant ideas that are not executed as beautifully as they should be. You know.
Yeah.
And that kind of litters BL's history, and it's such a shame because at every turn you can see the makings of a brilliant car company that today should be a colossus.
Yeah.
And ended up not being that. You know.
Yeah.
For whatever reasons.
They were better than they were sort of treated. If you like.
Absolutely, and so much better than their reputation kind of allows for these days. It's very
Stag is a hairdresser's car.
Ow!
Only if a hairdresser makes mullets for people with a medallion.
I do have to object to that because I mean the hairdresser's car at the time probably would have been the Spitfire. What do you reckon? Hairdresser's car in the 70s. Go.
Beetle.
Beetle.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Good shout.
Or a Golf.
Golf. Golf, yeah, possibly a Golf, yeah.
Mark 1 Fiesta.
Mark 1 Fiestas were cool, though. They're
Yeah.
cool little cars.
You saying hairdressers aren't cool?
That's not what I'm saying at all. I myself ran an MX-5 for 6 months.
And you're a hairdresser.
Mate, have you seen my hair? Just
Yeah.
fucking shave it off. Ah, dear.
You had an MX-5?
Well, I had a long-term MX-5. It wasn't mine, technically.
No.
6 months. Which was a lovely, lovely little thing. And I did seek to buy it afterwards. And then, obviously, I couldn't afford to because it was a 6-month-old car. And, but I did try and find a way. There was.
I would like to buy this car. Do you have the money? No.
No.
But I would like to buy this car.
I mean, you know, I showed willing.
I'm not saying I am buying it. I'm just saying I'd like to buy it.
Love the Marina 6. I drove sounded Marina 6. Oh, that's HubNut, isn't it? Was that Ian? Was that like an Australian special then? Because I have this vague memory of the fact they did a 6-pot Marina, but obviously they didn't sell it over here. So that must have been either South African or Australian or something like that.
Yeah, it's under the New Zealand trip. I don't know if it was in Australia or New Zealand, but
what's he said? Yes, 2.6E series. Oh, Amy, wow.
The Lust.
Gosh, what a thing! That must be such a bizarre.
All the talk.
Yeah, just because the Marina's quite small for a 2.6 litre engine at the time.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
I mean, it's basically equivalent to, you know, like one of those Cortinas with the 3 litre S6V6. The
Savage.
Savage, that was it. Yeah, the Savage Cortinas they did. You know, it's that kind of equivalent thing. What a thing! Hairdresser's car.
A chest hairdresser.
Definite highlight of the tram. Better than the 4.1 Mark 3 Cortina. Wow. Okay, interesting. That's fascinating. Because you see, the beauty is in our audience at the moment, we have Ian, who is a repository of having driven all of these old cars we're talking about. You know, he can actually tell us which is better because he's driven them all.
Yeah, but that might only be his tainted opinion. He might be like, I drove this car and it's actually quite good, but I don't want people to know that.
So what you're saying is Ian's trying to hold all the 4.1 litre Mark 3 Cortinas for
He's
himself.
being paid by the man.
Oh.
He's under control of the birds, and they're not real.
I've often thought Ian looks like the type who'd be paid by the man.
He does look very much like he is a puppet of the man.
Puppet of the system.
Puppet of the system, yeah. See his capitalism.
Personified.
Yeah, I think that's right. Or not.
Yeah. Maybe not.
No,
Not might be the one there.
That Marina did sound really good, if I remember rightly. I saw the video and it. I can imagine it would be. Is the MGC had a 2.6? No, an MGC had a straight 6, didn't it?
Was that the same engine?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Ian.
Ian, was the MGC the same engine as the Marina 6? How rude, he hasn't replied.
Disgraceful. He's sitting there tapping it out as quickly as you can. We're just sitting here slagging him off.
MGC was a C series.
Oh.
You've been usurped, Ian. But he comes in, look at that, he comes in with the extra info. He doesn't let you down, does he? C series, but with a 7 bearing crank, same as the Austin 3 litre. So what's an E series? He did say this in the video, I just forgot. There was something stupid like that engine was only used in was it the P76? It's like it's a version of the engine that only ever went over there.
That sounds right.
Yeah, look, here you go. He just said it.
Amazing. You two are in sync. It's remarkable.
It's like, I think he's like feeding off of me. I think that's what it is. My knowledge of BL engines is the 2.2. I was about to say that.
There you go.
I didn't know what a P76 was before I didn't know it existed before he drove it.
That was an odd car.
They just have a lot of cars in Australia that are just slightly bigger than the ones we get. It's like it's the sort of car we have, but it's just a bit more of it. It's like if you had it a little bit smaller,
Mhm.
and a little bit narrower, and a slightly smaller engine, it would do the same thing. You're like, no, but
Yep.
we want it a little bit bigger.
There's a lot of weird cars in Australia, partly because of I think it was a trade agreement they had in the 70s and 80s between Japan and Australia to increase production in Australia by basically making rebadged Australian badge versions of Japanese cars. So there are a lot of Fords in particular and Holdens. There are a lot of Fords that are Mazdas and Nissans, I think. So their Ford Laser, I think, was a Mazda 323 rebadged. Which was basically an Escort size car. So they didn't sell the Escort over there because they took the Laser, which was a Mazda 323. And because of this trade deal, it was much cheaper for them or it gave Mazda an incentive to do it, because I think there was a tariff on bringing in imported cars. So Mazda basically got Ford to build a 323 for them, and also got allowed Ford to rebadge it themselves for their home market. There was a lot of that going on in the 80s. Excuse me, a lot of kind of I think Japanese brands allowed Australian marques to build cars under license for them because it gave them a tax advantage, I think. Somebody on here will be able to
Ian,
probably elucidate there. Oh, there you go. Holden Nova was a Toyota. Toyota Lexan was a Holden. Austin Kimberley was a favourite. There you go. Exactly. All these. Oh, sorry, Austin Kimberley was before that, but yes, all those cars are they were all built with this weird licensing thing. I can't remember the name of it. It actually had a name. I'll look it up.
The Aussie licensing agreement.
I don't think it was quite that explicit, if I'm honest with you, Rich. But I'll have a look.
ALA.
Hang on.
ALA. As in Ford Laser. ALA Mazda 323.
You're quite witty for having someone who's been awake
bad,
for 24 hours. You're doing
bad.
pretty well. What time did you wake up yesterday morning, by the way?
Properly. 8:15.
Okay, so at 8:15, we need to have a little celebration of you being awake for 24 hours.
I don't think that's anything to celebrate. I think that's just I think that's. I'd rather just quietly move on. Because if I think about that time I woke up, I'll be like, oh, but that time I was in bed. Mind you, I think some of the people in this chat have been here. I think some of these have been here. Some of them have been here a long time. Zadster.
Button scheme. That's it.
I think button scheme.
That's what it was called. Yep.
The random.
I think the chap who thought of it was called Mr. Button.
Of course he was.
I'll check.
I've come up with a new scheme. Have you, Mr. Button? What's your new scheme? It's my scheme. It's called the Button Scheme.
The Button Car Plan, also known as the Button Plan, was the informal name given to the Motor Industry Development Plan in Australian federal government initiative intended to rationalise the Australian motor vehicle industry and transition it to lower levels of production. Oh, lower levels of production. Oh, I got that wrong, didn't I?
Wow, you've got that on like really yellow.
Yeah, it's a night filter. It basically at night time it reduces the blue light so that it doesn't make me not be able to sleep. That's the idea.
Well, you need to put it on blue so you don't fall asleep. Oh, I know, because you've had a nice sleep, haven't you?
Oh, I had to get really early this morning, mate. Really early. What's that?
A compressor.
Right.
I must have an air leak somewhere.
I thought one of your cars had just started spontaneously.
No, a compressor kicks in.
Amazing. It was aimed to slash the number of locally manufactured models to 6 by forcing industry consolidation. There were to be 3 groups, each producing 2 models each by 1992. The overarching aim of the scheme was to make the motor vehicle industry in Australia more efficient through consolidation of resources and so allowing the import tariffs to be gradually reduced. Theoretically, this would expose the local industry to increased competition from imported products, fostering improvement in local vehicles and creating the basis for a competitive export industry.
I'm not being funny, mate. This is not helping me stay awake.
Well, this is what I come here for, is basically to read you Wikipedia. I mean, I come here with all the important facts.
So you come here to do nothing different to normal?
I come here armed with all the important facts that you can get yourself by literally just Googling it and clicking the top result.
And read it to you.
Absolutely. That's what I'm here for. That's my job, basically, isn't it? It's what my job involves, isn't it? And what have we said? English love the word scheme. We do love the word scheme, don't we? There's always a scheme. Councils love the word scheme. There's always a scheme. There's a
councils,
scheme.
right? Yeah.
There's a scheme.
Councils
always.
love the word development and plan.
How's the smell in there? Oh, that's a question. Actually, do you know what? It just smells of Mackie D's at the moment. So this was an ulterior motive to bringing McDonald's. Is that whatever smells might have built up in here would basically be obliterated by the smell of
You're
bacon.
saying I smell?
No. But you've been in a vehicle on your own for 24 hours.
I did change though.
Well, you did change, absolutely. But there are certain things that happen, bodily functions that occur that might fill the air with a smell.
To be honest, mate, the existing smell in the car was probably
That's a fair point. I got to say that this is really comfy. This is a brilliant studio.
You act like you're surprised.
Well, I know, but what you've done to it, taking the seats out, has turned it into a really lovely living space.
I wanted to have a desk lamp.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I put a towel over the table to try and keep the echo down. And I bought a little heater in here, but that just turned it into a furnace.
Yeah, it's a huge,
slightly overkill heater.
It's a little bit big for the car, mate.
It's about
possibly.
You
can't see it. Rich has a room-sized oil-filled radiator in here.
Yeah.
Honestly, what would that be? Half an hour before you'd have to turn it off again?
It wasn't even that. It's like, it's like trying to drive a TVR Griffith 500 in traffic.
Yeah, I know how that feels.
It's like a little bit too much.
The bloke who I sold my TVR to, the guy who came and did the inspection reckoned it wasn't blowing hot air out. So what I did was I got in the car with a thermometer and I drove it up the road and I stopped and I took a video and I said, look, it's 37 degrees in here. If the heater isn't working, it's doing something else pretty amazing.
Yeah. That's just the heat coming through the transmission tunnel.
You can feel it coming off the transmission tunnel. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, TVRs have two heater settings. But hot by the matrix or hot by the engine.
Yeah, mind you, that's the same with my Volvo. You cannot get that car, it's fine at the moment because it's cold outside. But when I first got it, it was still about 20 degrees. And on the way home, I had to drive home with all the wind. I had the heater on full cold and I had to drive home with all the wind. It's a little hot box, like a greenhouse.
Yeah.
Because it's got such quite a shallow rake to the screen. There's a lot of glass. And it acts like a greenhouse. It just builds up heat.
Has it not got aircon?
No, it's quite old. It's 1992. So
my SM's got aircon.
That's lovely. Do you own an SM?
I do. That's from 1972.
Yeah, but yours is a US spec car, and everything US spec had aircon.
No, I think the European ones had aircon too.
Oh, I'm just trying to think whether the one I drove had aircon.
Oh yeah, he drove an SM.
Just had to drop
more SMs than I've driven. I've sat in mine and gone.
But when you've done yours, you'll be able to drive it whenever you want. Whereas I've driven one once, and now I have to live with that memory for the rest of my life. So there's a thought.
Unless you buy one.
I will never buy an SM.
How do you know?
Because I will never be able to afford one. Not the kind I would like.
Oh. Say it's doable. Oh, I see. I mean, you mean one that works.
You know my level of mechanical ineptitude. The chances, if I bought one like you've bought, the chances of it ever seeing the road are nil. Literally nil. There's not even the slimmest.
Well, that's the same for me, isn't it? It's the same. It's just I bought it to sit in it.
Do you know what? I don't blame you. If I had the space, I sort of would.
I do. I sitting there every night. Everyone's like, "Why aren't you working on it yet?" And I said, "Well, I didn't. I did say I'd just sit in it and let people laugh." And I think, "No,
and then you're like, no,
I'm just sitting in it."
To be fair, I get it because the SM seats are a lot like these seats, and I am really comfy in here.
Mine aren't.
Oh, they're not.
No, unfortunately not. They are rock solid.
Ah, why? Because the foam's gone a bit old.
Yeah, because how many years in the sun?
I suppose
30.
Yeah,
30 years of exposure.
Yeah.
To the admittedly northeastern American climate.
That can still be very warm, though. To be fair,
can it?
It can. Yeah. If you look at the latitudes northeastern America's at, it's basically like.
Well, I think it's northeastern.
It's basically sort of down around southern Spain, northern Africa, I think.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of the latitudes they're actually at. They're quite far south. If you lay it out on a map,
I think
it's remarkable. Yeah, that's why it gets really warm in Washington.
I always think Boston, and that's northwestern.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, you said northeast, didn't you? No, hang on. No, northeastern. Northeastern is Washington. Oh, no, Washington City. I was talking about Washington DC. Washington State's northwestern. Washington City is northeastern.
Is it?
Yeah. Washington City's just south of New York.
Is it?
Mm.
What? Washington
geography lesson.
Washington DC is near New York.
Well, it's that end of The US. I mean, I don't think the Americans here would sit here and go, no, it's not near New York. But in relative terms, Washington State is over on the other side, and Washington.
I thought
DC.
Washington was like sort of not far west, but kind of just inboard from the west, like sort of
We'll have a look on a map and you can see. What are people saying?
Seattle, northwest,
in
and
Washington State. Yeah,
Boston is what I was thinking of for the.
Boston can get quite nippy.
Yeah, Boston gets snowy, doesn't it?
Boston's cold. Yeah. So hang on. I'll show you what I'm on about. I bet what you came here for, audience, watchers, was a discussion, a debate about the geography of the United States of America. I'm sure that's absolutely what you're here for, isn't it? And we don't disappoint. So there's the US.
Whoa!
That's where Washington is. And if you look how far south that is, like it's on a parallel with Northern Africa. See?
I'm blown away. Why have they got a city and then a state which has the same name, which is
It's
not
on
in
the
the
other
same
side.
place?
We'll have to ask the Americans in our audience because I don't know the answer to that.
What?
A friend of mine lives in Boston. They had 6 foot of snow in 24 hours yesterday. Blimey, 6 foot.
That's more than I get in a week.
I'd bury you, wouldn't it? 6 foot.
And you? Just have your little hair sticking out the top.
I don't have any hair.
People walking past, you'd be like, I dare say, chap, would you have a shovel?
Spot of help. About 200 miles New York to DC. So there you go. So they're not actually nearby, but in American terms, they are because America's massive.
So that's from here to Stoke.
Pretty much.
Or maybe a bit
yeah.
Telford?
Fairham to Stoke doesn't sound quite as glamorous as New York to Washington DC, though, does it?
It would take longer, I reckon.
What, to get from Fairham to Stoke?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Because you'd be driving down the road and then, like, you think, oh, I'm going to go overtake this car. And you move into middle lane to overtake.
And then you'd still be there
and
6
you're
miles later.
stuck behind somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate the motorways in Britain at the moment are just full of cretins. Absolutely full of cretins.
They are an absolute
It's
nightmare.
just-
The M27.
Oh, really?
Well, they've put in a smart motorway.
Yeah, I've seen it now, yeah.
So what that means is what they've done is they've taken away the hard shoulder for people who break down, and now replaced it with a lane that people won't drive in. So now they will hog the 2 middle lanes, not one.
Yep.
And no one drives in that lane on the left anyway.
Yep. What I always find with the smart motorways is that people actually sit in the 3rd lane over. You know, so rather than hogging the 2nd lane over, which would allow people to get past in both of the other fast lanes, they're actually in the 3rd lane. So if you're actually driving as you should be in the left-hand lane, most left-hand lane, you've got to go out 4 lanes and then come back 4 lanes to actually get past them. Ostensibly, if you're following the letter of the law, the letter of the highway code.
It's ridiculous.
Which is very frustrating. So, I'm at Bunnings sitting on the garden. I'm at Bunnings sitting on the garden furniture watching this. Good on you, Andrew.
Where's Bunnings?
Bunnings, that's an Australian. Is that an Australian? That's an Australian, like B&Q, isn't it? Basically, it's like an Australian home base. Very Australian. Yeah, very Australian. Bloody 3rd lanes and smart motorways. Yes, we could sit here and rant about smart motorways all day long. You've got to be careful though, because there's a surprising number of people who are really ardent smart motorway defenders on Twitter.
We're not on Twitter.
That's a good point. Very good point. Yeah. Talking of Twitter, should I give us a shout out and see if we can get some more people to come and watch us?
Are they going to be awake?
Well, they were just. My thinking is it's 6:40. They'd just be waking up, doing that thing where you wake up and you look at your phone for the first time, go on Twitter, and they see, oh, it's all gone blank. Ah, the miracle of technology saved us.
I would, if I went on my phone, I'd pick my phone up, I'd see that it's 6:40, and I'd be like, oh, for God's sake, put it down again. Oh, my bed.
You clearly don't have a toddler at the moment, do you? You've been through that.
Yeah.
Yes. We have a toddler, so wake at 6:40 is fairly normal.
Yeah.
We have a toddler and a dog, and that means that even if the toddler, if one of us looks after the toddler and gives the other one a line, the other one's got to look after the dog. So there's never any respite.
Leave it in its basket. Just say in your basket.
Could do, but he gets quite whiny. He knows when he's supposed to be taken out. And if you don't take him out when he's supposed to be taken out, he gets quite aggro.
You can tell the time.
Yeah, he can. I mean, he's utterly stupid in almost every regard. But he knows when he's supposed to be taken for, and of course, being a Labrador, he knows when he's supposed to be fed. So of course, he gets fed after his walk. So the prime driver for him to go out on his walk is he knows he's going to get his breakfast afterwards. That's the thing, you see. So he's instantly kind of like, well, you know, you got to take me out because I need
So
food.
does he like that? He's like, "Oi, Robbins."
Pretty much. You'd be amazed. Yeah, absolutely. He's full on. He will come if I used to. My tactic used to be I go and let him out on a weekend. I might go and let him out of the kitchen, and I go back upstairs and go back to bed. And he would literally come and sit next to me in bed and stare at me. He'd just stare at me like.
I honestly don't underestimate my ability to ignore that. You will literally have to sit on my head.
A Labrador sitting on your head.
Yeah, you'd have to do that to get me up. No.
There's
right now, even that wouldn't get me up.
Right. Now, where's your link to donate? Is your link to donate in the
chat?
It's in the chat.
No, in the description.
It's in the description. Okay, let me go and find that, and I can post a thing on Twitter with a link to donate because everybody should be. I haven't looked at what the totals are. Audience, tell us what the totals are, please, if you'd be so kind, because we can't be bothered to look.
I like how you're just like your audience now.
Mate, I'm here to gently nudge things along.
Sorry,
in the right direction.
you
I'm
can
here to
have
help,
them.
you know?
I'm massive.
You can have
them.
What are we looking at, folks? What's the big number on the old donation screen? Somebody gives a report back.
180,000.
Oh
no, it's mileage. Right.
You're tired, aren't you?
Like, yes. I just ended it now. I'd be like, you know what, that'll do. That's enough.
Oh shit! I've actually loaded up the live stream. I didn't mean to do that. Hang on. Stop. Where's
someone's just written 4922?
God, we can get that to 5, can't we? Come on, folks. We can do 5. We can absolutely do 5. I know we can do 5. Right, where's your donation? I'm going to go and find it. It's in the. Oh, we're on part 3 now, aren't we?
Oh God, those. Yeah, not supposed to be, but there's been about 2 part 1s, 2 part 2s.
Right, where's your description? Here we go. There's the donation link. Right, that's it. Come on, do your thing. Just giving. That's it. Right, let's go and put a thing on Twitter. Anyone else who's on Twitter, don't be afraid to give us a shout out because it'll only bring more people to come and look and come and watch us sitting here talking about nothing in particular. And me trying to keep Rich awake.
It's like it's too late. I've gone. Yeah.
I'm just going to shout at you repeatedly.
Oh.
What can I say that will make you wake up? I'm going to say things about brilliant Audis. That'll wake you up because you'll get so incensed at the idea.
No, I wouldn't be. I'd just be like, are they? Yeah, really cool.
Oh, guys, it's if that's it's bad. It's bad.
Yeah, it's. What time is it? Oh, it's not even 7 yet.
This is good. I like this. 6:47.
Yeah, but you can't. But the problem is, it's white. So I had to colour it in with a Sharpie.
Right.
And then cover it in black tape. And it didn't make any difference.
Don't underestimate the level of preparation that's gone into this.
It took me about 45 minutes.
Have you given them a little tour of Clement as a studio? Have you actually shown them what it looks like?
Well, they have, yeah, because I had the camera facing the wrong way around quite a long time. So there's not really much else to do. I got my lights.
I love the lights, yeah. That's awesome. That's superb.
Look at that.
That's great.
And then you can have a
it's like a disco rave. It's amazing. You can tell I'm posh because I called it a disco rave.
It's one of those disco raves.
One of those disco rave type things. Right now,
big fish, little fish. Yeah, it's. But I think it was making me. It was like a bit like about 4 o'clock this morning. It was a bit like torture. So I turned it off. It was a little bit like. Yeah, like some form of punishment for something.
You will get a second wind at some point. It will get better through the day because your body right now is telling you need to go to bed. But what will happen is that at some point in the morning, your body will go, oh, we're not going to bed then. Right. Your circadian rhythm will kick in and you will start feeling like, actually, okay, the day has started and I need to get going. Part of the problem.
I don't get that on a normal morning. No,
part of the problem is you've got no daylight in here. You'll start seeing the sun.
That's the problem.
Window.
Yeah, well, you've got the roof. The rooflets.
So you'll start seeing the sun come in and your body will realise it's.
I won't because the sun comes up over there.
Well, look, I'm trying to help.
It's not.
Stop picking holes
in
my ridiculous argument.
There's nothing good in life. It's all bad. It's just all rubbish, and we're all gonna die.
This has taken a cheery turn, hasn't it? Mate, you're fine. It's all good. You're doing a brilliant thing for a brilliant cause, and you're doing tremendously well.
Yes, that's the.
And you've raised £5,000, or you're going to have
I
raised
can't
£5,000 because people
actually
out there are going to
understand
make
how
it.
that's happened, because I put £1,000 and I thought, oh, is that biting a bit too much?
No.
I thought, no, punch high.
Never underestimate people's ability to be wonderful and generous. People are actually, I firmly believe that at root, despite all my misgivings about people, I firmly believe that at root people are actually fundamentally good. And the minute they see a good cause,
I don't think general people. No, people in the chat, apart from one or two, have had to kick out.
Oh, really? You had to kick people out?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
And me.
Mm-hmm. People in the chat and you. Those are the only good people on earth.
And you for the breakfast.
I've bought my way into the club, have I?
Yes.
With a McDonald's.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a cheap. It's cheap entry. This.
I don't cost much. I'm easily bought. Yeah.
He's been here since 5 p.m. last night, and still going strong.
No.
Yes.
Still going.
Still going.
No, I wouldn't say strong.
Well, still going. Anyway.
It's starting to get light outside,
Come
apparently.
and join us. Well, not in Fairall.
Well, no.
It's always dark in Fairall, to be fair. Come and join us on the live stream. Hang on. I've got the donate link copied, so
you've run out of characters.
And donate here. Paste, and then I want to get the live stream link, which is over here somewhere. This is what you're watching is a near 40-year-old man struggle with technology, and that is obviously what you've come for.
Have you got your glasses on? You're like,
oh, well, I can put. Do you know what I can do? I can put them on. I can do this. I can peer over the top of them like this. Does that?
No, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to push them down and like that.
Like that.
Yes. Like
okay. Right, gotcha. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Right. I need the link to the live stream. Where do I get the link to the live stream from? God, I really feel old. How do I do this?
Where's the little? What
there
is
should
that?
be a share. This is the YouTube.
Is that an iPhone?
Yeah.
It's all.
I tell you, that's why I had to come in person.
It's all just
because it wouldn't have worked otherwise.
It all just looks wrong.
How do I get where's a share link? There must be a share link.
Yeah, normally is.
Videos about now.
Is it not in the cog at the top?
It might be. Nope. I just want the URL. Come on, just give me the URL. You can tell it's my feed because that's the first video in there. The weirdest jag.
JayEmm.
JayEmm. Oh God. It'll be in here somewhere. Nope. I want to. Can I not get? Is it
when you close that back down? You get the 3 little dots come up.
Oh yeah. Hang on. I can share you.
No, the 3 little dots next to the. No, click live.
Live. Yeah, got it. Yeah. Here we go.
Click 3 little dots.
Share. Yes, I've got it. It's happening. Copy link. Right. Yes, we've worked out technology. Everything's fine. Come on, join the live stream here. Come on, join the live stream.
Nearly 40. Which side?
That's good. That's good. I'll come and see you later.
Yeah. Which side? Quality.
I've never been so insulted in all my life.
If you go past 40, I don't think there's any going back. I think once you passed it, I think you're probably nearly 50.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm not quite past it yet.
No, I'm not.
I'm not quite there yet.
Next year.
I mean, I look past it, but I'm not.
You embraced it when you were 20.
Oh, to be fair, I have always had a mental age of 63. And then, do you know what's great about that? Is it means that every year I get older, I feel more and more like I'm able to be myself. Like nobody laughs at me for wearing slippers anymore. It's brilliant.
That's because you were wearing them to the shop.
Yeah, no, come on. I have some class.
Slippers and a cravat.
I have shredded cabbage on toast for breakfast. Shredded red cabbage. What was it? Shredded red cabbage on toast
with raspberry jus.
Raspberry jus. Actually, raspberry jus would be quite nice on shredded red cabbage. You know, you're posher than you think. Your instincts for flavour are.
I made that up completely. I don't.
Well, you know, your instincts are very good then in that case. You know, who thinks Rich should be a professional chef?
As long as I haven't got to eat it.
Right, I'm going to tweet a thing. I'm tweeting it. If anyone follows me, retweet it and make it big. And oh, Ian sent me a link. Oh,
has he done it
thanks,
already?
Ian. Ian's like our support crew. He's just making everything happen.
Ian, just for Christ's sake, I'll do it myself. Jesus,
what people be saying?
You want a job doing?
Need 4 to each side. It's a great con. 40 a mere child. These worse than damn kids. Well, what? I'm not past it. No going back with age, only forward. You're nowhere near it, Miss HubNut. I started following for the retweet. Oh, thank you, Matthew. Let's have a look. Where are you, Matthew? You'll be here somewhere. There he is. Matt, is that you, Matt? Oh, you got a Volvo 480 in your profile.
Right.
Oh,
is that a convertible?
No, they did talk about doing convertible.
It looks good.
No, it's just dusty.
Oh wow, that is dusty.
Yeah. Look at that. That's awesome. That's a lovely
car. I thought it had a beige convertible roof then.
Oh, look at that, folks. That's great. Look, can you see that? Oh, that's a nice colour, that. I mean, this is the height of technology here. I'm showing you a phone.
No, it's not. It's an iPhone. I'm honestly, I'm in a bad mood with iPhones now.
Do you know what? I couldn't tell.
Oh.
That was
iPhones and £12 webcams.
That was, I really felt for you last night. I was on the cusp of just driving down here and just trying, just plugging things in and unplugging.
Oh.
I mean, you've just seen me try and send a tweet. I wouldn't have been much help last night.
The stupid thing was, I think I had the right thing on the laptop. I think I was selecting the right thing in the settings, but it just wasn't affecting YouTube. It was like you could see it change. The volume bar was going up and down with the microphone. You changed the mic, and it changed. But YouTube seemed to make
it might be that once you started a stream, YouTube stays with those settings, so it doesn't disrupt the stream or
something.
Try
restart.
I literally know nothing about YouTube, so I'm talking out of my left ventricle at the moment. So, but I wondered whether that was what was happening. You know, YouTube overriding it or something.
Whether I'd have to put it on my phone.
I have 480 in restoration. Oh, very nice. What spec is it, Matthew? Is it a turbo or an ES or a 2 litre? Well, 2 litres in ES as well, but is it 1.7 or a 2 litre or a turbo? Sorry, I'm talking 480s with
you
like
acting like you know about Volvo 480s. You've owned it 5 minutes.
Well, yeah, but you know what it's like when you buy a car. You spend about half a day on them and all sorts of sites actually learning about it, don't you? No, because you only ever buy cars you actually know about already. To be fair.
Yeah, I didn't know about the DS. I didn't know. I'm still very much learning about the DS. Yeah.
But I mean, you still had a fair idea of the DS from all your experience with other Citroens, didn't you? To be fair.
I didn't know by much. I didn't realise how many different types of DS there were.
We've broken the £5,000 barrier. Hey, that's amazing work.
Let's go home.
1995 ES2. Oh, nice late one. Oh well, good luck with the restoration, Matthew. Lovely car, and it's nice to see people actually looking after them because they seem to be a bit forgotten about 480s, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame. But anyway, sorry, you were saying DS Clement. So tell us about Clement.
I can't remember.
Well, you're inside it for a start.
Yes. I didn't know about DSs. I thought I knew a bit about DSs, but there's actually many different types. And
they did. It is actually quite a confused. If you're not au fait with it, it's quite a long and confusing.
Yeah, because people say you've got a DS, and I go, no, I haven't. I've got a DS Super, and they're like, is that not what DS stands for? And I'm like, no, it's not. It's not. It's just coincidental.
But I mean, to be fair, if I had any sort of DS or DS adjacent car, I would introduce it to people as a DS because that's how people understand it. A lot of people, if you said I've got a D Super, probably wouldn't actually.
I'd just say I've got a Clement.
I mean, that's one way of describing it.
It is not a DS. It's a Clement.
This is not just a DS. This is an M&S DS. It's a Clement DS.
No, it's no. No, it's just a Clement.
It's a Clement.
It's not a DS.
I was just trying to imitate an M&S.
It's actually based on a quote from Eric Cantona.
Is it? I didn't know that.
I am not. He said, "I am not a man. I am Cantona." And I was like, "It is not a car. It is Clement."
Clement. I see. Very good.
Yes.
Well, I mean, it is. I mean, Clement is quite a.
Clement is, Clement was, and Clement always will be.
So, which has the priority, Clement or the SM? In your you have a day off work. Nat's taking the kids. You have a day to work on a car. Which one are you working on?
I'm sleeping. I would work on Clement.
Okay.
Because it's closer to being on the road.
Okay.
So I'm thinking, get that one done, get that out of the way. I'm not one of those people who thinks get the big job out of the way first. I don't think that's the way to do it.
No.
Because if you get the big job out of the way first, you're knackered at the end of the big job, and then you've still got a job to do.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Well, I think just get them all out. They'll get the little ones out of the way first, and then hit the big one last. You know,
it's
when
true,
you've done
actually,
it, you've got the finishing line.
It's true, because then you get that motivation from having achieved, which spurs you on to do the next thing.
If I do the SM,
yeah,
I get to the end of that and then go, oh, I've still got to do that DS now. And like if you're driving an SM, would you even bother doing the DS?
Well, that's a very good point. Actually,
you'd be like, no, I'm just going to drive the SM.
I mean, you would because it's Clement, but you know.
Well, that's why I'm doing it first, because this is Clement's ready to rock. I mean, bodywork wise, it's going to ruffle a few feathers, but Clement's.
I don't think it will. I think people will absolutely love it.
No, just people in my road.
Oh, people in your road. I see. Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll be like, oh, let's bring in.
I think you're right that people who aren't into cars don't understand the idea of something that looks like this driving around. But I think will look tremendous. Absolutely tremendous.
I think. Yeah, I know. I think Clement does look good. I think
SM engine into Clement.
It would physically fit, but that means killing an SM.
That's what the SM was going to be, wasn't it? Originally, it was going to be a DS with a V6 in it. That was the original idea for the SM. It was going to be a DS coupe.
Well, it is kind of. It's a grand.
Well, yeah. But the idea, the original plan was that it was going to be a DS. It was literally going to be a top end DS. It wasn't even going to be a separate model. The original prototypes were DSs.
The prototype test cars were shortened DSs, but that was just to keep them.
I thought the project started off with the idea of making a Halo DS model, and it morphed into a separate.
It was supposed to be a Halo DS, but that started back in '60.
Okay.
4.
Yeah.
And they were playing around with they had a 16 valve head.
Oh, really?
On the DS engine. They had.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Gosh.
They had a twin carb version of the head.
Good.
They were prattling around with this engine, trying to get.
Really?
And eventually someone went, lads. No.
It's all right. We bought Maserati now, so you know. It's fine.
They bought Maserati to do it. That's what.
Did they really? Was that the reason?
They went to Maserati and said, "We want, can you help us? Can you help us make this engine for this car?" And they said, "Yeah, no worries." And they said, "How much can we get them for?" And they were like, "Such and such amount." And they were like, "What if we buy you? And you give it to us for free?" And they're like, "Yeah, but you have to buy us to do that." Yeah, but we still got them for free. Yeah, right. Then we will buy you.
I love the way Citroen worked back then. It was just hilarious.
It's all like they got their accountants to look at Maserati as a going concern. I do not recommend you purchase this business. Well, I see no problem here.
But that was the way Citroen worked most of the time back then. The accountants would look and say, "Look, you shouldn't do this," and they would just do it anyway. That was pretty much it, wasn't it? Most of the time.
The accountants would walk into the boardroom and go, "You shouldn't do this," and they'd all go, "Who are you?" "Oh, you were those Killjoys from the last time. We tried to put a rotary in a 2CV. Buzzkills." Yeah, no, I think they went to Maserati. Maserati knocked them a prototype together in really quick time.
Oh yes, I heard. About that,
really quick time, because it was a cut down V8.
Right.
Effectively a cut down V8.
Yeah. Okay.
But the Indy.
Oh, the Indy. Right.
The Indy V8, but the engine that went into the SM was not a cut down V8.
No.
It was a ground up V6 engine.
Yeah.
But it was 90 degrees rather than 60, because all Maserati's tooling was made for 90-degree engines.
Oh, I see.
So
they also put either an India Quattroporte V8 in an SM as a prototype, didn't they?
Well, no, they did a V8 version of the SM engine.
Oh, did they?
SM
I thought it was an Indy V8 that went in.
No, it was a sort of prototype V8 version. I mean, they said similarities, but it was. I've seen it.
This is why I come here to learn.
I don't know how they fit it in.
I learn about Citroens and TVRs from this man, This is everything, pretty much everything I know about Citroens. He's told me.
So if it's wrong, you know why.
It's his fault. Yeah.
I told you about TVRs and you sold it. So
Well, I did have it for 2 years. I always said I was going to have it for 2 years, and I saw someone actually on the stream last night said something which was quite an interesting point. How does someone who's into Citroens also get into TVRs? And I actually think it's not too dissimilar because they're both a bit weird and quirky and different. And this, I can see the commonality between it, although not obviously common. There is definitely a commonality between the two types of cars. I mean, parts of Citroens are made of plastic, for goodness sake. BXs are made of plastic. TVRs are plastic cars.
The bonnet
and the boot.
And the boot.
Look, I'm trying to draw a line. All right, help me out here.
There is TVR. The way TVR went about their business and the way Citroen went about their business, there are actually a surprising number of similarities between them.
I can see that.
Like the attitude they had.
Yeah,
they were like, but TVRs. That was only TVR since Peter Wheeler came in.
That's a
because
good point,
TVR went through so many different variations, and when Martin Lilly was running it, well, back when it was the Vixen, I can't remember if Martin Lilly was running it when the Vixen was done. Martin Lilly didn't get it off Trevor Wilkinson. It was.
I know very little about TVR before Peter Wheeler, to be
honest. The Vixen is very much more like a Lotus. It's like really lightweight, really delicate and dinky, and really small. And to be fair, it was only when they started putting the bigger engines in, like the Triumph boat anchors and Essexes and things like that they started to have that sort of heavier feeling and stop being like the Lotuses. But I mean, you drive a 1600 Crossflow Vixen.
I imagine that's actually quite.
It's lovely.
I can imagine. Thing. Yeah.
You've got double rear springs.
Really? Yeah. Double rear springs.
It weighs nothing. Why has it got double rear springs?
Why does it have double rear springs?
Just more. I think they're sprung differently, so you've kind of got progressive.
Oh, I see.
I imagine it. I don't know if that's what it is, but I imagine.
I love that solution. That's a great solution, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's why they did it. I think one of them was the kind of like the spring that dealt with the heavy duty stuff, so it bound up and got stiffer as it got compressed.
Gotcha, yeah.
And the other one wasn't.
So that kind of handled the day-to-day. That's your bread and butter.
Yeah.
So you got a spring for the day-to-day stuff and a spring for the weekend.
Well, I think so, but I still can't figure that out because they're both fixed to the same wheel. But it must just be that some springs were stiffer when they were not being compressed.
Yeah.
And others didn't do much when they were being compressed, but then when they really got
set up like that, so the one's quite. I mean, weirdly, it's a little bit like the latest Citroens that have progressive hydraulic cushions, in that the spring compresses so much, and then what happens is the progressive hydraulic cushion comes in and provides what you can therefore have is you can have a softer spring that therefore becomes stiffer at the extremes of its travel because it's being helped by something else. In the TVR's case, it would be a stiffer spring that's doing the helping at the extremes of the softer spring's travel, I imagine.
No, I like what I said better.
Well, that's that then.
Hydraulic progressive springing is...
Progressive hydraulic cushions, they're called.
Squidgy bump stops.
That's pretty much what it is, yeah.
It's like we've put really soft springs on this car.
Yep.
Instead of it crashing into the bump stops, we'll just make the bump stops soft.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And bigger, I think, so they have an effect earlier on. That's pretty much the idea. It does kind of work on certain modern Citroens. It does kind of work.
But when you say it does kind of work, you mean in comparison to its peers? That's
what I'm saying. Yes. I mean, my argument is always that modern Citroens, there are some cars in the Citroen range at the moment that are crying out for hydropneumatic suspension. But of course, there's no political will within the company to put hydropneumatic suspension on the modern stuff. Is the chat gone wrong?
I don't know.
Oh no. Are we still going? Are we still we're still broadcasting. Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
All right. Oh, it's down there. Is this?
Yeah, it's all right.
Is this up to? Yeah, this is up to now, isn't it? Yeah. Nice.
It froze on the chat thing.
Okay. Right. Awesome. Yeah. So you're still with us, Kim. What was I saying? Yeah. I make the case that actually. Haven't fell on me.
No, my LEDs.
Hang on, we can plug them back in.
I wasn't using them, to be fair.
Well, we'll plug them back in case you want to. There you go. How's that? I make the case that a lot of modern Citroens actually C5 Aircross, C5X would be brilliant with hydropneumatic suspension. But the problem is there's just not the political will within Stellantis to make them.
I'm not even sure it's that. I think it's just that they've found that they can get, like, back in the days when hydropneumatics were a thing, the cars around them perhaps didn't ride brilliantly.
Well,
No,
maybe.
I don't know, actually.
No, I
did,
don't know,
some
'cause
did.
I
V6
think-
did, didn't it?
I would go the other way. In fact, I'd say that back then, the cars around them rode quite well. And so to make them ride even better, Citroen had to turn to an engineering solution like hydropneumatic suspension. Whereas nowadays, the cars don't ride as well, and therefore they can get away with a progressive hydraulic cushion rather than going to the full of a hydropneumatic setup. You know, to be fair, a lot of modern stuff, like the high-end modern stuff, they're now using air suspension on a lot of things, purely because air gives you basically what hydropneumatics gave you.
Yeah.
You know,
Compressibility.
yeah, exactly.
The thing with the hydropneumatics was that obviously post-war France was battered.
Yeah.
And they wanted a car that could deal with those roads without the roads having to be sorted out.
Exactly. Yeah.
So they're kind of, in a way, they were a little bit like the TGV.
Yep.
They're like, we're not going to be able to sort what it runs on, so let's sort out the machine. And like the TGV, they can make people feel sick.
Yeah, well, true. Yeah. Yeah. I've never felt queasy in a hydropneumatic Citroen, but I know people who.
No, I haven't.
I've never found it a problem. But then I guess I'm kind of used to the way they run. But then I was just trying to think of a time I've actually ridden as a passenger in one. It's quite rare because I've only ever driven, because none of my friends are stupid enough to own them.
I had to bring you back from Bristol.
Oh yeah,
because of your Mondeo.
Yeah. Oh
you
yeah,
bought
in your lovely little 16 RS.
Yeah.
That was a lovely little car.
Your Mondeo.
Oh yeah, my silly old Mondeo.
Did a Mondeo.
Yeah, my Mondeo did a Mondeo. That was an awful car. That was a terrible, terrible car. I ended up buying your Xantia in the end. That was the time I bought your Xantia, your red Xantia estate.
Oh, that was a good car.
That was a brilliant car.
Yeah, I paid 400 quid for that from a guy in Ledbury.
That car is the one that I tell people as an exemplar of how high Citroens can do high mileages, no problem if they're well looked after. Because that had 202,000 miles when I bought it from you, and I did 4,000 miles of that to south of France and back again. And I got back and I sold it to another bloke. And the only thing that had gone wrong in that time was one of the strips on the rear windscreen stopped working, heated rear windscreen, and it had popped an ABS sensor, and that was it. It was just brilliant, that car. And honestly, it drove like a 70,000 mile car.
Yeah, it did drive
so good. But that was because the previous owner had religiously serviced it every 5,000 miles. Changed the oil every 5,000 miles. So there's two things I use that car to prove to people. One is that, as I say, old Citroens can do high mileages and do them very well. And mechanically, they're actually very robust. And the second thing is servicing and looking after a car really, really does pay. And doing it over and above sometimes what the manufacturer specifies can really make a car last much longer.
Yeah, you can't service it too much, I suppose, only from a cost of value kind of thing.
Yeah, but I suppose what I'm talking about is the fact that a lot of modern cars run on 2-year, 20,000 mile long life schedules, and I think that's a bit too long personally.
Yeah, with all the ash and the oil.
Yeah, I mean, I get that it's fine, it should be fine, it shouldn't be a problem, but I still do them every year. Is it still working? New C5X, that works surprisingly well. Yeah, the C5X, I think that's the closest Citroen has come in modern times to doing a proper big Citroen, probably since the C6 went. I mean, it makes sense, but the C5X, the C5 Aircross.
Oh, that's gone echoey.
Has it gone echoey? Oh, how can you tell? How can you just?
Because I've got ears.
Ah, let's see. I haven't. I'm partially deaf, so I can't actually hear. But yeah, the C5X is a really nice car, and I would actually buy one with my own money.
What, even because of the way it looks?
I like the way it looks.
What?
Yeah, it's grown on me. I like it.
It looks like it's grown on someone. It's horrible.
No, I like it.
It's got massive overhangs. It's like we've got to make a car. We've got to make a car this size, but we can only use the wheelbase from this car.
The overhangs are a problem, but I quite like the front end. It's actually got quite a lot. If you stand next to it in the flesh, it's got quite a lot of presence. It feels quite big and quite big Citroen-y in a way. I do like it. I think it's a decent thing.
Well, you're wrong.
The problem I've got with it, and this is going to sound ridiculous, but I don't think old Citroen would ever have allowed this. It has no rear wiper. And
Oh, for God's sake, you sound like Ian.
on a hatchback stroke estate car, that's unforgivable. I can get it on a saloon, but on a hatchback, you know, it is mind-blowingly irritating.
Why is it different on a saloon?
Well, because on a saloon, supposedly the aerodynamics mean that you don't need it, and that's what they're saying with these hatchbacks and estates. But inevitably, what I find whenever I drive, because it's not just that, the modern Hyundai and Kia electric cars haven't got rear wipers either, and any time you drive one of those in the winter, any length of distance, your back screen gets so caked up with crud from the motorway because you can't wash it. You've got to keep stopping and taking a squeegee to the back windscreen, you know, to try and clean it so you can actually see out the back of the car. So they
tested those cars in nations that don't put salt on the road.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, and Citroen have basically just gone, oh well, they're doing it. We can get away without a rear wiper.
Hyundai and Kia, they're the top of the tree at the moment. We'll just do what they're doing.
They're, to be fair, in electric car terms, I think they're, you know, probably some of the best around at the moment. But you know, that's a highly contentious thing to say because there'll be a lot of Tesla enthusiasts who think that Teslas are the best at the moment.
When you say Tesla enthusiasts,
there are some people who like Tesla quite a lot more than would be expected, shall we say?
A little bit more than their family.
You know, it's hard because I really rate the Hyundais and the Kias at the moment. I think they're really, and I think they're knocking it out of the park in styling terms as well. But to be fair, Stellantis are trying with electric stuff, although there's been a sense of slightly resting on their laurels the last couple of months. Last couple of years, rather. You know, the E2i came out, that was brilliant, but they're still bimbling along with this same kind of 50 kilowatt hour battery, which is not really giving them the sort of range they want. But there's going to be more stuff coming from them soon, which is going to kind of kick things up a gear, I think. But anyway, sorry, I'm rambling about new cars. That's not what you want.
Electric cars. Everyone loves electric cars.
Yeah, quite. Yeah. Well, yeah. I think they work in certain circumstances, but I can see there's a big
I can see
gap
I can see the logic for them in town.
Yeah, absolutely.
It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and for someone like me who's a suburban, I live in the suburbs. I've got a driveway. I've got an electric car charging port on my driveway. Absolutely, they make perfect sense. But there are people down the road from me who don't have a driveway, and for them, you know, how are they going to charge? You know, so everyone says lamppost charge is the answer. Certainly could be, but in our road, we've got a lamppost probably every 5 houses. So you're talking about trying to get 5 households to charge up 2 cars each on one lamppost. And I don't think that's going to work personally.
I didn't know you could charge cars on lampposts.
Well, the idea is that you can't on most lampposts. But the idea is that you can get lampposts now that integrate electric car chargers into them. So that what you can do is you can plug you pull up at the side of the road and you plug a car into a lamppost or a charging post at the side of the road, so that you don't then have to plug it in and have a cable trailing into your house across the pavement.
Right.
And that's the idea. Problem is you're going to have to put in a lot more lampposts and change all the ones that are there already to make it work.
Yeah, and they're not doing that because they're turning the lampposts off at night to save power.
Well, there is that, yeah. But they're going to have to stop doing that if they want people to charge their cars up from them, aren't they? No, I think you can probably turn the lamppost off and still have it charging up. But anyway, yeah.
So you can turn this lamppost off, which is consuming like a couple of watts because it's an LED, but we're charging these cars at like however many kilovolts, sort of thing. Save the planet. There's a coal. Well, I know we've got a lot of our energy is renewable.
I can definitely see the problem with that. Yeah, absolutely. You make a very valid point. But yeah, you know, I think there are big problems with this rush, and I think that we haven't really fully thought it through. And I think there's a lot to be said, and I think something has to be done. But I also think so. I'm kind of on the fence. I'm a little bit kind of in two minds about. Well, you know,
people buy more new cars than they need to.
Well, I think that is a bigger problem.
Yeah,
that's a larger problem that probably needs solving. You know, we do have this idea that but do you know what? I actually think it's going to solve itself in the next few years. I think a lot of people are going to come to the end of their now that interest rates have gone up. I think a lot of people are going to come to the end of their PCPs in the next year or two. And they're going to go back to their dealer and they're going to say, right, well, I'll chop in my old BMW 3 Series for a new BMW 3 Series, and they're going to find their monthlies are stratospherically higher on the new car than they would have been. They're going to go, well, I can't afford that, and the dealer's going to go, well, what do you want to do then? Do you want to keep your old one? And they're going to go, yeah, and the dealer will say, well, right, well, that'll be a 10 grand balloon payment then in that case, and they'll go, well, I can't afford that, and then they'll go and look at a loan to do that. But they won't be able to do that because the interest rates will be too high. Too much will also be higher, so they're going to have to give that car back, and then they'll have to find some money to buy something. They'll probably do a PCP on a second-hand car. So I can see there being actually quite a lot of interest in the second-hand market, where a lot of people are coming out, or either that, or they'll have to do a PCP on a much cheaper version, or a much cheaper new car. So,
Now, what will their neighbours think?
well, it's hard to say. You know, I mean, that is the crucial factor, isn't it, in all of this?
I think it is for a lot of people.
I'm sure you're right. I'm sure you're right. But I will say that there is probably also a point of people quite liking a nice, solid feeling new car. You know, a lot of people are nervous about cars and afraid of them, and for them, buying a new car with a warranty gives them a security blanket, basically.
Even if it's like a bit of a placebo.
Placebo's the word. Yeah, exactly. You know, because I mean, you know, especially if you were to go and buy a new, you go and buy a new Kia, that's warranted for 7 years.
Well,
you
yeah,
know.
if you kept it 7 years, that might make it a
It
little
does.
more.
It does make some sense.
Yeah.
You know, I can see the logic. Although in depreciation, you'll probably pay more than you'd ever paid in repair.
Well,
Paid for in
true.
repairs. But I can also see the appeal of literally knowing that if something goes, you know how much you're paying on your PCP every month. That's a set figure. You know, if you take it to a garage, to the Kia dealer, it's going to get sorted. You know, that although you're paying more, actually knowing how much you're paying every month is much better than for some people than finding £1,000 when the car goes wrong to get it fixed.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's a known quantity.
It's a difficult one. You know, I write about new cars and I drive new cars a lot. So, you know, I have to kind of sit in the shoes of the people I'm writing for. So while I love old cars and I drive old cars, you know, I would, if it were just me and I didn't have a child to carry around, I'd run around in a £1,000 banger all day long. But I've got something slightly newer for the safety aspects, because obviously, you know, I'd like to get as safe a car as I can afford to buy.
Yeah.
But if it were just me, I'd have something old and be running around in my old 1,500 quid Saab. I'd just keep that and drive around in that. That was a lovely car, you know. But I can also see why people, you know, I've got to look at it from the point of view of why might people want to do this? Why, you know, I've got to put myself in their shoes and say, well, why would you want to do this? And safety aspect is one of them. The ease of use and the appeal of having something flash. I think there is also, as you say, there is also keeping up with the Joneses element.
No, I think there's a bit of that. Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of that. I'm not saying that there isn't, but you know, I can't believe that's the only reason people would choose to spend so much money on running a new car, as so many people do.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, it is. So what are people saying?
You do some. I'm going to go for a wee. You can do some comments.
I'll do some. Let's see what people are saying.
Oh god, I'm going to leave you in charge of it.
Oh god,
there will be a fire.
That's it. Yeah. Don't leave me in charge of anything. I will break it. That's what will happen. What have people been saying? Let's look. I'm just looking back, folks, over the old. He's got hobnobs. He didn't tell me he had hobnobs. He's got chocolate hobnobs as well. Unbelievable. God, geez, I don't know. I bring him breakfast. Right, what do you see? You're still here. That's amazing. I tried new C5. The C5X is all right. C5 Aircross is hideous. It's not pretty. No, I agree with that. HubNut, you're right. Hyundai Ioniq 5 also lacks a rear wiper. You're absolutely right. Bring back wipers. Yeah, I mean, we should start that campaign, actually. We should try and bring back rear wipers. I think rear wipers are sadly lacking from a lot of new cars. We do want wipers. Testing EV in rural areas. Ian, that's brave. What have you got? What are you testing at the moment? Did I see a Fiat 500e on your or Fiat 500 as they're calling it on your Twitter feed the other day? Because that's an interesting little car. Because actually, so the thing with EVs is a lot of people are saying actually what we probably want is lots of smaller EVs with smaller batteries, because if they're good for town driving, you don't want the extra weight of driving around in something, you know, with a massive battery if you're only ever going to do 10 miles to work and back most of the time. And I can sort of see the logic, but then the answer for the question for me is then what you do when you do want to do the longer drive. So depreciation is a silent killer. It certainly is. Yeah, absolutely right. We bought a decent car and kept it for 13 years. Grey full. That's exactly what we should all really be doing, is buying a new car and keeping it for, you know, until it dies. Basically, you know, that then you get your money's worth and your input from or the worth of all the carbon you've used in making the new car, sort of thing. Not keeping it daily for 20 years isn't the norm. Do you know what? I would love it if I had the wherewithal and the attention span to keep a car for 20 years, because that would actually be a whole lot less hassle. But I just get bored with cars so quickly, I end up having to change them, which is rubbish. Yeah, Ian, Fiat 5. Sorry, Ian, I've literally just got caught up with you saying Fiat 500e. Yeah, EVs and nonsense. Nobody thinks about mining extraction to make. Yeah, you know, you're absolutely right. You know, it is what, you know, we do have to think about where the resources are coming from to make these cars as well. My Xantia cost me around £1,000 back in 20. It'd be my daily until this day, still going through no depreciation there. Bang on. God, I love a Xantia. You know, I really think Xantias at the moment are such underrated daily drivers. And so many people, you know, there aren't that many. They're quite hard to find now, actually. But Xantias are fabulous, fabulous daily drives. Ian should write a book on the history of wipers. Do you know, I'd buy that. I would. I think I would. I think you should do that, Ian. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for being here. It's really good to see you all supporting Rich. He is. I turned up just now. I said, "How's it going? You're all right?" He said, "It's horrible," but he's doing a brilliant job. So I think we should all. I'm really grateful to you all for being here and for supporting him, because I think he needs it at this point. But yeah, I think he's flagging a little bit. But I'm sort of hoping that as time goes on, he'll get going as the day comes in. I can actually see light outside the window, which means the sun has come to Fairall. So I'm going to remind him of that when he gets back, and point out that actually daylight has arrived. He's made it through the night, which is a good thing. So that's fabulous. I haven't found any good wiper books, so there may be in Miss HubNut. I would buy a book on wipers. Rich, would you buy a book on wipers? Would you buy a book on wipers if Ian wrote one?
No.
Oh, that's not very nice. Ian says he wouldn't. I mean, Rich says he wouldn't. I would. I think you should.
A book on wipers?
A book. Yeah, we're trying to get Ian to write a book on wipers. We've been talking about real wipers, and Ian, we reckon Ian should write a book on them. Miss HubNut reckons Ian should write a book on them. I'd buy it.
I'm not saying you shouldn't write a book.
I'm saying I'd buy it.
So I wouldn't buy it.
I mean, at least he's honest. He's honest. What do the folks here think about converting classics to EVs? Oh, well, now there's a question.
Should I make my thing blow up or something?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, you're at £5,127 now, so it's, you know, what we need to do is talk about electric cars more, evidently.
The algorithm.
Sorry. Yeah. If you're making. Okay, all right. Go on then. I'll have a coffee if there's one kicking around. Thanks, mate. If there's no coffee, don't worry. I'll have a tea. He's making me drinks now. It's brilliant. I should come down here more often. This is excellent. I get to sit in a DS and be made tea. I mean, what's not to like? I was saying I should come down here more often. I get to sit in the back of a DS and be made tea. Sorry?
How do you have the coffee?
Black one sugar, please.
Black one sugar.
All right, what are you saying? A wiper shade of pale. That's a great line, isn't it? That's a great. Do a Kickstarter for the wiper book. Yeah, we should do a Kickstarter. Ian, we're doing Kickstarter now. Old Vox in the garage, Toyota CHR hybrid on the drive, best of both worlds. That's a really nice. That's a good 2-car garage, actually, Barry. I like that. Yeah. CHRs are a car that really have come of age in my book. You know, they've just introduced a new pair of engines in them, and apparently I've not driven them yet, but they're very good apparently. So yeah, that's a really nice 2-car garage. That Tesla powered Volkswagen Type 2 I drove was amazing. This is the problem. I think I think with classic cars, some of them do lend themselves to conversion to electric. From the point of view of, you know, I think if you've got a classic that had a rubbish engine in it to start with, or the engine is not the life and soul of the car, then converting it to electric is perfectly viable. Although obviously you need to think about upgrading the suspension and the brakes to cope, because it's going to have a lot more power. And you're also using all the embedded carbon and electric powertrain that already exists. So that's great. But there is also a problem, which is that, you know, A, you do need to make sure you do all those upgrades, and B, it's so expensive. You know, that's when it starts to be a problem. So I don't know. I'm in two minds. I'm in two minds about a lot of things around electric cars at the moment. But I do think that, you know, I do think the electric classics are one way of looking. But then, what are you actually gaining, given that so many classic cars do so few miles every year? You know, are you actually gaining anything? Are you actually really reducing the carbon output of a classic car? Then again, you might just want to do it because it gives you a nice, more modern drivetrain. And lots of people swap modern engines into classic cars. Why would it not be acceptable to do that with an electric drivetrain. So yeah, I don't know. It's a difficult one, and it is a long and convoluted debate. You know, it is certainly true that ripping up classic cars is not something I would take lightly. So you've got to be a little bit careful with that. So, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's a good question, and I think we're going to have to think about it, all about the torque. You know, you do get a lot of torque with an electric drivetrain, and you know, dare I say it, there are some cars, particularly old Citroens, that I've like one of my little ideas is I'd love to have a CX with an electric drivetrain, because I feel like a CX lends itself to that kind of silent, whirring, modern, futuristic kind of soundtrack almost, you know. So actually cars like that might work quite well. I do it for the power. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sometimes you do it for the actual the benefit you're getting out of the electric powertrain, rather than the eco friendly kind of side of it. So it definitely makes sense. Yeah, this is it, Ian, exactly. You know, you're right. A lot of the CX engines probably, you know, could have done with being a bit better. That was a car that was crying out for a 6-cylinder in my mind. If you want to make your classic more green, have a modern fuel ignition catalytic converter. So yeah, you know, absolutely, that's also a very good point. A CX selection. You said it just as I started typing it. Yeah, well, you know, there you go. Rich, I need you to build me an electric CX. He said no. What about now? What about now? It's a little bit later in the day. He said, not late enough. Ah, dear. Tempted to EV my heavily modified Humber Sceptre. Cool, an EV Humber Sceptre. There's a thought. See, this is the thing, is it starts me thinking, well, what cars work with an electric powertrain and what don't? You know, where do you draw the line? Where's the point at which it starts? C6 with an electric powertrain. Citroen C6 with an electric powertrain. Now, there's a thought. 24-hour live stream of CX engine swap. Let's do it, Rich. I have a feeling this might be the last 24-hour live stream Rich ever does. I don't know.
Probably get the body off the TVR and strip the chassis down.
So he says he could probably get the body off the TVR and strip the chassis down in 24 hours. I have to say, I'm quite surprised. Quite surprised by how many people are all for the idea of an electric CX and electric classic cars in general. You know, I get it. I get the CXE. The CXE. I absolutely love it. Thanks, Squire. That's lovely. Oh, bang on. Yeah, this has gone wrong. I intended to come down here and make him a tea or coffee and keep him going, and he's ended up making me a coffee. So, I mean, I'm not complaining, to be fair. It's worked quite well for me. Hang on. Let me get the door for you. There you go. You all right? Do you want to hold that as you get in? You all right? Okay. You can do it. You got it. He's got it. There we are. He's back. He's not gone to sleep.
I did sleep a little bit in the toilet.
You were gone a little while.
Yeah, I just had my head against the wall like that. It's the least comfortable I've been. But it was for those 5 minutes I was free. Oh dear.
Ah, nice cuppa. Thank you.
Oh yeah, there's hobnobs. Yeah, there is hobnobs.
There are hobnobs, yeah. Well, electric TVR now.
Someone's done this.
Has somebody done it?
There's a YouTube channel called, I can't bloody remember.
Doesn't matter.
Volt or Electrocute or something.
Okay.
And they're building an electric wedge.
Oh, do you know, I quite like that. That's the only TVR. Is it the only TVR? That's the TVR I'd see it suiting the most, is a wedge.
It's because it's so big you can fit all the stuff in it.
Well, that, but also the wedge is a very kind of 80s Blade Runner looking thing. It kind of suits that slightly retro futuristic feel that an electric drivetrain would bring to it. I think that could work quite nicely.
I think it would be horrible.
Possibly.
Because I think you'd hear all the rattles and squeaks.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
They're really like a bit, You know,
Maybe.
oh, there's one next to it.
Well, no, I'm looking at it.
One there.
I'm sitting here looking at the wedge that's next to us, thinking that would think, look in that colour, especially with an electric powertrain.
That's a cool. That one's a good. That's a good colour. That
the
one.
idea of an electric powertrain in that car will be quite phenomenal. I reckon that could be quite good fun.
I think an electric powertrain in any TVR would be fun, just because of the chassis and.
But the thing is, so this goes back to what I was saying about electric powertrains. I think they work in cars in which the engines aren't the heart and the soul, but in a TVR, I kind of feel as a V8 TVR, especially, the engine is the heart and the soul of it, really. So you are taking away a large part of the experience of driving.
I couldn't put an electric.
It's difficult.
I couldn't put an electric motor into an SM.
Yeah, that might be. Well, the SM's borderline for me, but I know what you mean. I do.
Well, I suppose they look kind of futuristic, so you think it suits it, but
that's kind of where I am.
But those engines are so, like the sound they make is so part of the car's
it is lovely
character. Whereas a DS, it suits the DS.
Yeah, that's my gut feeling. Is something like a DS.
Well, someone's done a DS, haven't they?
There's quite a few electric DSs kicking around. I'd definitely do a DS. As I was saying on here, and lots of people were agreeing, a CX would be quite good. I think somebody said a GS as well. GS. There's one electric GS here in Brisbane. Electric GS would be quite a fun thing.
I don't know. I think that.
But again, you see,
the
GS is the engine part of the character. That's the thing. You're right, because it's got that cool little flat.
Yeah, the CX's engine's like. Yeah.
This is it. Yeah, I think that to me is kind of where I feel it. Like electric Land Rover works because the engine was never part of the Land Rover's character. Electric CX works because the engine was never a part of the car.
Electric traction avant.
Yeah. Although I was surprised by how good the engine is in a 1.9 litre traction.
Well, I suppose with a traction avant, that engine is ancient in this, but in the traction, it was new. it
was, and actually, what astonished me is actually how modern it felt. I mean, I'm not saying it felt like a brand new car, but for a 1950s was what I drove was post-war, so it was a 50s. For a 50s car, it felt more like, I wouldn't say a brand new car, but much more like a sort of 70s or 80s car to drive. Because it basically is. It's a monocoque with front-wheel drive, which is a lot more modern.
Yeah,
so of course it feels a lot more modern than what you'd expect to, any other car of that kind of that era to feel like. So
yeah.
But I don't know. An electric one of those would work quite nicely.
Yeah.
But then with that, it's then packaging. It's where you put everything.
Well, that's what I was just thinking. Yeah.
That's then
not going to get many batteries in that.
No, but this is the problem with any classic conversion is where you put it all, because obviously modern electric cars, they're built with a kind of a sandwich layer in the floor that you can fit a bunch of batteries into. Whereas in a classic, you're having to shoehorn them in everywhere.
With the DS, you would fit them in.
Because you would,
because you've got this space at the front, that hump there.
Yeah.
The exhaust goes in. Under us is a fuel tank.
Yep.
You can fit them in there.
That's probably why people have done them quite a bit, because you have got the space to fit some.
In fact, in the boot as well, there's like 2 levels to it. There's a bit in the bottom. You could probably.
The problem is in some classics where you're fitting them in actually in the boot, you're raising the centre of gravity quite a lot because you're putting big heavy batteries quite high up in the car, and so you can affect the balance of the car, handling balance of the car, and then they can feel terrible. So I think you've got to be quite careful about what you do it to.
You'd have to make sure you picked a car that had suspension that could compensate for extra weight.
Which is another reason Citroens work very well.
And brakes that could compensate for extra weight.
Well, this is what I was saying just now, is that actually part of the problem is what quite a lot of people are doing is they're throwing Tesla powertrains in old cars that were never built to handle that sort of power. You've got to do quite a lot of suspension and brake work to make sure it can handle that power if you're going to do it responsibly. And ostensibly, you probably want a bit of chassis strengthening as well, because, there's going to be quite a lot of, especially if it's rear-wheel drive.
You start modifying the chassis, you're into another world.
Well, exactly, and then you end up with them, they're quite expensive already to do an electric powertrain conversion. So when you start going into those worlds of, uprating everything, it then ends up getting, terrifyingly expensive. So you've got to be a bit careful about it. But
for something that you wouldn't use that often.
Well, and this is the other thing is, if you're doing it from a purely eco-friendly standpoint, what are you actually gaining if you do 1,000 miles a year in the car? You're not really contributing a whole lot less carbon.
No.
The only thing you might be gaining is reusing a battery and powertrain that has in a crashed electric car that otherwise would have a ton of embedded carbon in it that is then not getting used, sort of thing. So I've got a 6 Prestige without an engine. Where are you? 6 Prestige without an engine.
Sounds like a bit of you. It
does, doesn't it?
A bit of you, yeah.
Bung an electric powertrain into it.
You could, yeah.
Yeah, you could. But you should learn about these.
You could.
You should learn about these skills, because it's something it could be an extra string to your bow. Could be
I don't need more strings on my bow.
Could be an extra part of your business. So See, this is how I get Rich to work. So I should point out my relationship with Rich. We've known each other for quite a long time, and basically my relationship with Rich is that I pay him to make my rubbish old cars work a lot of the time, as well as being good friends with him. He is the poor sap who is lumbered with the cars that I buy. But I would say that is also partly his fault because he convinces me to buy them in the first place.
No convincing at all.
You did a lot of convincing on the TVR, to be fair.
I didn't do you a lot of convincing. I just gave you a book.
You wrote a book for me.
No, I didn't. Damn. What gave it away? Was it for Alex? In the
Buy one of these. I've been telling you for 20 years. Buy one of these.
It didn't bother me.
Yeah, so Rich has looked after how many of my BXs? 2, 3 of my BXs? You did some work on the grey one.
I didn't really work. Oh God, yeah, I forgot about that.
Did some work on the grey
Oh,
one.
yeah, that was just on the driveway, wasn't it? It wasn't really doing any working on it.
Yeah.
It wasn't a business
But
thing.
we'll count it.
Because it suits your narrative.
Yeah, exactly. Look, this is what I do. This is, I make stuff up that works into a nice narrative.
I cherry pick and then make the facts up later.
that's how journalism works.
This is where I want to get, and this is how I'm going to get there. It's not like we're going to take the facts and see where we end up. I know where we're ending up. I just need to figure out what I need to tell you to get
That's how we do it. That's how we do it. No.
Same as conspiracy theorists.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. Well, but there's quite a fine line between journalists and conspiracy theorists,
Well, yeah.
No, so it was the grey diesel and the 2 16 valves I had you've worked on, and then I went
One of them I prefer not to
discuss.
Yeah.
That's fine because I prefer not to discuss it as well. And you actually sold me the grey one, to be fair. You sold me a Xantia.
You wanted to buy the grey one, didn't you?
I did. Well, I did want to buy the grey one.
Yeah, you said to me like, sell it to me, and I was like, no, I don't want to sell it to you. I'm going to sell it for more money. You're like, well, no, sell it to me for more money. It's a nice one.
To be fair, I think you also said I've got a grey one here, and we could make it we could make one good car out of 2 slightly cut ones. Which was the idea behind me taking on the grey one, which worked, and then it got T-boned, unfortunately, which is a real shame. It's sad the grey one doesn't exist.
Didn't get T-boned, it got hit sort of.
No, you're absolutely right.
Offset head on.
It T-boned something else because
something that pulled out on it.
Something pulled out on it, yeah.
And I think something pulled. I think a Volvo pulled to one side in the road.
And then it was going to do
and then just did a U-turn at the last minute.
That's it. Yeah, that's such a pity because that was a really nice car. That
BX put up a fight.
It did. It kept its occupant in good fettle, so that's something, isn't it?
Somehow, looking at it,
which is remarkable. I wouldn't have said the car you want to be in a crash as a BX, but actually it did pretty well.
Yeah, it did do quite well.
Have to hand it to that. And then you didn't look after the BMW because you're not a BMW person, but you did look after the TVR for your sins.
I've built 2 BMWs.
Oh yeah, you have. I remember
built M3 Touring.
The M3 Touring.
You came and did an article.
I did a review on the M3 Touring that you did, and that was a cool thing. That was awesome. But it was a nightmare for you, wasn't it? It was a painful process, I seem to remember.
It got a little weird towards the end.
There's certain things you probably don't want to say too much on camera.
There was some elements of it which were uncomfortable.
Yes, I remember the conversation we had at the time.
Yes.
About that car.
Yes.
But I do want to point out that the finished result was pretty.
It was not. Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, it was good.
I've just ordered because Otto models in France have just done a E46 M3 Touring.
Really? Have they?
They've done a version of the BMW concept.
Oh, amazing!
So that's awesome. I've ordered one with money I don't have for the office.
What I actually really want one day is an E39 M5 Touring, which again is something that they didn't make, but I've seen a few converted. That's something
you could do that. Yeah.
I'd absolutely love because I've always been more an M5 person than an M3 person. As going back to my being 63 at heart, I tend to like the older man's vehicle.
We had one in there a while back. I had an E39 M5.
Oh, M5.
Yeah.
Lovely things. I really like them. They're very different to the E46 M3 because where the E46 is very much all about the top end of the rev range and getting it singing. You can drive around an E46 M3 and it's a bit kind of normal until you actually get it flying. And then it just is sensational. Whereas the E39, I found, you drive around, it's burbling away and it feels quite special, even when you're just not going crazy mental with it.
Yeah.
And then it feels special when you go crazy mental with it as well, although it doesn't feel quite as special as the E46. The E46 is one of those cars that feels, it's all about when you have an open road, whereas the E39 is a bit more kind of balanced, if that makes sense. And that's not a detraction on the E46.
It's just different character.
It's just different character. Yeah. What I find so wonderful and amazing is that both of those cars were in BMW showroom at the same time, yet they are of such different character. They really were built for two. You can feel they really were built for two very different specific reasons and biotypes. They're wonderful, wonderful. I think those were kind of peak BMW personally. That was kind of where they peaked.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, they probably were. Yeah, they were.
Lovely, lovely things. We're up to 5,132. That's good going, folks. Wow. We can do a bit more than that, though. I think, can't we? We can do a bit more money. Bit more money. Come on, what we said. One that was a 6 piston electrified Hillman Imp with a Tesla drive unit. God, that'd be terrifying.
My Sacto engine killed the gearbox in that, let alone a Tesla motor.
Imp with bloody Tesla power. That would be just terrifying. Tiny little wheelbase. All that power, all that torque going through the back wheels.
Yeah, with the wheelie.
It pretty much would. You'd just be going everywhere with the back wheels spinning up.
Or bend.
I see the 14th hour delirium is set and save the lithium from computers and psychotic medication. Fair point. How about transferring hybrid drivetrain? See, I think it'd be more complicated to hybridize something classic because you've got to port over all the petrol engine, ECU, control unit, and all of the electronic bits and bobs as well. So it'd end up being quite I would imagine, I don't know, I have no experience of doing so, but I would imagine it'd be quite a complicated process. I could be wrong, but it's certainly something you could do. It's a thing that could be done. But it might be interesting to do it to an old Toyota, actually, to hybridize an old Toyota with a new Toyota's powertrain. That might be quite, like an old Camry or something like that,
or an old Prius.
Or an old Prius has already got hybrid powertrain, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So, I see what you're saying. Do you know what I'd like to put a V8 in a Prius. Rear-wheel drive V8 Prius. I mean, you have to basically, what do you call it?
Take out a loan.
Rip the whole thing out, and it'd basically be a silhouette more than anything else. You have to, there's a word. I can't remember. Where you basically make the inside of the car custom built and.
Resto mod?
No, I can't remember the word for it. It's anyway. Somebody on the
bastardized.
I mean, that is a word that you could use. Yeah, it's not the word I'm looking for, but it kind of works. Ruin is also a word. Yeah, absolutely. But then I think there are a lot of people who'd say that you're ruining a classic by putting an electric powertrain.
Yeah, yeah. I think it depends on the classic.
I think so. I think you're right, but yeah, where were we? We were talking about something else. We've gone on to something else before then. Oh yeah, you making me buy a TVR. That's what you did. You made me buy a TVR.
Yes. No, I didn't make you buy a TVR. You wanted to buy one.
I did, to be fair. I did. And I'm glad I did. It was a lovely thing. And I sort of do regret selling it, but one has to.
Does one?
One does.
One does.
One has to when one is facing financial ruin. Partly due to owning a TVR.
when the alternative is one lives on the one street.
Exactly. When the alternative is that one is homeless. One has to sell one's TVR.
It wasn't that bad.
No, it wasn't. To be fair, actually, it wasn't.
It wasn't that.
But part of my feeling about owning that car is I feel sort of relief over having owned it and got away without having to spend too much money on it. So that's kind of where I am with it. Because, and this isn't a bad reflection on TVRs. I firmly am of the belief that their reputation is somewhat unfounded. I think there is still a level of difficulty and financial expense in looking after. However, quite with one of those, definitely. He's pointing at, what's that? Is that Cigaris?
It's a Tuscan.
It's a Tuscan. He's pointing at a Tuscan on the ramps. So yes, fair point. But mine was actually, the thing is about them is they do go wrong, but they're also quite not that difficult or expensive to repair when they do go wrong. That's
not really, not Chimeras. No, Chimeras are pretty sound.
No. So anyway, this was actually a conversation we were going to have, because one of my proposed replacements next year is, I mean, I've got a few ideas, but one of the things I'm thinking about buying is possibly a CX.
So a like replacement.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So what I was, and you said to me when I pitched this to you, you said, I think a CX is a more complicated beast or more complicated to own I'm possibly using the wrong words here, than a Chimera.
Yeah.
So explain.
No.
Oh. Well, that's that conversation over with
Not
you,
your
folks.
puppet. No, I think it's a CX is a lot more complicated in terms of mechanicals, which obviously you could probably assume. You've got rust to contend with.
Yeah.
Which you don't really have on CVR other than the chassis, which you can check that first.
Yeah. So is the CX harder to check for rust then? Are there bits you can't see that go?
No, but they rust in a lot of different places.
Okay.
And none of it is cheap and easy to fix.
Right, I see. Okay.
And then you've got the normal. Yeah, I'm not saying they're bad cars.
No.
I think in terms of how difficult something is to own and keep it up in tip top fettle, I don't think the TVR would be any easier, any worse rather. I think the CX would be just as difficult, if not more so. The only thing you'd miss out on maybe was like the TVR's service costs, where you've got every year you have to check it in the usual places.
Sure.
To make sure nothing's about to go wrong. Whereas in a CX, people would probably not.
I'm with you.
They treat it more like a normal mass-produced car.
Yeah.
But
you'd probably want to treat it like a TVR, really, wouldn't you? In that regard.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, if you look after them, but I mean, there's and if you buy a CX, it's a complex car. It's an old car, so you don't know. There's no way of knowing how much will go wrong with it. There's a man with a DS.
So where I am with the next car is I have spent some time around Citroens this year, and it's reminded me that I really do miss them, and I kind of want another one. But I'm also hamstrung by the fact, and I would want it to be hydropneumatic as well. But I'm also hamstrung by the fact that whatever I have next has got to remain, I wouldn't say a daily, but kind of a backup usable car through the winter, and therefore have an element of reliability to it, and an element of, I'm going to take it out, drive, to 100 miles down the M40, and then if the heavens open and I'm driving back in floods, I'm not going to feel like I'm ruining a lovely old car by driving it in those sorts of conditions. I had to drive back from a launch in the Volvo the other day, and it was fine, but I did, I was driving through floods and puddles and epic rain and thinking, really, do I actually want a classic next to run, something like a CX? Would I be feeling this is a bit, especially if it was an old chrome bumper CX, quite an old car, quite a nice car, probably wouldn't deserve, in my book, that sort of treatment. So do I want to do that, or do I shelve that ambition? Because I've always wanted a CX. I've always fancied one. Do I shelve that ambition and then get something more modern? But the problem I've got is CXs are going up in value. Is this my last chance to own one before they become out of reach? So that's the dilemma I have. Will they ever
become out of reach?
I don't know. They have gone up in recent months and years.
They've been going up for quite a long time, really. But
I mean, is there a ceiling? That's the thing.
Are all cars going to come down? Because I mean, they've all been going up so much. You've got to think, like, is it going to burst?
Except TVRs.
Yes, TVR.
Yeah. Everything except TVRs, as I've discovered to my cost.
Yes, quite literally.
Quite literally. But it's a difficult one. I don't know. And I have thought about XMs as well as a possible compromise.
Yeah,
because I have always fancied an XM as well. That's
XMs are underrated.
Yeah. And I do feel like an XM might be where it is. That might be the solution, which kind of ticks all those boxes. Thought about C6s as well. But C6s are possibly getting a bit more modern.
It's not
a bit less classic. Is it going to scratch the itch that I've got, sort of thing,
So the C6 is a little bit different, I think.
Yeah.
To the others.
I've heard you say this, and I've watched Ian's review of your car as well.
Oh, that's all wrong. That's just...
Hear that, Ian?
it's all wrong. No, it's not.
I mean, your car's probably, I don't know.
There's something
wrong. It's probably not the best.
No, there are some. Example. I honestly don't know because I'm not driven another one.
Okay.
There are some things that it does really, really well, better than other Citroens.
Okay.
But there are some things that other Citroens do very well that the C6 point blank
doesn't
fails at.
For example, driving on 3 wheels.
Completely. Yeah, the C6 can't do that, and for that reason, it is not a true Citroen, and therefore must die. It cannot be allowed to. Yeah, I'm still gutted about that.
What's he said? Disgrace. or accelerating, or accelerating.
It accelerates just fine as long as you're already moving. So the trick is to not stop. It's all about momentum management. If you see the lights red and you think, I'm not going to drive up to them and stop, because then I'll have to start again.
Oh,
So I'm going.
the clock's falling down.
That's all right. You couldn't see it
I've got
anyway.
There you go.
Um,
Put it between us.
yeah, I'm going to say you couldn't. Yeah, you pull up to the lights in the C6 and you think, well, I'm not going to pull right up to the lights like a mug. I'm going to slow down and I'm going to just be rolling so that it's all engaged, so that I'm ready to get my foot down and beat the Honda Jazz.
I got you. Yeah.
But the Honda Jazz always gets off.
Always
quicker.
wins. The Jazz always wins.
Yeah.
That's the slogan for owning a C6. The Jazz always wins.
It doesn't matter how comfortable you are, how suave the car looks, the Jazz will win. Doris in the Jazz is just gone.
Oh dear. The only other thing about owning a C6 that concern, and then I end up with, because I live in the ULEZ, what's going to be the ULEZ, supposedly. Now, we think that there's going to be a little carve out for our street, which is very, very useful, because there's a primary school at the end of our street and we're right on the border. And I think, looking at the maps, there's going to be a little carve out for our street. So technically, I won't actually need to own a ULEZ friendly car, because the camera won't be.
What's there being a primary school got to do with that?
Because obviously, where people are coming in from outside of the ULEZ, they still got to get to school, and they don't want to be charged every time. So yeah, so there's a little. I think they've put a carve out.
Charge them.
Sorry.
Screw it. Charge them.
Well, there you go. I mean, I'm not. Don't tell me I'm not the one making the decision, mate.
They can afford to live in London and send their kids to school there.
But it's not really London where I live, because
No.
I'm right on the borders. I'm right on the border. I mean, I'm 10 minutes from the M25. I'm really not far into town at all.
Gatwick.
Pretty much, yeah. You know,
That's not London
I'm just within the M25 around that area. So
Croydon.
that kind of bit, yeah. And we are literally right on the boundary. So, you know, what you end up with is actually, you know, if we were within the ULEZ, I mean, literally, if we were within it, the boundary would be about 500 yards up the road from my house. So I really don't want to be getting something that's going to be ULEZ unfriendly. But having said that, if we're not within the ULEZ, I can just about justify it, because I can drive out without getting charged. I've just got to never drive in, basically, which is fine, because I probably wouldn't be driving an old car in anyway. So the way around that is either to get an older CX that is about to become exempt through the 40-year historic exemption,
right,
or to buy something that's so new as to be exempt as well. Or I just say sod it and I buy something that's not exempt and I only ever drive out instead of driving in. So all these things are at play. So I don't really know.
But if you only ever drive out and don't drive in, then you'll never come home.
No. But my point is, because we're in that little carve out, I can still come home. I just mustn't go the other way. Does that make sense?
No, I'd move. I'd move.
I mean, there are some issues with that, namely the fact that my wife doesn't want to. And also that, you know, we've got friends and she's in little girls in nursery.
Got to call her bluff. No, just move out of that bit. Just keep trying to run like when it's like in that film when the volcano goes and they're all trying to run away from the lava. The ULEZ zone is lava and you're just trying to run away from it. You just keep creeping past the M25.
That's it.
Everyone says, it won't go past the M25. It won't go past. And you're like,
spend my life running away from the
better
ULEZ
bloody not, because I'm nearly in Guildford. That's what you should do. The C6 is not ULEZ.
Anywhere in Southeast London is completely off limits. You know, yeah, you could say that. I mean, it is an area, but you know, there are nice bits. I mean, around where we are, we're quite lucky, because we got easy access into town when my wife has to go into the office, and then we're also 5 minutes up the hill from us is the North Downs, and
the North Downs.
Yeah,
There's
a North Downs. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it runs all the way along from basically kind of.
But it's in London, so it's the North Downs.
North Downs. Yeah, basically all the way along from kind of Farnham, roughly, all the way along to kind of North Kent and Canterbury. There's like a ridge of hills. That's the North Downs.
I didn't know that.
And our bit's the Surrey Hills. Which
is there an East and West Downs?
I don't think so. Very popular with cyclists, the North Downs. Cyclists absolutely love a bit.
That's a good reason to avoid it then.
But you see, in the North Downs, it's great because they're all off the road. They're all up in the hills.
Oh, right, okay.
It's fine. But no, I mean, you know, I quite like where we live, to be honest. I just wish that it wasn't about to become difficult to own a classic car there, that's all. But as I say, I think we'll be all right, because I think we're in a niche that's not going to be affected by it. It's just I need to make sure that if I do buy something that is ULEZ unfriendly that I don't then drive it into town, which is no great hardship because I was never really going to drive it into town anyway. So, but yeah, well, we'll see. You know, I mean, an XM is probably the most sensible thing to go and buy because it scratches a lot of itches and is usable on the odd occasion. I do need to use it for work.
They are very, very smooth.
That's what I want.
Yeah, they are really, really smooth.
That's my thing about a C6, is everything I read about them is that they're not actually as smooth as you'd hope they would be, particularly around town.
No, the C6 has got it harder than all the others because the C6 has to be as smooth as a proper Citroen, but has to have low profile, big tires with big wheels.
It's also on a C5 407 platform, isn't it? So it's sort of slightly overextending that platform, I would imagine as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you can tell because it's got big old overhangs at each end, so it's kind of a little bit kind of.
Oh well, but that platform has that anyway.
I suppose.
It's
you're
to
right.
do with
I think
the
407. It does.
Yeah, it's to do with the minimum height from
Yeah.
the bonnet from the engine. In fact, that's why the C6 had to have pyrotechnic bonnet hinges.
Oh, of course, yeah.
To lift it up.
Yeah.
But yeah, the C6 has got low profile tires and it hasn't got long travel suspension. It has to sit like a normal car.
Right, yes.
Whereas like DS's, you could climb inside between the wheel and the arch when it's pumped up.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And
that's all your travel, and you can soak anything up. But the C6, you can't have that because people would be like, "Oh, I don't like that."
Yeah.
So
that is the thing that's killed hydropneumatics, isn't it? It's people going, "Oh, I don't like that." Yeah, that's basically it, isn't it?
And you end up like strangling hydropneumatic down so far, taking it beyond what it can do, to try and make it look like an inferior suspension, and then
it's mad, isn't it? Really, when you think about it,
it's crazy.
It's such a shame.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You know, the car that I think was ruined by not having hydropneumatics for me is the DS5. But that is the car.
But that would have been the same. It would have had.
Well, you're right. You are right.
It's got even bigger wheels, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Even bigger
but
wheels.
It would have been a lot better than it was.
Yeah, they ride badly.
It was. Yeah, I mean, I've only driven a facelift one, which was better, and it was still not great. I mean, and it was compromised in so many other ways because it was very design led, and the problem was that meant that it was quite cramped in the back, had quite a small boot. You know, for such a big car, it had many, many problems, which is such a shame because I think they're achingly pretty things. I think they're really lovely looking cars, and I would love to have one. But you know, the actual ownership experience of driving it and owning it would upset me. You know, because I'd spend all my time thinking this is nowhere near the car it should be.
Yeah,
because
it's there was a missed opportunity.
There was an executive decision to go, we are not doing hydropneumatics anymore. It wasn't engineered for hydropneumatics and it never got them, you know, and it really, that car with hydropneumatics would be peak. Well, not peak Citroen, that's wrong to say, but it would be peak modern
Peak
Citroen.
Means bad.
Do you reckon?
In modern kid speak, peak,
does it?
Peak means bad.
Oh, I'm so not down with the kids. Wow.
No, I mean, that's just thick. That's just backwards.
Yeah, I'm so confused. Well,
I said to my kids, you literally picked the word that means the best.
But it's like sick meaning good. It's the same thing, isn't it? It's backwards, isn't it? It's something sick. It shouldn't be good. It should be terrible. But it's something sick. It's, you know, and we're used to it kind of, well, I don't know, you probably are. I'm far too old for that kind of parlance. So, you know.
I don't say sick.
You're
unless I'm feeling sick.
You're more down with the kids than I am, though. You know, surely you must have some sort of semblance of.
I've got teenage boys. I'm not. I see people write "it's a vibe" on like Instagram and stuff, and I'm like, "What do you mean? It's a vibe?" I don't understand.
What does it mean? Do you know?
No.
Oh. Well, that's no help to me.
That's why I was asking. What do you mean? I don't. I'm not being funny. I don't know.
No, when I say peak, I mean the best.
Yeah, well,
I mean the pinnacle of.
Yes, something and that's as I would think it. Every minute, but I'll have to go onto Instagram.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know about any other definition.
How do you do, fellow kids?
That's me in my whole life. All of that. When I first saw that meme, I was like, I feel seen. Somebody got me. It's amazing. That's my life. That's literally teenage years.
Yeah.
Well, how are you liking the Volvo? How am I liking the Volvo? I like the Volvo. I do like the Volvo, actually. It's a funny car because it's a car I've always looked at and admired, but never really thought of owning until this one came up. And it is a curious little thing in that it looks like a sports car and it feels like it should be a sports car, but then you're constantly reminded that it's been engineered by Volvo. And so at every turn, there are bits that feel distinctly unsporty. So it's this odd mix of sportiness and not sportiness. Like, for example, it handles really well. The chassis is actually quite incredible. And I believe, and I could be wrong here, but I believe that Lotus had a hand in the chassis engineering of that car. And it corners so flat and really, really well. And, you know, you can hustle it along a B road at quite surprising speeds. And yet it also has a turbocharged engine that feels quite flat because Volvo dialed back the boost quite a lot because they wanted to make it reliable. It has a fairly unhelpful automatic gearbox. It feels kind of Volvo-esque and
Is it
clunky.
automatic?
Yeah, mine's an auto. Yeah.
Oh.
It feels quite clunky and Volvo-esque inside. But also the weird thing is the build quality is not great, and it's something that the 480 was criticised for when it was brand new. You expect a Volvo to feel really solid and chunky inside, and actually it's got quite flappy plastics, and it feels more like a BX inside, to be honest with you, than a Volvo. I saw a little twitch there when the words bad quality and BX, and you were like, mustn't.
Do not kill him.
But I think we can agree that the BX interior plastics are not quite as good as they could.
No, the plastics aren't. No,
but this is what I'm talking
but
about.
they are good enough.
Yeah, and this is the thing with the Volvo, it's good enough. But you expect in a Volvo, it's going to be more solid feeling than a Citroen. Would you not? So I sort of had that expectation, and it's not. So there have been certain things like, and you know, little things like the sunroof doesn't wind back; it only cracks open like that. And you kind of think, why can't I wind it back? But anyway, so little things like that have been disappointing. But equally, I think it's fantastic to look at. It's really fun to drive. And it's just such a cool, and people love it. I've been amazed how many I've had people wind down their windows in traffic to talk to me about it, which I was not expecting. I never had that with a TVR. I never had that.
Do they do it with hand signals?
Yeah, funny enough, they do.
They quite often gesticulate.
It's quite often just one finger, you know.
Yeah.
It's interesting. How did you know that?
It means they had one of those.
Is that what it means?
I had one of those.
Okay, right.
And I salute your choice.
So how do I respond to that? How do I salute them back?
You
Two
smile.
fingers?
No, you smile.
Okay, all right. Maybe a wavy hand. Maybe if I wave my hand backwards with a slightly clenched fist, that will be a reverse.
No, it doesn't suit you, Alex.
You can't imagine
You
me.
must doff the cap.
Doff the cap.
Which you're not wearing.
Yeah. Tug the forelock. I haven't got forelocks either.
If you start doing this to people with no hat on, they'll be like, he's a psycho. Drive on.
In my little Volvo.
Yeah. With lights going like that.
Yeah. The lights do that at the moment. The pop-ups. If you turn the headlights on in the garage, one comes up, and then when you start moving, the other one does that.
Comes up in
little bits, so you can't see on the camera. The other one does this. Comes up in little installments, which I suspect means it's going to break at some point in the next.
Yeah,
months.
I don't think
it won't come up at all.
I don't think that's how it's meant to work.
I think you're probably right.
I think that could be telling you that it's not happening.
It's probably going to break at some point, and I'm going to have only one headlight.
I would actually contest. I think that's already broken.
No, it's a character feature. That's
okay.
That's a character feature,
right?
And we like it for that. But when it breaks, then it's not a character feature anymore. Then it's annoying. But as long as I can, as long as I can get it up, but it's not quite what I intended.
Your words, not mine.
As long as I can get it up,
yes,
I'm happy.
Well, you are coming on 60.
Fair play, you know. It's a good point. It's a good point. So I do like the Volvo. I don't think it's going to be a long-term keeper.
No,
but it would have been a fun thing to have played around with and owned.
Last time you told me you were going to keep a car long term was the Capri, which I'm never going to sell.
I've never ever said that about a car since, because I didn't want to fall into that trap.
Full well that you would.
Exactly. And I never said it about the bit. To be fair, I've had the Capri was 5 years, the BMW was 5 years, and then the TVR was 2 years, which is quite long term for me. That's good going.
Yeah, but if you had the Volvo, the Saab ownership.
I owned the Saab twice.
Yeah, but how long combined?
Combined, about a year in total.
Oh, really?
Yeah, about a year. Yeah.
I like this car so much, I owned it twice in a year.
I owned it twice for 6 months each time, basically.
It doesn't sound like you liked it a lot.
I did like it a lot, and I would have kept it had the financial situation been different. And when I bought it the second time, actually, I started doing bits to it with a view to keeping it long term, and then we suddenly realised our financial situation wasn't it was not conducive to us having two toys, basically. Because the Saab was basically a second.
So you
toy.
sold the Saab and then bought another toy?
I sold the Saab, and then I bought the TVR's replacement, and then I sold the TVR.
You replaced the TVR with a Volvo?
Yes.
So Who's on next? A Volvo 480.
Volvo 480.
The Renault Volvo.
The Renault Volvo.
Because
Yeah.
it is very
Don't
Renault.
knock it. It's good. It's a fun little car, and I think they're quite underrated. And I think they're one of those cars that actually a lot of people have forgotten about as classics, and I don't think they should have done because they are fun little things. They're not perfect. They are flawed, but they are. It's quite a nice little car.
Mm.
And I think with a manual gearbox, mine will be a lot better.
Yeah.
You know, I think the auto box holds it back a little bit. But as a fun thing to bimble around, then it's quite nice, and it's really comfy. You can do a long distance motorway journey quite happily.
Mm.
You know, not as comfortable as a hydromatic Citroen, obviously.
I hadn't made that comparison. That
No.
was you.
No, well, yes, I mean,
I
obviously, but I'm talking in terms of, because I know if I say something's comfy, you'll immediately think of it in terms of, well, it's how comfortable is it really? Because you're used to hydromatic Citroen.
I don't.
So therefore
No, I don't. I don't start thinking that. I kind of already know it. So it doesn't enter my head.
Yeah.
Because I don't need to think
Well,
about
no, you
it.
don't need to make the comparison, I suppose.
No.
Yeah.
On my head, every time you're talking, it's just going wrong, 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 wrong. Like,
do you know, I can see it in your face sometimes.
yeah, my head's going, you can sit here and listen to this, but I'm off. And it's thinking about something else. It's like Volvo's fun. And I'm the one who's been up all night.
Well, it's fine, because what will happen is you'll inevitably persuade me to buy another hydromatic Citroen. I'll bring it to you to look after.
I won't persuade you. You're persuading yourself.
That's a fair point. Well, no, I'll persuade myself and you'll validate that choice. That's what's going to happen. That's how it works. Yeah, okay. So to be fair, you probably don't persuade me to buy cars, but you certainly validate my decisions to do
It's not
silly
my job
things.
to put you off.
Well, no. I mean,
You let me buy that Rover.
that's a fair
It was a
point.
K-Series Rover with no water in the header tank.
I did.
And instead of
did do that.
going,
It's quite remarkable you still talk to me, actually, isn't
yeah, instead of going like, I don't know about that.
it? I knew
Does
better.
this look fine to you, Alec? It looks fine to me. Yeah, I think it looks fine. It's a nice colour. What about the water in the header tank? I'm sure it just needs topping up. In the back of my head, it's a K-Series and it has no water in the header tank.
I mean,
What could go wrong?
you were the man who just made the decision to buy, so you know.
I know, but but like I got all excited because it was for sale and I had money in my pocket.
Just hang on. You're criticising me about getting all excited over a Volvo, and you got all excited over a Rover.
A Rover 216 Coupe.
A Rover 216 as well, not even a 218 or a 220 turbo.
Think of the poise. Think of the light front end. None of this T-Series rubbish with the iron block. A lightweight front end with poise and
Yeah,
a bubble dashboard.
Yeah, but not even a 218.
We didn't do a
Which would have
218.
a light front end. Yeah, they did.
What, Coupe?
Yeah, 218. It replaced the 220 turbo. Yeah, the 218 had the VVC engine in it.
It wasn't one of those.
No, it wasn't one of those. It was a 216 you bought.
It was.
That was fun. That went well, I think, that car. That was
It was,
great.
it was quite a
to be fair,
tidy car.
We've all had those cars on our history.
It was the first car I've ever owned with pillarless
I think we
doors.
should throw that out to the audience. I think that's something we should share. What cars have you bought that you've regretted a week later, 2 weeks later? Because how long was it that did it take you to regret buying a Rover? A week, 2 weeks?
I can't remember.
It all went ping.
Till it broke.
Yeah. When did
Well,
it break?
technically, it was already broken.
Well, I suppose, yeah. I mean, how soon? How much later did you discover that it was broken? Was it like a week or two after you bought it, or a couple of days? I can't remember.
No, it must have been about 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
4 weeks, something like that.
Go on.
We were
Let's.
supposed to be taking it on holiday,
Oh, really? Were you? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a good job you didn't.
so we didn't take that because it broke,
Yeah.
and we couldn't take the Saxo because the Saxo had a radiator had a hole in it.
So that was also broken. What did you take in the end?
The estate.
Oh, the estate. Wow.
Took it to Oakhampton.
Nice.
Took it
Oh,
across the
estate.
Dartmouth ferry. And it moored up at the river on the other side. And the guy was like, right, you'll have to go now. Oh, no, you can't go. I can't, I can't get it close enough. And I was like, no bother, I'll drive through it. And I drove off the end of the ramp into the salty water and back out the other side.
I think, did the audience know about the estate? The estate was a legend. So Rich owned I can tell the story if you want, but you can just correct me where I've cocked it up. So Rich bought.
I'm going to do this while you do that.
You just tell me where I'm wrong. Was it free?
Yes.
It was Rich got a BX. It was a BX diesel, naturally aspirated BX diesel estate, free, off a bloke who basically said you could have it if you can come and take it away. and it had been sat in a barn for.
No. It was on a driveway.
It was on a driveway, was
In
it? I thought it'd been in a
Sheffield.
barn in
No,
Sheffield.
we put it in a barn
Ah, that's it.
twice.
That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. And you basically went up, managed to get it. It was a non-runner,
No,
wasn't
it
it? It was running.
It was MOT.
Was it really? I thought it was a non-runner.
Yeah.
You went up and got it going, and this thing had done 220,000 miles or something.
No, not at the time. It
I
was
thought it was quite leggy, wasn't it?
no. Well, it was about 170.
Right, okay. Slightly less than I remember.
4,
Okay.
something like that. But we ended up at about 202.
Was it you and Simon owned it jointly?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Went up and bought this thing and expected it to last a couple of months and just.
It was just
free.
a joint backup car.
And it literally was it was unkillable. It was completely unkillable, this thing. Absolutely unkillable.
Yeah.
And you tried to kill it. Well, not actively tried to kill it, but there were a few times when you thought, right, this'll probably be it. It probably won't.
Oh, when it overheated going into the NEC.
Yeah.
In 2013.
Yeah, that's it.
Because it had no water. And I ended up just giving it to someone while I was up there. I gave it away.
Did you?
Yeah. Because I thought, oh, I can't get that home again. It was miles away, so I gave it away.
Yeah.
And he kept it for a bit, and then he gave it away.
Yeah.
And it never did any work on the engine, and it lives on.
Is it still going?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. So this car, I mean, did you service it?
No,
it never got like a service or anything like that. It just trucked.
It got
on
got new spheres to make it ride properly, and we put a rocker switch on the heater.
You used it for towing things as well, didn't you?
Oh yeah.
Picture of it with a big trailer on the back of it somewhere.
Yeah, I got pulled over.
Oh yeah, you did, didn't you? Yeah.
The trailer was twice the size of the car. And I didn't have a license to pull it at the time, which I didn't realise either until I found out at Fleet Services.
Yeah.
And couldn't do anything with it.
No, geez. Yeah, that was a hell of a car.
It was a great car.
So we started talking about cars you regret buying. That was probably your greatest success, the estate, to be fair.
I've had many successes. Many successes.
Uh-huh.
Great
successes. To be fair,
possibly the greatest successes.
Nobody has had greater successes than I have.
No, nobody. I'm an expert at successes. Yeah.
Nice.
Possibly the best successes.
The best, all the successes. Except the Rover. What have people been saying? Oh, we've got Skoda 1.3.
A V6 Freelander on LPG.
Oh my blimey, that is terrifying.
How could you have thought that was going to go well to start with?
That's a bad one. HubNut regretted the Camry. The Camry.
I regretted the Camry for him because he was on about getting a Berlingo, and he was messaging me about getting a Berlingo.
Yeah.
And he goes, "I've got a new car." I said, "What is it?" He said, "Do you want a spoiler alert?" And I was like, "Oh no, fair enough. No, I'll watch it tonight." And then he revealed it, and I went,
"What's that?
What are you doing?" That's literally the worst thing. Short of buying a tank, that's the worst thing you could, or a milk float. That's the worst thing you could have got.
To be fair, I quite like that shape of Camry.
No, but yeah, fine.
Yeah.
But there's already one big gas guzzling barge on the fleet.
Ah, true. Yeah. Yeah.
Which is going nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's redundant before it's even been added.
Yeah.
I think he got. I think it was the wipers.
It's the wipers. I was going to say it's the wipers.
Yeah.
I can understand it. I get it.
Yeah.
I bought the Volvo for the pop-up headlights, so I get buying a car for the wipers. I absolutely understand it. So it's fair enough.
The pop-up headlight.
The pop-up headlight, yeah. The slightly one-sided, lopsided pop-up headlight. It was all fail. Got there in the end. Yeah, we did get to Berlingo in the end. That was a good shout. What else have we got? SC100. I bought a Suzuki SC100 once. Oh dear! 3 weeks later, I sold it for parts. Got more for the engine. Oh, that's sad.
What's an SC100?
WizKid. Do you remember the WizKids? Suzuki WizKids? The little coupe things. I'll show you a picture.
Oh, the little notchback type thing. Well,
it's not quite a notchback.
Not
quite
I think
you're thinking of the right thing.
It's got an Alpha Sud type bootleg.
That's it. Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
Little tiny thing.
Yeah, they're hilarious.
Was that a K car? Sorry.
I don't know.
I don't think.
Was it not before, or was it? Maybe it was that little thing.
Yeah,
they're really cute. I love those. This is an SC100 for anyone in the audience who's not aware. Lovely little things, cute little cars. HubNut milk float. There's a house near me. It has 3 Camrys that shape on the drive, and none ever move.
You know why?
Well, yeah,
they're balked. Head gasket failure. 6 head gasket failures in 3 cars.
To be fair, I mean, I've had them. I've had more car fair. I not recently, touch wood. I've been pretty good recently, but I've had some fairly. I bought a Mark II Golf automatic once because I needed a run around and it was local and it lasted a day.
It would have been quicker to run around.
Well, it would have been, yeah, but it lasted a day and I bought it and I drove it home and on the way home I thought I shouldn't have bought this. I think this might have some problems. And the next day I drove it to work and on my way back from home I stopped at Tesco Express to buy something and it wouldn't start again, and it never started again. That was it. Because I took it to the little local garage and he said the problem is what's happened is that the gearbox has screwed itself, and that's, I can't remember what he said. He said it's something about the gearbox having the starter having, the fact it wouldn't start was down to the fact that the gearbox had messed it. So he was a Volkswagen specialist, so I took him at his word. He might be telling porkies.
Did he offer to keep the car for 50
No,
quid?
no, he didn't. He wanted shot of it, and that was why I thought he was probably not.
Get it out.
It's literally just like, I'll make it go away, please. I should have known because the number plate said PAP on it. G962 PAP or something. And I sold it the next day to some dodgy looking bloke who turned up and loaded it onto a trailer and probably took it for banger racing or something like that. Anyway, that was not a great success. I didn't pay a lot for it.
You did better than me with the ZX Furio.
The ZX, I don't remember the ZX.
Citroen ZX Furio.
Yeah.
But I put a deposit on it.
Right.
And then got home and went, I don't want that. Why did I do that? And I rang them up and said, I'm really sorry. I don't want it. And they were like, why? What's happened? I said, no, I've just got home and thought, I don't want that. I got home and thought, no, I don't want it.
It's like a ZX Furio is like you wanted a 16 valve, but you couldn't even get to the Volcan, basically, isn't it? It really is quite a warm, very lukewarm,
rough ass engine.
Is it?
Yeah, the 1.8, the early 1.8. So
were they not great?
Nah.
Mm.
No, they weren't good to drive.
They look quite good. The Fury, was it not a Volcan body kit?
No,
was it not?
Well, I know it had Volcan bumper. Well, yeah, I suppose it. Yeah, no, I suppose technically it was because it was just Volcan bumpers.
I guess.
But it had no side mouldings or anything. It was kind of like basic in many ways.
I mean, to be fair, most of the later cars that were just completely my ZX first car had Volcan bumpers on it because it was an SX, and the later ones just had.
That's the later one.
Yeah, they ended up just putting the Volcan bumpers on everything by the end of it.
Yeah.
So it's not far different to what it was literally not far.
This was K-Reg. It was a black K-Reg one.
It would look nice.
3-door.
Yeah, I can imagine. No.
No, because they've got them cheap techie wheel trims and stuff.
Have they?
Yeah, Fiorios did.
Yeah, I suppose you wouldn't have those lovely Volcan alloys which kind of set them
I
off.
don't really like the Volcan alloys. I like the 16 valve alloys.
I like the 16 valve alloys as well, but I
think the ZX 16 valve is not a bad looking car actually.
I think the ZX 16 valve is a terrific looking car. I think it's one of the most underrated hot hatches out there, frankly. You can't find them.
There's one for sale now.
Really? Where?
Facebook.
Well, that's why I haven't seen it because I'm not on Facebook.
Too good for Facebook.
Send me the link later.
No.
He's a good friend.
Am I your slave?
He's a good friend.
Send me the link now. I don't like your tone. It's I think it's a white one. It might be green.
It's hard to. It's easy to get them confused.
Yeah, or red. If I go through the rainbow, I'll find it. It's one of them.
It is a colour.
Yeah,
we know that much.
It is a colour.
It has got some paint.
It's not black. It is a colour. It's not an absence of colour.
I have always wanted a 16 valve. To be fair, I don't think I'll buy it, but I would.
The engine's a bit lethargic.
Yeah.
Yeah, compared to the BX Slump, it's got these variable intake runners.
Yeah. Okay.
Just a bit.
Are they reliable? Because everything I've heard of with variable intake runners always ends up being a
no, they're not.
The backside.
They're like vacuum operated.
Oh really? Okay.
Until they're not. But the best ZX you could get was the Dakar, which we never had. It was you could buy a ZX 16 valve with Zara VTS running gear.
Oh, right.
So you had the Zara VTS engine, suspension, brakes, wheels, steering, basically everything the Zara VTS Coupe got, which, although they look bloody plain Jane,
they're very good.
Underneath, they had everything was quite bespoke, even the steering rack.
Really?
Yeah, it was quicker ratio steering rack. So, the ZX Dakar, 16 valve Dakar, had all that gear.
Oh gosh!
In a ZX shell.
I didn't know that. I'll have to go and look that up when I get home.
Yeah, they were. They came in Poseidon blue as well. Oh. Poseidon blue, red, black.
That would work.
Well, was it black? No, it was like the dark grey, real dark grey charcoal.
Okay.
and white, I think,
So kind of blue, grey, and white,
and red.
and red.
Yeah,
Nice.
but they have the Zara wheels, the 5-spokes.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm gonna go look those up when I get home.
They're left-hand drive only.
That's the thing, isn't it? You couldn't, even if you imported one, it's still going to be a left hooker, isn't it?
But the book time for 0 to 60 was 6.9.
Jeez, that's quick for the time.
Yeah,
That's really.
but they're light. I mean, you take a 306 GT06 and knock some weight out of it.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, I like my ZX. You know, I crashed the first one, obviously, but the second one I had was I went everywhere in that car. I really liked it. It was a really good thing.
Yeah.
What have we got? Body was K, engine was not, big bore export engine. Not K, it had a 1 litre lump in the back. Don't worry, I won't tell them.
The engine in the back?
Yeah.
Was it?
Rear engine, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. What, transverse?
Oh, I literally, all I know is rear engine. It's one of those, that's down there.
What's got it? That's happened.
That's there.
Oh.
Let's try something. Did I miss the project car? Did I miss the project car reveal? So for the 4th time.
Yes, you did. I did one at 8:45 last night and another one at what was it? I don't even know when it was. 1:30. Is Adster still here? Because if he is an absolute machine. The other one was about half 3 this morning.
Now, just to confirm, because I didn't see either reveal, the project car is in fact yours.
It's got a question mark.
Well, I'm making sure I'm not giving anything away that hasn't been given away.
It is the Tractiva.
Ah, yes, excellent, good stuff.
It is.
I had wondered what was happening because you told me about that a little while ago, and I sort of wondered whether it was still happening.
Yeah,
it is still happening.
It is. Well, because I told you about the idea was to build a road car.
Yes.
Well, I'm now no longer doing that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
right.
I'm now going the opposite direction.
Okay.
So rather than harvest all the Activa bits out of a broken Activa and put them into an old leggy V6 shell,
okay,
I'm taking the engine and associated bits that I need and repair panels from the old leggy V6.
Okay.
And putting them into the Activa to create an Activa V6.
Okay. Yeah.
But stripping it right down, like big time.
Oh, okay.
With big sticky tires and
track car
and go and get up some people's noses.
Because
I think if someone's going around in their like modern hot hatch or sports car, I mean there'll be some old half-alive Clive going around Goodwood in his 911, paid for tuition, and he's got his Antia stuck to his bumper. That would just give me such immense satisfaction.
I do love the way you're building a car specifically with the intent of annoying Porsche drivers.
Not just Porsche drivers, Ferrari to anyone's fair game. Anyone, Lotus.
A fair one.
Yeah, if they spent money on it, I'm taking it down. If they've got more money than sense, I'm coming for it. All the gear and no idea.
Love it.
Because I've got nothing to lose.
Fair play.
I've got spare doors. I've got spare wings. If I stack it, I can.
So if you're on a track day at any time in the near future and there's an angry looking bloke in an Activa, don't... Tractiva, sorry. There's an angry looking bloke in a Tractiva.
Not tractor.
No, I work.
People have been saying that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You were talking about tractors when I was driving down here, idriveaclassic tractors or something.
I wasn't. Someone else was.
Someone else was, right? Okay. But anyway, if you're on a track day and you see an angry bearded man in his Antia, don't get in his way because he is only too happy to smash into you.
I'm not. I wouldn't smash into. That's that's
the lesson we're taking.
That's rather callous. No, I'm not. I think I don't know what that word means, but no, I wouldn't do that.
That's right.
Is it? Yeah, excellent. Good. No, I would not. I just want to beat them.
Yes.
Physically? I just want to drive past. I want to metaphorically emasculate them.
I see.
In a Xantia.
Yeah, I see.
I don't think there are many things they could go through that would be worse. They'll come home and they'll be, did you have a nice day at the track day, dear? No.
There was a Xantia.
What happened? No,
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
No.
He keeps saying Xantia. He means Falcon. Falcon. You're going to make a track Falcon for HubNut. Is that what's going on?
A Tralcon.
A Tralcon.
No, because he's got a Tremont.
Oh, okay, yeah. Of course, he has got a Fairall, hasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could actually do that because you could paint it like Barfast colours.
That would be. What colours are you painting the Tractiva?
I don't know. I wasn't going to paint it. I'm just going to leave it, but I might put livery on it, like vinyls.
No, it needs a livery. It needs some sort of vinyl.
Yeah, I'll probably do some vinyls.
I mean, I would say some sort of Citroen racing livery.
It would just say, "Did I mention I have an SM down the side?" It will say it on the back. And when I've emasculated the old boy in his Porsche Boxster or whatever, it'll be like, "Oh, that bloke's just done me in his accident." And he'll drive past. He goes, "He's got an SM." Oh, and he'll just knock the engine off. He'll just pull over.
Do you know what's a shame?
He'll call a divorce lawyer for his wife, out of courtesy.
I was going to say it's a shame that Citroen didn't do a touring car at the time. They didn't do it.
This is another reason I'm writing that wrong.
Oh,
Because so far in this live,
if
this live chat has taught us nothing other than how to raise money for a noble cause, it's that the only cars missing from BTC was a Citroen Xantia and a Fiat Marea.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Is that it? Is that all that was missing? I suppose they had all of the family cars at the time were there.
Well, there weren't any VWs.
Oh no, that's a good point. But then the Passat.
But they had the Audi,
really great.
so that's kind of vague.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, the Passat at the time was a bit of a lard ass, wasn't it?
It was not ideal. But then the 850 was as well, and they made a.
I don't think. Well, yes and no. The 850 was. It was a bit heavier, but it wasn't that much heavier.
No, you're right. And the 850 actually had quite a good chassis on it.
Tom Walkinshaw.
Yeah, TWR. That was. I remember though, that was so exciting watching those. I know they weren't very good, but I absolutely was so excited to see an estate car.
But you know what it was? Because they weren't allowed to put any aero on the cars. And that's the season that Alfa Romeo famously
the Silverstone,
sold them. You could buy a 155 and the valance and the spoiler are in the boot. They're not fitted, but yeah, they're part of the car.
That's such a. I absolutely. Do you know what? That was an awful thing to do, but I absolutely love the cheek of it. I absolutely love
the Italians would see
sheer
that as
brass
cheap.
neck of doing.
The Italians would just see that as fair game.
Absolutely, but I love the fact
you just didn't think of it.
Exactly, that's it.
But then BTCC just went, all right, we'll just make everyone do it legally then.
Yeah. Well, Renault did a Laguna, didn't they? It was literally a Bogo 1.8 litre Laguna with a huge, great big spoiler on the back called the Laguna Airflow. And that homologated, yeah, my neighbours had one in my parents' house. They had a Laguna Airflow.
Oh, right.
They had this little sticker on the back that said Airflow, and all it was a completely bog standard Laguna with a huge, great big spoiler on the back of it.
With a huge drag device on.
Yeah, and it was literally that was the spoiler they put on the BTCC car to homologate it. It was just, I mean, it was the most. But I almost love that because they had to homologate it, they just went to the extent of doing that sort of thing.
Well, they had to do 2,500.
That's it, yeah.
But when they changed the rules, they made it 25,000.
Did they?
Yeah,
right.
And they said you can do what you want with aero.
Right.
And so that's the reason Volvo went, because originally Volvo used the estate because the estate was 2% more efficient in the wind tunnel.
I see.
Than the saloon was. And they didn't have
marketing.
Well, they didn't. No, they did. No, it wasn't marketing. They didn't have any saloons.
Right. Okay.
At the time,
yeah.
When they started developing the car, they didn't have any saloon shells.
I see.
To build it from, so they tried an estate. They did wind tunnel a saloon in Sweden, and the estate was more aerodynamic. So they were like, "Oh, okay."
Well,
they were like, then. "Well, it's got to work because it's just advertising. They're not expecting to win, but
I mean, if
it could just not be embarrassing."
You know what? It did work because the 850 was the coolest Volvo
850R
for a long time. The 850Rs. I mean, that's another car.
That's the 2,500, wasn't it?
That's another car that's on the list of potentials for me next year. I wouldn't mind an 850R. They're really cool things, and it would do all the practicality things I would want it to. But you know, they were, and that is all. We're still talking about it today. That's how good a marketing move it was.
Yeah. Yeah. No, the
what we got here? You're missing the taxis. Race ready. The fun is that Australia got European design cars with Australian engines like the Chrysler Ventura. I don't know the Chrysler Ventura. I'll have a look at that in a bit. Anyway, it's because the Aussies didn't want 4 cylinders in the day. I keep missing the new car reveal. The live stream's working much better. The foliage on the A46 at Lincoln has grown back after they resurfaced it post Ian's off. There was definitely an issue there. I like the TWR Volvo engine. Where to get around not being allowed to re-angle the valve seats? They machined the face of the head, and that's very good. I like that. On that,
really,
note, I didn't know that. That's great. I'm gonna go to the loo, except I'm trapped.
You just need to work your towny thumb a little bit more.
Is that? Oh, I didn't realise I needed to push it at the same time. There you go. Oh. Right, you're on your own for a bit. Are you all right? You're not going to go to sleep?
No. Oh!
Hello. What time is it? 8:30. Oh yeah. How many we got? 130. Wow. 5,202. Oh man. That's awesome. It's 9:30 in your part of the world. I'm guessing you're just an hour ahead there. How am I feeling? Awful. Dreadful. Ugh. Ian's naked.
Wow, that's not what I expected to come out of the toilet.
He just told everyone.
Oh.
Well, he said I should probably get dressed, but I took that to mean I'm a sex pest or something.
Well, I mean, you know, it's understandable. 5,200. Come on, guys, that's really good, but we can kick it up a bit more than that, surely, can't
Oh,
we?
you're just the person who's not happy with what you get for Christmas, aren't you?
Yeah, basically.
You get like socks off someone, you're like, oh, great, thanks. I'm so glad I got you that TV.
Yep.
He's in
Pretty much.
Mauritius.
Who's in Mauritius? 12:30 Mauritius. Fair play. Awesome, 12:30.
Where's Mauritius?
Oh. Wrapped in my dressing gown. Now there's, well, God, there's a thought.
For you?
Ian wrapped in his dressing gown.
Most people just wear them. Wrap up in them like a sausage roll.
There's a mental image. Christ.
Carly, I'm the meat. Comedy
Mate,
Dave.
I think this is the point at which you really have been awake too long.
No, that's Comedy Dave. That was a joke.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it was back in the Chris Moyles on Radio 1 day.
Gosh, wow, that takes me back.
Comedy Dave now does
I
a
remember
motoring
Comedy Dave.
podcast
He does,
with
yeah.
Jason Plato.
He does, yeah. He's
I asked them both to come on air.
I did not come.
No, I didn't really ask them.
Oh well.
I did ask some people to come on and they didn't reply.
That's a shame.
And one person replied, but like blatantly too late.
Okay.
Cold War Motors sent his regards. He came on earlier on in the stream and he donated.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and he was flattered that I asked him. I'm like, shut up, you're a legend.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, definitely.
And plus, it would put that thing to bed because everyone goes, you should check out this channel in Canada called Cold War. I'm like, I know. I watched it. Why do you think I've not seen it? It's a dude driving an SM in the snow, like a battered SM on its original valves, wheel spinning up a snowy incline and then going backwards with the wheels still spinning forward.
I mean, I can't think of much that's more up your street than that, basically.
Yeah, it's like an SM, but not in a typical SM situation.
No, quite, yeah. There is there is a real appeal to having an old car and just keeping it running through all weathers.
But there was a part of me that thought, should I do the SM rat look?
Well, you've got Clement for that now, haven't you?
I have, and I think Clement wears it better.
Oh, I agree. Clement already is. That's the thing. Clement. I mean, the SM is as well, but I don't know. There's something about Clement's rat look that you can just stick a varnish over it.
Yeah, the SM doesn't look
pretty.
Yeah, the SM doesn't look like it's.
That's a weird thing though, isn't it? Because you can have a car that's faded and ratty and still looks pretty.
I can't have a faded car that's white.
In which, well, no, I suppose. But you know, the SM is ratty, but it doesn't look pretty, whereas Clement is ratty, but it does. I mean, you can literally stick a layer of varnish over Clement and drive it round, and it'll look gorgeous.
Well, that's the plan. Well, not just. I will have to rebuild these doors because the bottom of the doors is rather flaky.
It's a small fry for a man of your talents. It's fine.
Yeah,
that's the next 24-hour live stream, isn't it? You rebuilding the doors.
I can't joke. I'm just. Oh.
I said,
someone said to me, they were like, "You're going doing work on a car." They said that yesterday. Imagine that now. No.
You were the welder at this point.
Oh man. Right, sorry lads. I have to go back. I've welded the door shut by accident. You know, I meant to weld this patch up, and I accidentally welded the quarter panel to the door. And my keys are inside.
Guys, I've just realised I've been welding the wrong car.
Why weren't this? I've got no bloody earth. I'm trying to weld a TVR. Bouncing off the fiberglass. Bloody thing.
Honestly.
Oh, mate.
My missus said that she's going to come pick me up when I'm finished.
That's probably a good idea, to be fair.
Yeah, and I was like, no, I'll be all right. And like, no, you should pick me up.
It's definitely a good idea. Right.
It's horrible.
It's
the
amazing.
feeling at the moment now is just, it's like your head's sick.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
It will. What might help is if you took 5 minutes and just stepped outside. And
you offering me out?
I mean,
because you're very polite. You're like Sergeant Wilson.
Is this what you asking for a fight looks like?
Do you care to step outside?
Do you mind? You have offended my honour, sir. Where's my gauntlet? I need to slap you in the face.
What does he say on Ghost? Oh, the posh poet guy. What does he say?
On Ghost?
Ghost. Have you ever seen Ghost?
Ghosts or Ghost?
Ghosts.
Oh, what? No, I haven't, but I keep meaning to watch it.
Amazing.
It looks awesome.
Horrible Histories team.
Yeah. It looks sensational. I've not seen
brilliant.
it, but yeah, I have seen it. It's absolutely, it looks like it's right up my street, but I haven't actually watched it.
It's really clean and like easy going. Yeah, it's not deep at all, but it's you know how funny they are.
Yeah, but that's the thing is, I think some of the best TV shows. These days I just want to watch TV that I just literally veg out and enjoy. You know, I don't want to have to think too much on the telly. So that sounds right up my street. I couldn't think at all at the moment. I'm not surprised, mate.
There's 4 series of it as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeez, I didn't know they'd done that much of it.
Yeah, it's got that tasty one from Fresh Meat in it.
Really?
Yeah,
okay.
I can't remember her name. She's gonna call the midwife as well. It's got the whole Horrible Histories. Well, not the whole Horrible Histories team, but it's got the fella who does Stupid Deaths in Horrible Histories.
Yeah.
He's a politician,
right?
With no trousers because he's died in a sex game.
Right, I see.
And then there's the one who's in Not Going Out. And she talks like this, and she got burned as a witch, but she's not actually a witch. Quite sad, really. And she smells of burning because they're all in there as they died.
Right, of course.
So one of them's got a bow through the neck. The scout leader got shot by one of his troops, and he's hilarious as well.
I'm definitely watching this. This sounds amazing. It sounds actually really imaginative.
Yeah, no, it is. It's actually very clever.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, it is very clever. It's just those guys are really good, aren't they?
We don't end up watching much TV these days because we're always we've finished doing bedtime and bath time too late most days, and I end up working most.
Just have your bath a bit later.
No, the little girl.
Oh,
I'm not doing bedtime and bath time for me, you fella.
That's what I mean.
Just see myself.
Alex, phone's ringing. I can't. I'm playing in the
bath time.
Rubber ducky. The boat's going around. The boat's sunk. Help! The boat's sunk. Alex, Ghosts is starting. No,
I'm still in the bath.
Don't wait. Insight into your life.
Well, maybe it is. Yeah. Maybe I should start having bath time. It looks fun, I must say.
Rubber ducky.
Rubber ducky, yeah.
It's not environmentally sound.
Is baths not? I suppose not, because they use more water.
You're heating it all up, and then it's just going to go cold straight away.
That makes sense.
That said, does the water not all go back into the system? No. I mean, obviously, the water, the energy used to heat the water is lost, but the water itself.
No, the water goes down the drain.
I thought that went back to the sewage.
Back into right. I see what you're saying. Yeah,
no, I mean into your toilet.
So, yeah. I thought I might have to be about to have to explain how water systems work to Rich. He's really tired. How do I do this gently?
No, that's not how it works.
It'll be the first time ever in our experience where I've had to explain to you how something
works. Because it's upstairs, it doesn't mean it comes out the tap downstairs. Your missus is making a cup of tea.
That's a bit more.
Yeah. It's got a tang. This milk's off. It goes back into the waste.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Because there's one up here. They call it in Peel Common, and they call it the Peel Common Pong.
I imagine, yeah.
Because when the sun hits it, whistle.
There's oh no, it's not actually a waste treatment. There's a couple of there's a landfill near Red Hill, and if you drive past it on the M25 in the sunshine, there's always a whiff. You get it around. There's another one at the top of the M3. Whenever you're joining the M3 from the M25,
there's one at Stinkers Hill in Winchester.
Oh, is there really?
Morstead, yeah, Stinkers Hill.
Oh, Morstead. Oh, yeah, no, I know it. Yeah, I know where you are. Yeah, of course.
Wow, that takes you.
Yeah, that's a bit whiffy. Yeah.
Yeah, that takes the water off your eyes.
Yeah, lovely. We've ended up talking about sewage plants.
What?
It's great.
What conversation?
Honestly, You can,
hot,
I can.
hot
What's
girls for
happening
you.
here? Oh well, that's
That looks completely genuine.
I'm sure that's. I'm sure that's
Totally legitimate.
Yeah, entirely legitimate. What have we had? What have we had?
I'm sorry. Yeah,
welding. Your welding could be worse than mine. Parts are a huge issue. Carriage and import taxes. Oh, that's a conversation about Australia, isn't it? Like a tame version of Roadhouse. Would you care to step outside? Yeah.
The caveman in Ghost is the best. Yes.
The caveman.
Yeah, Robin. He is.
Okay.
He's the best.
Have I broken that now? Is it 8:43 already?
What do you mean already?
Oh, this is flying by, mate. This is easy. I don't know what you're complaining about. I have to be careful here because I will,
I haven't got very long arms.
I was going to say,
I could connect.
At this point, he's probably not got a very long tether, so it might have to be a bit careful.
Not particularly long at the best of times. Remember that time I nearly got arrested when I was hanging out the side of a Ford Capri and you were doing drifting in a Ford Capri and the police came and you ran away?
I don't think I was doing drifting.
Yeah,
you were in a. I wasn't doing drifting. I do remember the time.
Oh, you were trying to do drifting.
The way I remember, might well have been the way I remember that time was that I think was that not the first time I met you?
No. No, I met you first time in. I don't know, it might be. It was Marlins. Because I was out in Simon's Capri.
Oh yeah, very vaguely, yeah.
Ropey 2-litre Capri.
Wow, that was a complete hound, wasn't it?
Yeah, we put an Ashley exhaust on it.
It had some sort of aftermarket, some sort of ridiculous body kit on it as well, didn't it?
Yeah, an RS kit, I think.
Was it an RS kit?
I think so.
I thought it was some other sort of cheapo fiberglass thing it had on it, but yeah, I remember that, and I remember then seeing you in Hedge End at some point.
The local haunt.
And me just joining a convoy of you and your mates going
down
to Portsmouth or something.
Centre.
Probably, yeah, normal thing for an 18-year-old to be doing on a Friday.
Getting some fuchsias.
They could obviously buy fuchsias. Naturally, I mean, what else would you be doing on a Friday evening? Come on, I don't understand. No, and I seem to remember just you and a bunch of, I can't remember what other cars they were going down to Portsmouth for some reason, and I kind of went, all right, I'll tag along, and we drove down to Portsmouth, and literally about 10 of us drove into town. And I don't remember us driving antisocially at that point. I don't remember us actually doing anything ridiculous.
Yeah, but
suddenly police cars appeared.
You tried doing something, and as soon as the police arrived,
tried popping the back end out on a roundabout or something. You like
scarpered.
That. Well, of course I did.
Very quickly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with my reputation, come on.
You'd have got us all out of trouble.
We expect.
Officer, there seems to be some mistake.
Officer, sorry, I don't understand what the problem is here.
These people, these reprobates, made me do it. They said they.
Oh, come on! I would have come to your defence. I would have, except for the fact I ran away. Obviously,
I was hanging out of the window of.
You were on the motorway or something. Did you?
I was at the motorway as well.
No, maybe you weren't hanging out the window.
It was when we were in town. I was mouthing off at the policeman.
Were you?
Yeah, and he told Simon to shut me up. He was going to arrest me. I'd been drinking. This is why I'm normally.
I think it's important to point out at this point that you weren't driving at that point.
No, I was in the passenger seat. That's what I mean. I was hanging out at Simon's Capri.
We were young and foolish. Capri. No, quite. We were young and foolish.
Yeah.
I did that Capri I had at the time was actually a very nice car. It was a very good car.
180 horsepower.
180, 160. Be fair. It was booked at 160. That's what I reckoned it had at the time.
Yes, no, I don't think it does.
No, you're absolutely right. I'm not disputing that fact, but at the time I was full of my own bull crap. And
it has Jan speed exhaust.
Yes, exactly.
Therefore, 10 horsepower.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're like, but the heads are still massively
Siamese and rubbish. But I did like that. It was a nice car, and I seem to remember. I seem to remember you drove it, and you said it was the only Capri you'd ever driven that you actually liked.
It was actually the only Capri I'd ever driven.
Ah, well, I mean, that still is technically true.
Yes. Well, no, I think I did drive that one.
You've driven size.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think, and that I can understand why you didn't like that one.
I think I don't know. I don't know if I would have done or not. I mean, I don't care how I look too much. I'm not into but.
I thought you were going to say, I don't care how I look too much, but I was never going to drive that.
No, that's what I mean. There's limits. Everyone's got a line in the sand.
A threshold.
Yeah. And that Capri was probably it.
That Capri was pretty snotty, wasn't it?
It had a cutout either side and for a twin exhaust, but it didn't have a twin exhaust. It just had one. So it was a Pinto.
Probably a little pea shooter sticking.
No, it had an Ashley exhaust.
No, it had an Ashley. Of course, you said, yeah.
Yeah, with its Weldon. And yeah, and it
Oh man,
and it was a Pinto.
I had a 2-litre Pinto later at university, and I think I actually stuck an Ashley exhaust on mine as well. And it sounded hilarious. I mean, it was just stupid. But mine didn't have a silly body kit on it. To be fair, mine was pretty ropey as well.
Didn't you deliver pizzas around
I did
Wales?
deliver pizzas.
And that?
That's right. Yeah, I went to uni in Pontypridd, and I learned. I took a Welsh module at uni, so that I could at least understand and learn how to speak Welsh, some basic Welsh.
Can
properly.
you speak Welsh?
No. I was useless at it because the structure of Welsh is very different to the languages I knew, and the practice I was getting was not enough really to be able to speak.
What other languages do you know?
I can speak French conversationally, not fluently. I can speak a bit of Spanish and a bit of German, so I can do well. I did French A level and Spanish A level. So.
I didn't even try French.
Well, I don't blame you, to be fair, but you've got to remember my family's half French, so
Are they?
Yeah, my mum's half French, my grandmother's French.
Does she know I've got an SM?
What, my mum?
Yeah.
I don't know if I told her.
Well,
she probably
I think you
does.
probably have.
I probably have told her.
Yeah.
Probably have told her.
I would think you definitely have.
Yeah, I probably have told her you've got an SM. I probably told her you've got a DS as well. They definitely know that you're the person who looks after the Citroens that I buy ill-advised.
But they know I've got an SM.
Probably. I mean, I've made, put it this way, you've made sure of the fact that everyone knows you've got an SM, and I'm sure she's heard it on the grapevine. It would have.
Do you think words got around?
I'm sure words got around.
Do you think I should put a letter out just in case?
Well, if I were you, what I would do is put a banner on the side of the C6 and drive around with it like that, and say, my other car is an SM. That's what
people are going to think I like SM.
Make sure there's no and in the little and sign in the banner.
Symphony in Metallica.
Be really careful. There's no and sign.
Symphony in Metallica. What were you thinking? It's a cracking, a symphony orchestra and Metallica. It's like,
Do you know what? Actually, I would enjoy that. That would be awesome.
It's great.
Yeah, I'd love a bit of that.
It's brilliant.
Is it actually a thing?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. I'll go look that up.
Live.
Really?
Yeah, symphony in Metallica.
Oh, awesome. Because I do quite like that. When people do orchestral rock music.
Orchestral metal.
I think works really well.
It was really good. Yeah.
It's amazing.
What would you think I was talking about?
Well, I didn't know. You've been awake for quite a long time, so I really wasn't.
What
What
else is there?
At this point, I'm taking everything you say with a pinch of salt.
What else is there that starts? We've got S and M as the.
You
tell me.
There's nothing else.
Is there nothing else?
There's nothing else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't possibly know. I'm far too,
Sierras and Maestros.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Sierras or That's got to be it. What are people saying in the chat? On weird motorway smells. The coffee.
They didn't know I had an SM. See.
Yeah, it's true. Good morning. Dayawn.
What?
Borada. Some Welsh happening.
Bless you.
It's good. I did learn. I can remember how to say I live in Treforest, which is where I lived at the time. Rydw i'n byw in the forest. That's how you say I live in Treforest. So there you go. That's my Welsh. Good. I'm glad I contributed to that. That's why I'm here. That's why that line was why you brought me along, isn't it?
Oh, I could have got that off Miss HubNut, to be fair.
To be fair, you probably could have done.
She was speaking Welsh last night.
She would have delivered it far better than I did.
I thought she was speaking Welsh the other night, but she was speaking Welsh. I thought she'd fallen on her keyboard.
What I was going to say was the joy of having learned Welsh was it meant that when I was delivering pizzas around the Welsh valleys, I could actually pronounce the town names, which is really nice because it meant that people knew what I was
everyone's just going to think you're some posh twit who's trying to be clever.
Probably, but also
check out this Southern English boy.
But also it meant I wasn't standing there sounding like I was taking the mickey.
That's like I would be.
Well, this is the thing,
Swansea. Is that right? Cardiff. A diff in a car. Cardiff. Yeah, it's difficult.
It is actually quite when you know what all the letters, what sounds the letters relate to. It's actually a really nice language to speak. It's actually really nice to.
Port Talbot. Is that right?
It's actually Talbot. You don't. It's not Port Talbot. It's Talbot. Said as one word.
Jog on.
Talbot.
Is that right?
Tell me if I'm wrong. Please tell me if I'm wrong.
Is that Talbot? Is that?
You even do the I don't know what a triaglad is. but I'm glad to hear I do them. That's nice.
She's impressed.
That's good. That's awesome. I'm pleased.
You lived in Wales for a bit.
Well, I did, but it was.
You said it was awful.
Uh,
You said everyone in Wales is just abysmal.
He's setting me up. I didn't say that.
You did.
What I did
Doesn't
say,
remember saying it.
What I did say was that I loved
Port Talbot. Ian and
Port Talbot.
she says
Port
Port Talbot is a mutation,
There you go.
which
Port
is fitting because most of the people there are too.
Gosh, well, that's something to say.
No, they're not.
You said it, not me.
They're not.
I mean,
They're not. I actually quite like Wales.
I,
I'm not welcome there
I love the way he's
anymore.
backtracking now. It's
No, I
wonderful,
do.
isn't
I
it?
really like it.
Well,
I mean,
you know, and I would add that, you know, it was odd because for the first, I mean, you've got to remember, for a fairly sheltered middle class white bloke who grew up in the suburbs of Southampton, going and living in the Welsh valleys was quite a big departure. And for the first sort of month or so, it was very much not like home.
something happened, and didn't someone like nick a car outside your house or leave a shopping trolley on your
There
car?
was all sorts of things like that happened. There was no one thing, but more, it was more the fact that it was just not home. And it was a very different place to home. But there were some, I mean, you know, one of the landscape there was spectacular for one thing. You know, I mean, I used to drive up to the tops of the hills and just take in the view sometimes, which is a very non-student thing to do, but it was sensational. We're getting back to
all the other students are at the party.
we're getting
and
back to-
Alex is up at the top of the hill, with his flat cap on, going
We're getting back to the shredded cabbages with red coat shoe,
with the walking
yeah,
stick.
pretty much. No, it was. I had my BX at the time, so I was a very unstudenty student. You know, I was a very
Locals would be
student.
walking by, and you'd be like, "Good morning." They'd be like, "Wanker."
Yeah, pretty much. No, that pretty much was it. And you've got to remember as well, I was there just after England had won the Rugby World Cup. So me sounding the way I do, wandering around Wales, nobody was unpleasant, but equally I had to be a little bit careful about, you know.
At the same time, they didn't want you there.
You know, understandably so. But you know, it was a fascinating few years, and I did enjoy my time. I ended up enjoying my time, although it was a bit of a culture shock at first, purely because I'm so sheltered and so kind of, you know, inhibited, or was very inhibited at the time. It was a lovely place, and I ended up really enjoying my time. And you know, more than anything else, you know, the kind of the landscape and the terrain and the countryside outside of where I was, because where I was, it's a funny place. Because my university is effectively bolted onto a village, which is bolted onto a town. It wasn't a city university.
Where was it then?
Just by Pontypridd. So basically, Pontypridd is just north of Cardiff. So
Right.
it's about a 15-20 minute drive north of Cardiff into the valleys.
Mm.
And Pontypridd was originally kind of a trading town. So the old Rhondda Canal used to run up from Cardiff through Pontypridd to Milton Keynes, Merthyr Tydfil.
You didn't do
Amazing.
geography while you were
No,
there.
I didn't.
No.
And Merthyr, of course, was the place where all the coal from the mines congregated
Yeah,
and
I
was
went-
sent down through the
Yeah, I
canals.
went to down a mine there once.
Yeah, so it was a huge
Mm.
power in coal mining times. These places were I wouldn't say wealthy, but they were very important.
Yeah.
And when that all went, these places just were left pretty
Yeah.
bereft, you know. And there was very little support from, you know, the government as to what you build in these places instead.
Yeah.
To take over
They just
from
got
that,
left-
you know,
left.
they kind of got left.
It's like, well, we don't need
Yeah.
coal anymore. Fair enough. What do we do instead? Oh, no, that's your problem.
Yeah, that's it. And that literally was the attitude, which was
Yeah.
the big problem, really, as far as I understand it. But you know, and I think one of the things they did was, you know, they built a what do you call it, polytechnic in Pontypridd. That polytechnic became a university, which is where I ended up going. So I'd never had that kind of big city university experience, and I sort of slightly envious of people who did, because it was a very different one to what I had, in that I was in a little village, and a lot of the village was a student population. So if you can imagine, a lot of the people who lived in the village
Mm.
weren't that happy about having their town overrun by students, and understandably so, because there were a
People
lot
don't
of,
like students.
well, yeah, and because students are not
Scum.
can be a pain in the backside, you know, and I was one, so I know.
Hey, you weren't. You delivered their pizza.
I did.
In a
That's-
Ford
That was
Capri.
what I ended up doing. Was I got a job delivering pizza at the local
They
Domino's.
did the misfire coming down the road. And, oh, pizza's it.
Well, as I say, it had the ash exhaust on it, so you
The dog's
could-
ears
you
would
could
prick
hear it-
up, and they'd be
you
like,
could
"Oh,
hear it
dog's, the
coming.
pizza's coming."
But our pizza run took us way out of the student areas.
I was gonna
up
say-
the valleys, and
I was
you
going to
know,
say, like, when you were in, like, HubNuts were saying that they're 23 miles from the nearest McDonald's.
yeah.
So what the Domino's range in
Well,
Pontypridd might be
if you
like.
can imagine, we were like our area, because we were a valley, our area was very long and sausage shaped. So instead of being like a circle like it would be round here, you know, your kind of radius of
Mm.
delivery. It was very much, you could either have something really close at hand, or you'd be going quite far up the valleys. So I used to hoon up the valleys in my Capri, and it was really actually quite good fun in the middle of winter. You know, being these pitch black little country roads. You know, I'd have the window wound down slightly because, of course, it had mist up otherwise, and I'd have the ashy exhaust going ba ba ba. The valley was actually really good fun. I didn't have a proper radio; I had a little cassette deck, and I had a hi-fi at home, and I'd record music off my computer onto a cassette to play. And actually, I'm really glad I did, because it gave the authentic 80s crackly cassette sound. And I had an old what was it? I had an old Supertramp tape I'd inherited from my dad that I wore down ridiculously, because I used to listen to Supertramp all the time driving up and down the valley. Because it was about, at one point, it was before I started recording cassettes, it was the only cassette I had. So I just used to listen to Supertramp.
I feel really sorry for you.
Don't be. I enjoyed it. It was good fun. It was good fun. And I
Did
used
you
to
burn off your fuel allowance?
yeah, quite a bit. And there was one time when because this Capri I had was a bit dodgy, and there was one time it had, because basically the guy who'd owned it before me, he bought it for his son to practice bodywork repairs on, and his son had not done a very good job of a lot of the bodywork repairs, so there was kind of filler with rust coming out underneath it and that sort of thing all over it. And at one point I was driving back in pitch blackness through one of these valleys, and I turned the indicator on and all the headlights turned off. And I got out and looked, and what had happened, if you can imagine, the Capri's got 4 headlights across the front of it, and all 4 of them were on really dim, and one of the indicators was on constant dim as well. And I was just like, and I tried fiddling with all the switches, nothing changed. I was like, so I've got to drive back like that now, have I? I had to try and get this thing back at really slow pace, not seeing anything until I got back into the town. I had the street lights, thank goodness. And I got back to the Domino's place. I said, I think I'd better cut my shift short, because really I shouldn't be driving that tonight. And they were like, oh, really? And I was like, yeah, I mean, I haven't got any headlights.
I mean, unless you wouldn't lend me your car.
Yeah, literally, it was that kind of thing.
And man, you've got a Lancia Delta Integrale.
Mate, if they had if the guy running the pizza shop had a Lancia Delta Integrale, I'd have been all over it. I'd just be like, I'm taking yours tonight, mate. That'll do. But it was, I mean, it was quite a cool thing to. I used to park up, and a couple of times I park up and somebody'd open the door and take the pizza off me. He goes, is that your Capri? And I'd be like, yeah. And they'd be like, oh,
You poor bastard.
because yeah. Well, they were expecting like a Toyota Starlet or something like that.
Ah,
okay.
Okay.
So they kind of see a bloke with a Capri that's sitting there going because it had the.
Didn't you used to wear a leather jacket with it?
Oh, I did all the time. I used to wear all sorts of really ridiculous things. I mean, I used to be. My wife takes the pee out of me, because I used to. When she first met me, I used to wear a horrendous leather jacket that looked like a bin liner. Basically, it was appalling, absolutely appalling. My fashion sense still is pretty terrible, as you can probably tell, but it used to be even worse. I mean, basically all I knew about fashion was inspired by, Jeremy Clarkson, as was at the time, so it was absolutely hopeless. But yeah, I mean, I did used to roll around in a Capri in a leather jacket, and that was me at the time.
Talbot Horizon and Dire Straits.
Trick of the Tail Genesis and a Rover 2200.
Oh, I do like it.
Trick of the Tail is a great album as well.
Right, I'm going to go through a whiz.
Go on.
And then I think it's.
Where are we?
I'm going to be in
9 o'clock.
I think HubNut will be coming on.
Yeah. It's almost my shift's almost over.
You get to go to bed.
Well, I've been in bed, mate. It's fine.
Oh,
What have we got? ZX Volcan and Stereolab. Sounds like standard motoring in Wales. Matrix French disco should be. Do you know? When I had my last BX, I downloaded a bunch of Edith Piaf because I thought that was what I was going to listen to in it. I can be unbelievably pretentious at times, disgracefully pretentious. I believe HubNut's coming. I'm not going to keep him any longer. The minute Rich comes back because I haven't got a clue how to get him on. So the minute Rich comes back, I'm sure he'll be joined by HubNut. You've probably had enough of me by now, but it has been fun. Where are we at on the totals? People are saying 5-2, 5-6. That's really great, guys. Top work. Absolutely amazing. I mean, Rich was saying earlier his expectation here was about £1,000. So to be up at that level is absolutely awesome. So thank you so much, everyone. You've done absolutely brilliantly. I think we've all had fun, haven't we? Poor Rich has got another. Where are we at? 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got another 8 hours of this before he can go to bed. So do look after him. Be nice to him, because it looks like he's basically dying a death at the moment. Peugeot 306, Catalonia. Amazing. Oh, thank you guys. It's all right. It's a pleasure. I've really enjoyed it. It's been nice. And I've got to spend time in Clement. And I've got to tell you, spending time in Clement is really, really lovely. I cannot wait to see this car on the road. And I've already told Rich that if he does get it on the road and makes it work, I'm going to try and buy it from him at some point. So, you know, just so he's aware. Oh, he's got his Lucasade. The Lucasade's coming out. He's done it. He's going. Good man.
Right. Do you need letting out?
I guess I do, don't I? Right. Richard's just going to let me out. Thanks, folks. It's been fun. I will see you soon. Rich, there's still a ton of uneaten McDonald's in here, and if you want to snack on it later on. It's gone a bit cold and hard now, but... Say again, sorry?
Can you reheat McDonald's in the microwave?
I can't see any potential for food poisoning. I'm sure it'll be fine. Where's my coat? I almost forgot my coat. Coat, phone charger. Right. Adios, folks. See you later. Have fun with HubNut. Right.
Jokes on them. I'm not.
I'm back. I forgot my glasses. I'm going again.
Oh, look what came! Look, I got my t-shirt. And look, right, so there was a note in there saying have some of Sophie's favourite sweets on us. Sophie had taste. They're like the best ones. Right. Um, sorry, yeah, you're a little bit, I'm a bit late to inviting HubNut. I think the best thing I've learned, in this whole night, is that there was a car called the Mega Gamma. It's 9:10 to eat, too early to eat Skittles. Oh, they're cold. Hair still good. I haven't done anything to my hair for a week. This is just how it looks.
Has that thing come through, Ian? Yeah. Got Lewis's mum. Whiteland Motors. The link can't come through. Let me try again. I sent it on. Not send it on Twitter. Okay. Oh, you don't want much, do you? Oh. Yay!
Hello.
Hello. What's your name and where'd you come from?
Or my name's HubNut and I come from Wales.
You're going to get punched for
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. It's a terrible accent.
that. But better than mine.
But it's all
I'm
right.
not
Have
saying-
a genuine Welsh speaker here as well.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you? You're doing an amazing job, by the way.
Thank you. Did you sleep well?
No, because we kept waking up.
Yeah,
Good.
we've not been well.
Oh, what? Oh no, what, you poorly?
Yeah, just full of cold and it just kept waking up in the night.
I've been like that.
Which,
Well,
which is why I was back on your live stream at 5 o'clock this morning.
Hmm
mm,
Shortly after you.
I
Yeah.
just thought you'd set the alarm.
Nope.
Oh.
I've prepared to be fully lazy.
So how's tricks?
Yeah. Can we just give Alex a bit of credit? Because
Yeah, he did a
his
great
stint
job.
was very enjoyable. It
No.
absolutely flew by.
And he bought bacon.
Yep.
He's a good lad. When he if he comes to drop a car off or something like that, it's a bad day because we just start talking, and then we look at the clock and 2 hours have passed, and I think, well, that's 2 hours I'm not charging for.
Yeah, talking, that doesn't sound like you.
He can out-talk me.
Wow.
That's impressive.
Yeah. Well, I mean, no, I go quite quiet when I want to go home. If I'm not doing a live stream for 24 hours. But
It's not 24 hours anymore.
no, I think I'm 2/3 of the way there.
Yeah.
You are
Marching through it.
over now.
I thought the day would be easier than the night, but I'm not convinced at the moment. It's not even like I can go outside and have a look round. I can go outside and have a look at that red Xantia later on if I'm scratching around for things to do. Can't get in it.
Ah.
The locks don't work, so I'm going to be getting in it with a brick, I expect. But
It'd be entertaining viewing.
yeah, I'm not doing it now.
Oh, okay.
It's raining.
Oh, it's lovely
quite
here.
nice here. Yeah.
Yeah, but when you're in Wales, Wales is known for its tropical climate.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't say it's tropical. Freezing.
No, yeah.
Freezing, I'd describe it.
It's where's my temperature gone? I'm waiting for it. 18.
Nice.
Nice.
It's
That's
about
Alex's
4.
body
right here.
heat.
Mm. And all the McDonald's.
Yeah.
There's loads left. I feel
Well,
bad
you got
because
some way to go, to be fair.
Yeah.
I started to feel a bit sick when I was eating. So I started chowing it down, and then I thought I had a carbonara not long before. My
So then,
eating clock's gone out.
a question for you, sir.
Yes.
What have been your highlights of your lengthy live stream so far?
Learning there was a car called a Lancia Mega Gamma.
Yeah, that
Oh,
was
is that it?
cool.
Is that the only thing?
Wench made it, didn't she, from Gran
Did
Canaria?
she?
Yeah.
Wrenching went. Oh, sad to have missed that.
How did that
Oh,
go?
yeah. Did you do the quiz? Oh, no, you didn't
No.
do it, did you? Oh,
No,
mate,
we
the
were
quiz was
asleep.
class.
We're old. We have to go to bed.
Yeah.
Oh, the Becca's quiz was about serial killers.
Oh
Oh,
God, I
no.
forgot. It's my favourite subject matter.
Serial killers, and because she's a criminologist lecturer or something, and
Oh.
one of the questions were all to do with serial killers and their cars, and one of the answers was Ford Fairmont.
Oh, awkward.
Awkward.
Saying nothing.
Mind you, I remember you going through the boot of the car you are now sitting in.
This is true.
Yes,
That's a
but-
questionable collection
No,
of items.
that's fine because we established that the contents of this car make it too obvious to have belonged to any undesirable character.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because a serial killer would have left some clues because they like the chase, but
Oh,
they
yeah.
wouldn't have been like that many.
What if
But
this
this
was
is-
their second car?
Oh, yeah.
And
No, I don't think so.
Mm,
And they ladened it with serial killer stuff, but actually they were doing the killing in their other car.
could
What
be.
you mean is, yeah, but if they were going to use a car as a decoy, they wouldn't use their second car. They'd use somebody else's car.
It does stand out, but it's very memorable as well,
Yeah, but
isn't it?
they do love psychologically. They love the chase, and they want almost the thrill of nearly being caught. So
You seem to know far too much
I mean,
about this.
Bundy, he had a Beetle, didn't he? And he used it over and
That was
over.
one of
and
the
over
questions.
again.
I got it right.
Yeah, he had a white Beetle, and he used it over and over again. So they do like the catch, nearly catch.
I
I look like I've done 24
I did
hours
really
myself.
well in the quiz. Apparently
Did you?
better than her students will.
Ah,
Whoa.
I was feeling quite proud.
hmm.
And we did yeah, Wench and Wench was just on holiday. She was awake till I think she went around 3:45 or something like that.
Good grief.
Yeah,
And that
she
was
was-
obviously,
She went
obviously a bit later where she was.
no, that was the crazy thing. She went when her parents got in from the pub.
Yes,
Wow.
that's
When they fell through the door, like Peter Griffin style, like that, she was like, "Oh, I better go now."
Oh, we really have
So-
missed a highlight.
that is how to do a holiday.
Mhm.
So yeah, there was that, and then after her, we had Rusty Rose Adventures,
Yeah.
which was an 18-year-old. Oh, he's back. He's on. An 18-year-old lad who is living in a Luton van box.
But it's not his first one, is it? Because I had a little look. That's not his first camper. Am I right in saying that?
I can't
yeah.
remember if he said it was his first. He's built
Mhm.
others.
Yeah,
But I
that's it.
can't remember
That's
if
it.
that was his personal one first. I
Yeah.
can't
Mhm.
remember. But he spent more time repairing the chassis on this thing. He's taken the box off the chassis, and he's been welding the chassis up
Mm.
and living in the box,
Wow.
Cool.
Living.
cardboard box.
Oh, no, I'm not up to singing. Oh, dear. The
Don't
voice
sing,
is
don't
not
sing.
there.
Was that what that was?
No, that was
that
me
was
trying.
it.
Yeah, my voice is utterly gone.
Yeah, mine's
Hold
alright
on.
at the moment.
We've got questions in.
Questions?
Yeah, Finley, would a car with 7 fails and 18 advisories be worth repairing? That
No.
depends very much on the fails. But didn't you say it's a Citroen C8? In which case, I would run a mile.
That
Yeah,
sounds
they
like
are
a lovely
trouble.
car.
Yeah, I love
They're
them. I think
trouble
they
with a
look
capital
fantastic.
T.
Yeah. Isn't that the one
Um,
where water goes from the scuttle into the cam belt? Lovely bit of design.
I don't know. To be fair, you're looking at someone who built a Hillman Imp who's built it so that water goes in from the scuttle at the back into the top of the carburettor.
Oh, nice water injection.
Water injection, yeah, involuntary water injection. I thought it might
Mm.
increase the compression ratio slightly,
Mm-hmm.
which it has quite a lot, and then it won't turn over. So
Ah, bad times.
yeah, but
Oh,
that was a question someone asked. Did you once have a brown Rover P6?
I
Bobbing
did.
dials.
Tobacco leaf.
Ah, very interesting. Say no more. People who were there last night will know, but Ford Fairmont, brown Rover P6.
Ian,
Not
are they
looking good, is
suggested
it?
you're a serial killer, darling?
I've never owned a Beetle though.
Yet.
You did
Yeah.
watch Sarah and Tuned rebuild.
I
one,
did
though.
watch Sarah and
Yeah,
June
yeah.
rebuilding a Beetle recently. Yeah, she put huge off-road tyres on it, which I don't entirely agree with.
Or maybe
But
she was
otherwise,
going off
she did a very
road.
nice job. No, she just likes the look, and now she's giving it
Oh.
away.
I mean, it'd be too obvious to be a serial killer around here.
Well, yeah, everyone knows everyone already. You'd never get
Yeah.
away with it. You've been thinking about this.
Some people drive me to it.
Well, that was
I guess
quite
that's working in
psychotic.
customer services for you.
Yeah.
Have you been thinking about this? I have, from time to time.
Mm,
Carry on normally.
yes.
It helps the day pass.
Hmm.
Working in retail.
I'm going to have to take a drink.
I was just going to go and pop off and make you a cup of tea.
Oh, that'd be lovely. You never say no to tea.
But I just saw I have a small spade, cable ties, and a rope in my boot. The only thing missing is duct tape.
Oh,
Are they HubNut cable ties?
worryingly, that's someone I've travelled in a car with.
Oh, really?
Yes. When we were trying to make Betty's lights work in New Zealand.
Ah. You just love dropping that in, don't you? Did you know he went
Well,
to
there's
New
there's
Zealand
quite
and
a few
Australia?
people coming in and out
I
of
know
here
there
that
are.
have worked on Betty at some point,
Yeah.
indirectly or directly.
Look at his face. He's like, do not talk about that bloody car.
Well, I blacked out for a minute.
Yeah, yeah.
I know she has that effect on you.
Ever heard of the Lancia?
Salami.
It's a sausage, isn't it?
Seriously?
Yeah.
Yes, there was a serial killer in South Wales who appeared on Bullseye. I believe he's either the cousin or the friend of somebody that I know.
Nice.
But
I'm
I
not-
don't think.
I mean, I didn't make that connection. I'm not saying anything. Fairmont, Brown Rover P6, and you fraternise with serial killers.
It's all
Yeah,
a bit too close for comfort. This.
I'm glad I'm not in
engines-
Wales.
Peugeot engines with a fan belt that wrapped around the engine. That's not unique to Peugeot. I believe the Honda N600 and Z600 had a round the corner fan setup as well. Fan belts are going through 90 degrees.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, because I think it's a transverse engine layout, but they wanted the fan in front of the engine where the radiator is. So they had a round the corner fan setup.
Oh.
Which
I'll have to
sounds
look
like
for
it
that.
shouldn't work, but somehow does.
I shall pop up and make your tea.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
Sounds like it shouldn't
Oh,
work and
Corvair.
doesn't.
Yeah, of course the Corvair has that, because I managed to throw the fan belt on one when I was driving it.
What, just by driving it?
Pretty much, yeah.
Standard.
It just went a bit HubNut.
Lancia Carbonara was a rubbish car. Apparently, I didn't say that. Mighty Cat Mods. What else is there?
Does the Defender count as a HubNut car? I think it very much depends on the age of Defender.
How am I holding up? Rosie.
Well, I mean, you're still going. I was a bit worried at 5 o'clock this morning. You definitely looked like you were dropping a bit at 5 o'clock, but then Alex turned up and forced bacon into you.
Oh, Alex is like a whirlwind of enthusiasm. Yeah, and I know he's a legend for coming down with all that. But yeah. Well, I've got the Lucasade on the go now.
Excellent.
So I
Have
couldn't
you had
bring
to break
myself to
into
buy
the whole
Red Bull.
Silvers yet?
I've got some there, but they're blackcurrant. They'll taste minging with that.
Oh yeah, it won't be a good combo.
But my throat's all right at the moment.
Excellent. Maybe it's when you stop, because when I do the NEC, it's the morning after. I get up and my voice is about 2 octaves lower.
You sound like quite cool and mysterious.
Yeah, or frightening, one of the two.
Oh. Did you see Aging Wheels' axle tried to fall off his Reliant Robin?
Yes, that looked exciting.
That looked fun.
I was terrified when he's working on it and he's lifting it up while it's up in the air on the stands. He's just like, this is all going to go horribly wrong.
When you put cars on the two poster and you're hanging off them, they do move about, and you think, that was really moving about.
That really
That
was.
looked like it wasn't even on the ramp. It looked like it was teetering on the transmission jack or something.
No, I do like Aging Wheels.
Yeah, he's good. He is good.
He sent me a bit of window glass out of his bus.
Excellent. To do what with?
It's on display. He got it engraved, so it's got my name and Aging Wheels logo. It's very nice.
Oh, I thought you just meant like a shard of glass.
No, it's a little rectangles. He cut them all out and engraved them and sent them to his patrons and channel members and friends.
Oh, wow, okay. Oh no, I thought you meant he just like sent you a sharp shard of like a threat.
No, thankfully not. It was friendly terms.
Oh. Alex is a legend. Words I never thought I'd hear.
Well, there you go. Oh, have I recovered from the NEC flu? Not entirely, no. No, I'm still pretty full of cold. But the kids have been bringing home cold from school, so it might not be anything to do with the NEC.
They're a nightmare. Not your kids, I just mean kids. Just bringing things home from school.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that, because, we quite like them.
No, they're just like, if they go to school after the summer holidays, you know what's coming back.
Yeah, lurgy.
Someone will have something. Everyone keeps going about Sarah N. Tuned. I've no idea what they're talking about.
YouTube channel. She does car restorations to a far better standard than me.
Oh, okay. What? So you mean she does them?
Yes. She also has a pretty silly sense of humour.
Oh, okay.
She does amazing stuff.
Speaking of silly sense of humour, Finley Plimpton says there's a £500 C6 on eBay.
Oh, well, that's a risk.
Yeah.
Do you need 2 C6s? I think you do.
Oh, no, not for me. No, I don't. I've probably got one too many C6s at the moment, if I'm honest.
Arguable. I do see your problem there. What do you do with a C6 that isn't well?
Well, it's not unwell so much. I've managed to get the gearbox. It doesn't thump going into reverse anymore.
Nice.
It still won't hold on the brake in reverse, but yeah, it doesn't thump going into reverse. It's changing gear okay.
Mm-hmm.
Getting a little bit caught between gears now. I think the fluid needs doing again. But yeah, it's
not a cheap car to run.
it's the tax.
And well, that the extra expensive fuel.
Well, I gave up with that. I started putting the normal stuff in it. But
you didn't tell me that when I borrowed it.
Well, at the time I wasn't, and then when it went up again, and I just thought, hang on, it's £2.15 for that stuff, and I thought, no, I can't do that. And you put 20 litres in it, and it costs you like 50 quid or something like that, and you think, no. So I started putting normal stuff in, but that's still £1.92 a litre or something like that, and it's impractical.
Andrew's just asked what transmission the C6 uses. You better answer that, because I managed to get it wrong in my own video.
My brain is slightly broken. Oh, Aisin Warner AM6? Can't. Oh, where's Chris when you need him? He'll be fast asleep. Yeah, no, it's an Aisin Warner, which is a subsidiary of Toyota. So it's a Japanese gearbox. Used in many vehicles, Vauxhalls, Saabs, Volvos, all sorts. And I think it's called an AM6, but I could be wrong. But yeah, it's apparently it's quite a nice box.
When it was on song, it was beautiful. It just slipped through the gears.
Yeah. It got pretty good. When we took it to France, it was actually doing really well.
Yes, that was very convenient. Oh no, the Ford is broken. We'll have to take this lovely Citroen C6 to France.
I was secretly quite excited. But I was also a little bit full of trepidation because.
Well, yeah, I was feeling sorry for the one of your sons that ended up in the middle.
Well, they took. Well, I say they took turns. One of them didn't. One of them just point blank refused. So
It's not really a 5-seater, is it?
No. No, as someone said on Facebook. In fact, I think it was the old owner. He said it's for 2 dignitaries and their bodyguard.
Mm-hmm.
So a jump seat for their bodyguard. But
there we go. Haha.
yeah,
2.
it's I had a nice time driving it there, apart from the fact it got up to about 35 degrees, 36 degrees Celsius, and I had no air conditioning.
Yeah, and it does spoil the serenity somewhat,
Be a
opening the
bit
window in that car.
uncomfortable.
Yes. Yeah. In the winter it's nice
Mm.
because you have all the windows are up. But yeah, it's oh god, he's left food here as well. Oh man, there's tons of food here. Sausage and egg McMuffin.
Sorted.
Another sausage and egg McMuffin. Awful. A bacon and egg McMuffin.
This video is not sponsored, by the way.
I feel bad. I can't eat all that. I'm feeling sick as it is. Can you reheat McDonald's like that?
When I was pregnant with Leo, I used to have a thing for the cheeseburgers. Obviously, McDonald's 23 miles away. I used to freeze them and then microwave them.
And
Freeze
she
it.
turned out fine.
And Leo's fine.
No, I'm thinking more of you.
Oh, me, I'm fine, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, that's an interesting idea. Yeah, I might try
So,
that.
so you can freeze all that food and then feed it to Alex the next time he visits.
Yeah, when he buys a CX,
Mm.
which he's threatening to do.
He needs to.
But my Toyota has a Welsh gearbox.
Okay.
What automatic transmission companies are there in Wales?
Yeah, I'm prone by that one.
Mm.
Then there was a fair bit of manufacturing in the south of Wales.
Yeah, that's what I was
And
thinking.
Ford still got its engine factory in Bridgend.
Oh, I don't know.
Tim has asked me if the C6 gearbox would I consider a through system thorough system flush when it's running. China advertised it where it pumps the fluid through and into a filter and back until it's clear.
There you go.
Yeah, it'd be a great
Yeah.
idea, but I should imagine that'll cost as
Yeah,
much
how
as all
many
the other
litres of
equipment in their
fluid are you
garage.
going to need?
Sorry?
How many litres of fluid are you going to need to do that? That's going to be quite a lot, I imagine.
Well, yeah. If you keep pumping it until it's clear, I mean, I imagine, could you strain the fluid as it comes back out and filter it?
Well, I think that's it, but you're still going to need some for the system as well as the gearbox on the car.
It takes about 8 litres as it is.
Be easier to convert it to electric, I think.
I think the C6 would make a good electric car.
Hmm.
I actually think it would be quite, because I think it looks sort of quite fresh. I don't think it looks too dated.
No.
No.
But hang on. Ford and Bridgend do make gearboxes.
There we go.
There we go.
So we're up to 5,331, £5,331.
That's incredible.
It's
That is
mad.
remarkable. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
I
is.
told you were onto a good thing with this.
I mean, well, I was happy because I thought it had got to £1,000, so I was made up. But yeah, people have just gone. It's just blown up.
It's
Mm.
amazing.
Yeah, it
Ooh,
is. It's almost. I'm almost a bit like speechless on it.
Oh.
Richard
But,
Atwood had a 79 Datsun 160J Triple S. Is that the Violet? It's so confusing with 70s Datsuns. But I like the sound of that.
It's funny when people ask if things are HubNut. Like,
Yeah.
it's such and such. I remember once you bought a car, and someone said that's not very HubNut. And it's like,
well, I bought
like
it, so
you literally bought it, so
Yeah.
it kind of is.
Yeah, but it's almost like something that has a dictionary definition now,
Yeah.
HubNut. I won't go into the...
What would the dictionary definition mean? What would it say?
I dare it. He sat next to me, like, with this.
Go on. Just as we're talking about
it's something
serial
that's a
killers.
bit broken. It's gone a bit awry, isn't it? Oh.
I mean, it's accurate. I can't deny it.
Your
If it goes a bit
Belingo's not
awry, it's
broken.
gonna get HubNut.
Mm.
Your Belingo's fine, isn't it?
Well, it is now after the suspension snap.
Oh yes. There's
Yeah, but they do that.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
And
yeah,
the,
a couple of grand later, it's doing all right.
The what's it? The Betty is working fine.
Yeah, not leaking transmission
Mhm.
fluid after being, fettled by the #1 Aussie Ford specialist.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, you took it somewhere else as well then.
No.
No, she's exclusively yours.
Oh. That's good. I'm really happy. But, I missed the aircon actually in the summer. The aircon was.
Oh
The
yeah.
aircon is superb.
Yeah, it is. It's. I don't know. Is it on the level of the Saab I had? That was pretty impressive. The Saab.
Well, the previous generation of AU had you could turn the air conditioning on, but then there was like air conditioning plus.
Ooh.
What was that
So
for making
you-
icicles?
Yeah, apparently, yeah. I
The,
suppose it does get quite warm in that old Australia, doesn't it?
Well, the Saab I remember I had the aircon on once in the middle of the summer, and I was driving down the road with goose pimples, like goosebumps.
Impressive.
And and I opened the window and it was about 27 degrees outside, and the hot air just went. So
That is the downside. Yeah.
yeah, that was really impressive. I think Betty, maybe not quite there, but then a bigger cabin,
Yeah.
Mm.
a bigger cabin to fill. So apparently the C6's aircon is great when it works.
Does your name HubNut have a history? Well, sort of. It all began as Classic Hub, and I've realised that I was doing electric cars quite often. Because despite what people seem to think now, I'm driving a Fiat 500 electric thing. I've always liked electric cars, and I realised that wasn't very classic, so it kind of evolved into HubNut.
Grumpy Talk said if he was watching a telly program the other day, and they said if this episode was a car, it would be HubNut.
Ah,
Mm.
what program was that?
I would chase that for rights.
Yeah,
Yeah.
There was an Australian channel.
Wasn't it
What
about
was it?
Doctor Who they were
Yeah, it
talking
was
about?
an Australian channel
Mm.
talking about Doctor Who, and they described an episode of Doctor Who as being a bit HubNut.
Mm. Yeah.
You like a
But I
cult
was loving
hero in Australia.
It wasn't very well put together, I think, was the point.
I was loving everybody giving their definitions there.
Yeah.
Was it you got quite well known in Australia then? You like a sort of cult hero.
Apparently, without realising, yeah.
If no one told you.
Mm. There's been a few people talking about the V6 turbo diesel being the same as Land Rover. It sort of is, isn't it?
It's the same engine really, but the block casting is different because they've got a different bell housing pattern, and the Discoveries use a big single turbo, whereas the C6 and the Jaguars use two smaller, twin turbos.
Mm-hmm.
So the Discovery doesn't make quite as much power. I think it's in the I180s, low 190s, but it makes about the same kind of torque, but it comes in lower.
Mm-hmm.
It's got more of it. It's set up more for lugging, basically lugging the weight around.
Understandably so, yeah.
But they struggle. That the Discoveries would struggle. That engine struggles in them.
Mm-hmm.
They snap crankshafts,
Nice.
which is not optimal, really. It can ruin your day
Mm-hmm.
if you're out and about. So yeah, I don't know about the 3 litre. I mean, the 3 litres largely the same engine, but I don't know if they addressed any of the problems. It was they used to snap because it's a very narrow V6, and the between the two of the journals, the big end and the main, the web goes like that.
Oh.
And what?
It's all right, we're just looking at
a
someone's
comment
comments.
at the bottom.
Oh, no, that's the wrong button. I've lost the comment. Come back, chat. Come back. There we go. My partner
Adrian
says I would come under
Come
the
under the
HubNut.
HubNut definition.
Yeah.
Oh, Adrian.
That's quite the insult.
But yeah, it's yeah, they snap crankshaft basically because the Discovery is just too big and heavy for that engine, I think.
Someone's saying, why did they put plastic inlet manifolds on the V6 Land Rover engine? Why did they put plastic manifolds on anything?
Oh, we're quite sore about that.
We're
at the moment,
quite
aren't
sore
we?
about
yeah,
that.
we are a bit sore about
But
that.
we do have a gasket for our
Yes.
charade, so maybe next week is the week it finally lives again.
I
Oh,
really hope
okay.
so.
Oh no, I've dropped a skittle.
Oh, no.
Simon, while he's hunting for Skittles, there should be a link to donate in the description of this live stream. Look for
Have I
the
put it
Just
on there?
Giving link. I think you did. But yeah, that's the best place to send money is to the Just Giving.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's all.
Let's see if we can get it up to 6.
Oh, yeah. I think that's easy. Plenty of time left to do that.
Yeah.
You think it's go on then?
I haven't got 5 feet.
We donated very early on.
I know. I'm very grateful.
Oh, look at you being like, oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think you're fine.
I think you'll find if you scroll back down through the list, we're one of the first names on there.
Oh yes, I forgot that. The V6 turbo diesel was also used in the Ford Territory.
Mm. Yes.
Which you definitely need to encounter, Mr. Kitch.
Why?
One of those Australian Fords.
Mm.
Scottish car enthusiasts in Trains TV. Aircon. Where I drive, I do not need aircon.
Ah, yeah.
Then he just clarifies. I
Oh,
do
I
have
love aircon in Wales. Though,
Do
'cause
not have
it's
aircon,
so
rather.
damp all the time. But the aircon
Oh,
dries.
yeah, but we have many
demists it.
discussions about the aircon because you like it really cold and I really don't.
True.
But aircon can do hot as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ian doesn't do that. He just has it cold.
No, I'm very
Unless
comfortable.
you've got a
Yeah,
TVR Chimera.
Oh,
If you've got a TVR Chimera, it only works on cold.
okay.
Because the aircon is a switch. And it's on or off for the main system.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you take the coolant dial, the temperature dial round to cool, when it gets to the coolest, it hits a micro switch and cuts the compressor in.
Uh-huh.
So you can't have it any other way.
Oh.
Just cold.
So it's good.
No.
Yeah, Mr. Kitch does love the Aussie Ford talk. Just because he has a reputation for TVRs and Citroens, he just can't show it too much.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
What, out of loyalty to my existing customers?
exactly. We know the reality.
To be fair, I think Kitch loves the story of Betty, but just hates the car.
Yeah.
I don't hate the car.
You don't hate the car.
No, not really.
Okay.
That's good to know. We'll book her in for a servicer.
We are supposed to be servicing her. We haven't done that, have we?
No, we did service her.
Did we?
You've got to do that for your content.
Yeah, we definitely did service
People want
her.
to see tinkering.
Lost track entirely.
Still haven't changed the spark plugs.
Oh no, you were just
They're sitting on the centre console and it'll happen at some point.
Oh god.
When's the last time you changed the oil?
It is summer.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, she did 14,000 miles between oil changes.
I thought you were going to say in New Zealand.
Thankfully not. No.
No,
Oh yes,
Okay.
the curtain clamps.
Oh, someone had a bad time about that the other day, didn't they?
Mm,
Yeah. We just had to clarify they are nothing dodgy.
yeah.
They,
What, the clamps?
yeah.
Mm.
I mean, they're pretty big.
It might be a little oversized. I didn't have a lot of choice.
I'm not asking any questions.
You're not helping this situation.
No. Okay, moving swiftly on.
We're trying
Aircon in a Zara Picasso is pants in reality.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever tried the aircon in a Zara Picasso.
Neither have I. Because I had a Zara Picasso, but the aircon didn't work.
I can confirm we are not in Betty.
Who thought you...
I don't think it looks like a Fairmont in
Yeah.
here.
It's all rather chaotic at our place at the moment because I've got the ingenious idea of making the best of the space that we live in because we're not moving. So everything is
chaos.
everywhere. So
Yeah.
This is making it look slightly reasonable.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, I would say that I wouldn't say it looks like you're in a car unless they're looking at me. Does this look like a Betty, like a Fairmont?
Oh, maybe.
No.
No, that's.
Oh.
Do you know that headline is better?
It is a better headliner, isn't it? I don't want to say it because Betty's headliner is still staying up.
It is still up, so that's something.
Has it still
It's
got a
just
hole
got-
in it?
No, it
we
hasn't
covered
got a
up the
hole in
hole,
it. It's
haven't we?
actually got all the Jesus handles reattached.
Hey!
I just hate it, so we're going to do it again.
Oh.
No, we're not. It's
Yeah,
fine.
we are.
It's
Well, I
Yeah.
saw you
fine.
trying to stick it on there, and you're holding it like this, and the wind's blowing a gale,
Yeah,
and
it may not be.
and it's
have
got
been
glue on it, and it's like
lead.
folding over on itself. Just like I just watched it, going, "Oh, this is like Chuckle Brothers. It's brilliant."
The first
It's-
time I was so cautious, so careful, and then the second
I
time,
know you had to take it off again.
I know, a
There's all
nightmare.
dust blowing off the ground onto it.
Yeah.
It was
Oh,
awful.
perfect condition.
But we do actually have another headliner in our personal storage unit, so it will be happening again.
Yeah, but that
Why don't
needs
you
reattaching
could
as
bring
well.
it home and do it indoors where
Yeah.
there's no wind.
Well, we don't actually have the room to put
No.
the headliner.
It's a
Oh.
big old headliner.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, you could do it in the unit. Now you've got rid of some cars. You could push them out and then
Yeah.
just set up a table.
Yeah, but he went and put Betty in there, didn't he? And she's taken up like all the space.
Yeah, Betty would have to come back out again.
So the alt sit's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Two
both
alt
alt
sits
sits are gone.
One
Sana's
of them
gone.
got sold,
Mhm.
and one of them went.
Well, technically they both got sold.
The other one is sadly it still exists up at Tanagoy's in one piece.
Well, we assume we haven't seen it.
Possibly.
Yeah.
We don't know.
And then you've got and Foxanne's gone because Foxanne's new owner's in
Fox
here.
and Folly. Yeah.
Mhm.
And then
So I've actually managed it. I've actually managed to downsize a bit.
yeah, but then you
but
got another.
went and got another car.
I did. Well, I got given a Daihatsu. You can't say no to a free Daihatsu.
Well, it's actually that's worked out all right, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's even got
Yeah,
working
she's a good
aircon.
little car actually. She
As
is.
long as you don't like going up hills, and that's not a problem around here.
Just don't go out
Actually,
the town.
No, even the town's got hills.
Oh
did
yes,
take
I
one
remember
once,
finding
didn't
one of those.
Yeah, that was when the BX got stuck.
Oh,
Yes,
I must
Yeah, but no,
apologise
well, it-
for your loss of tyre tread.
it wasn't stuck because it was moving. It was just moving in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
It was the opposite direction to what the wheels were trying to do.
Yeah, the wheels were doing about
Wow.
20 miles an hour forward while the whole thing was going backwards.
Yes.
which hill was this?
Going up the little back road over there.
Oh, okay.
Because I thought going through town with a trailer will be a bit of a nightmare, so we'll take
So
a
you
shot
took
through.
him up there?
No,
Yeah.
should have filmed
I
it. It
pulled
was
into this
hilarious.
road. I went up this hill and I thought, oh, I hope to God no one comes the other way because I'll be knackered.
Oh, that's always when they do come the
Oh,
other
yeah.
way. Yeah.
That
And it
happened.
was it was an SUV as well.
Oh,
It was
Yeah.
like the ultimate kick in the face.
Yeah, can't possibly reverse.
And so yeah, I stopped, and as soon as I stopped, I thought, oh, I'm knackered now.
Yeah.
I've had it.
And
And
indeed you were.
I went past him, past the SUV with like tire smoke pouring out the arch of the tire, doing a burnout. Just yeah,
Oh,
that
we so
poor
could have
car.
videoed that.
it would it have been funny or would it have been reckless?
I mean,
Well, I
it
don't really have a lot.
got you over the hill.
I didn't have a lot of choice, really. did I?
Yeah.
It's all right. You would have given the village something to talk about for a couple of weeks.
That
so-
is true. I think the rubber marks might still be there.
Really?
Yeah.
One of my Michelins has got less tread on it than the other one.
Yeah. That
It
poor
said,
car. That had a
um,
tough weekend.
It did
I
it
tell you,
though.
it did really
Yeah.
well though. And you wouldn't know now. Honestly, it drives really well. It pulls for what it is. It pulls great.
Just how long had it
Um,
been off? How long had it been off the road?
Since 2007.
Wow. And
Yeah,
it
on
was
a
only
drive.
about, wasn't it only about 25,000 miles or something?
17.
17. Gosh.
17,000 when I put it back on the road. And then when I came to Wales, it had been back on the road 2 weeks, I think,
Wow.
and hadn't stopped breaking down.
hmm
So yeah, that was
It was a
probably a
brave
stupid
trip.
idea.
Mm.
Yeah, the worst one is when it broke down after I dropped the trailer off at Mushti's place with the fox.
Hmm.
The first when I got there, and then I went to try and find my hotel, and I was too late to get anything to eat because everywhere had closed. And there was a road that went to I can't remember what village it was in, but the road was going like this up the hills, and it was on a 60 limit road, national limit road, and it went around a left-hand bend, which was completely blind because it was like around the side of a big bank, and it just died on this hill. And
Perfect.
I'm literally on the apex. If a truck comes around the corner, I'm like that. It's not going to stop.
Hmm.
And yeah, it was like I was so stressed out, and I managed to get it going. And there was this like gate entrance to like this forest, and I remember pulling into the entrance to this. It was like a forestry commission gate, and I pulled in there, and I just stopped, and I just let the engine off, and I just looked at it. I was just broken. I just thought, I can't keep doing this.
Giselle
And,
did that to us at one point.
Sorry,
Right on a blind. Giselle did it to us right on a blind bend. Just lost all power.
that's
And
the
you
problem.
just
So
said,
if you're
"What
going
the
uphill,
hell do I do?"
yeah, those hills there, it doesn't take long to stop, does it?
No.
No,
It's not
no.
like you can keep rolling. You just like that, and then yeah, it was stressful. But I got it sorted after I took the second filter out. I think it was. No, did I take a filter out or did I clean it? There was a filter I removed while we were up getting the Fox loaded, which is you came up
Yeah,
as well.
you definitely cleared one out, I think, doing that.
I cleared one out, and I think I removed another one.
Hmm.
And after that, it drove home the whole way absolutely fine. It did really, really
Rob
well.
Hoyle, rightly suggested if you get wheel spin in a front wheel drive car, turn around and reverse up. You were towing a Reliant Fox on a trailer at the time.
Yeah, yes. I would have got up the hill if I wasn't doing that.
Yeah,
It would have made its way up.
yeah.
I mean, the 2CV had made its way up the hill, so I would think that the BX would have been okay.
If it wasn't
was
dragging up.
it was the great big iron homemade trailer on the back of it with a
Good
Reliant
time.
Fox.
I see Indecisive joined from Wales.
Ah,
Mm.
so why is Indecisive in Wales?
He's on Hollybobs,
Oh, excellent. Good choice.
He's
It's
coming
actually
to see
sunny
you,
today.
Ian.
Yeah.
but he's had a bit of a traumatic journey, so I hope he's all right.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Did he take the V70?
And I'm a bit dazed and confused as to what's going on, but yeah, he swapped cars. So went one and then swapped over.
Oh.
He asked Twitter whether he should take the V70 or the other one.
Yeah,
Whatever
it's just a problem. Democracy doesn't work.
Yeah, don't ask other people.
Yeah.
There we go. There
Just
we go.
choose.
The
He took the
V70 went and then had to
V70
go home.
Oh, no.
and then had to go home again. So he basically said the other day, I'm going to have a bad day taking the V70, and then took the V70 and had a bad day.
Oh, dear.
But
Did you
you're in
film it though,
London.
Dave? Did you film it at least?
Yeah, should film.
It'll just say no.
At least if you've got, YouTube, you have no such thing as a bad day. You're just like, oh, well, it's content.
Yeah, because it's not a
As
bad.
your
It's
engine
a bad
falls out.
day, but it's a good video,
Yeah.
He
and
got
people
there
love
at 1 a.m.
Finley, we have seen that
We have
BX
seen
in
that
Cardigan.
BX, yeah.
Somehow we're avoiding buying
It's
it.
Llandersill, isn't it?
No, Cardigan, I think.
I thought it was Llandersill.
No,
and it was,
Llandersil's where the Daihatsu is, isn't it?
No, I thought the BX was, and it
Okay.
was somebody's project car, but they can't complete it.
I'm staying away.
Indecisive Dave, what phone have you got? You're the last person I'm filling in on my phone issues thing.
I've got some dash cam footage.
Please be Android. Please be Android.
Yeah, but Dave's very technically minded, so if anybody's going to get round it,
He's
will.
got a
Oh, okay.
OnePlus Nord.
Okay.
It's not even just Android. He's given us the actual
Yeah.
model, the make and the model.
Yeah, it's Android though. We're all
Brilliant
right.
Android.
We're all right.
Well, if it's not iPhone, it's Android pretty much, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the only people who've got through with iPhones are Katie managed it,
Mm-hmm.
and hers is an iPhone 10, which apparently is ancient. And Matt Tyson managed it, and he's got an iPhone 11.
Yeah, so it seems to be the older iPhones are the.
So the older iPhones can do it. Has
Oh,
anybody
gosh,
failed with an Android yet? I don't think so.
there's a GS buy rotor for sale, apparently. That'll be silly money, though.
Darling,
GS,
no.
yeah, GS Byrotor is about 25,000, I think.
That's a
A bit more
definite
than
no
that, I
then.
think. Yeah, they're very, very silly money.
Someone said the other day. Oh, Rusty Rose was on an iPhone 12.
Okay,
So
how strange. I think it
I
does
don't
make
know
a
how old.
difference where you send the link, though, because you sent the link to me on Messenger and it wouldn't work. You sent it to me on Twitter and it works.
I sent
But-
it to Steph on Twitter
Oh,
and
okay.
email
Ah,
and WhatsApp,
Ah.
and it wasn't having
Right.
it at all.
Strange, really
And I
strange.
think with Jack as well, with number 27, I think it was doing the same.
mm,
Someone said the iPhone had a YouTube update yesterday. It's just,
the
yeah.
joys.
If it had to be on the phone, it had to be on the phone. You know, it's just the way it is. It would have been nice to get. I mean, I managed to get some people working. You've got yourself. I know Whiteland works. Hopefully JayEmm will work. Oh, he's up pretty soon.
Oh, yeah, who's on next? We've only got 5 minutes left.
Isn't it Furious next?
No,
JayEmm.
this afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah, it's JayEmm on cars.
Okay.
He's a good chap. We
Yeah,
like
but
JayEmm.
he's he's in the chat. JayEmm on cars. What phone have you got? I had you down as an iPhone guy.
Did you assume his phone?
I'm loving the fact everybody's just, because we've been here a while, everybody's just pausing just to see what phone it is.
Yeah.
Everyone's on the edge of their seats.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yay!
Android all the way.
You are slammed down, my friend.
I'm wrong. I had him down. Actually, no, I shouldn't have done that because he's a techie guy, isn't he? He had all the camera gear.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
he
you
would.
do.
If you want Android,
Yeah.
if you want Android, you can be really selective about the hardware.
Oh, goodbye, Fox and Follies.
Yeah.
He's got an Oppo. So have I.
Yeah, like Oppos.
Yeah, that's what we're on at the moment. Right. Well, then we should be okay.
Excellent.
So,
Do you need to have a break or anything before we vanish, or are you good?
Well, so we're going to sit here and just jabber?
Yeah. Rather than just have an empty back seat.
I could go for a wee.
That's probably a good idea.
Yes, off you toddle now.
You have to do preemptive wees, you know. If you've got
Yeah.
I'll go. Yeah, I don't want to get caught short because I know Whiteland works. So James should work. Whiteland should work. Matt Furious. Any idea what he's got?
I'm struggling to remember.
You live with him for a few days.
Yeah,
last
I'm
week.
pretty sure he has Android because I think we were using the same charge cables. But now I'm trying to think.
And then the only one we don't know about is Charlotte Velden. Who knows? She's got an MGA. She's got taste.
She certainly has. Yeah.
So she might have an Oppo. Don't laugh.
No, it's just
No,
you're going to
sorry.
be like the
It was just a T going down funny.
you're going to be the phone professional by the end of this.
Yeah, the
Oh, you
channel
want
will
a
have morphed.
phone?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go for a wee. I should be back in a moment.
Right here, she'll fill time.
Yeah. Somebody was asking about your mug.
Oh yes, I'm very sorry. I'm not using an official mug. I'm using a beautifully handcrafted mug, which is working very nicely indeed.
Yeah. I love how we're making assumptions on people's phone choices.
Oh no, everyone seems to think Matt's an iPhone guy. Oh no.
You stayed with him for 3
no.
days.
We stayed in Bob together, which
You
was
did.
a mixture of pleasant and not so pleasant,
Why not?
but nothing to do with each other.
Oh, okay.
Bob was rocking that first night.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Wind.
Which kind of wind?
Outside the Bob. It was a rough old night. But yeah, it was overall I think it was a pleasant experience. It certainly saved an awful lot of money over a hotel. Oh no, JayEmm's judging everyone by their phone. Okay, well we're coming to you from a Samsung something or other.
And then another Samsung by the side of it.
Yeah, we like our Samsungs, it seems.
We do.
But I have got an Oppo, and I think some of the New Zealand trip was recorded on
Are
the
you trying to
Oppo.
be in with the cool kids now?
Yeah, I'm cool with my Oppo.
We don't think you're a terrible human for judging people on their phone choices.
Matt keeps the doctors away because he loves apples. Okay, well, he does strike me as a healthy chap, so maybe there's something in it. There you
Do you know I haven't heard about these OnePlus phones. I'm
I've heard them
intrigued.
mentioned. Yeah, OnePlus is similar to the Oppos, I think.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Huawei. I had a Huawei. I love my Huawei.
I was half expect you to have an old school separate receiver and mic on a stand. Ooh, there's something to be said for
Oh
them.
no, that's a bit posh. Usually we have like a mic on the end of a spatula or something like that, don't we? Yeah.
Oh, heads up, the new calendars were not visible in the calendar section of your store. Oh, okay. Thank you. I might have forgotten to put them in the right section then. Well, that's a bit HubNut. Cheapers. From today, the iPhones are a bit HubNut. Yeah, don't talk to the hublets have iPhones, and trying to get electricity into them is the phones. That is quite difficult.
Did you just see that comment? New crime drama. Detective Kitch pushes an SM around the Isle of Wight, judging people's phones.
Brilliant. I'd watch. Any plans for a Hello Happy Progress this week? We hope so.
Yes.
We have a gasket. Woo-hoo.
We do. We do have a gasket, but I'm really nervous and I tentatively get excited because we've just had so many issues at this point.
Yeah.
And what if it's not that gasket?
Oh, take back everything you said, folks. He's back.
Yeah, stop talking about him now. He's back.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, good to talk to you. Enjoy your, well, I'm not wrong. Have a good day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll hang out in the live chat a bit longer, and then we've got to go off on a run for another charity event locally.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. No. I heard about that. Yeah, it's good. Well, it's not good, but it's good that you're doing it.
I think it's going to be an emotional day, but I think it's going to be quite lovely in the same way.
Yeah.
You know, from something that was very, very tragic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, vibe.
If you're still about at the end of the day, I'll still be here.
Yeah. We definitely hope to come and tune in.
I might be horizontal on the back seat, but not sure yet. So
we probably have you run in, to be fair, as much as we can in the Welsh hills and valleys, whilst we're doing the run. So yeah.
But yeah, if you go too quiet, we're just going to phone Alex and get him to come and poke you with a stick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have I told you about this van?
A baby
Ford
blue
Transit.
van. That's intriguing. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Is it cool?
Or is it just a Volkswagen Ford badge?
Okay, I know what it is.
It just looks like a Ford Transit Connect type thing.
But just baby blue. That's just a interesting choice.
Well, it was dark.
Okay.
Ah.
Okay.
So I didn't actually know it was blue. But right, okay. Well, thanks for coming.
No, you're welcome. You're doing a very good thing.
Fantastic work. You're doing amazing.
Yeah, it's if it's 10 now.
Literally
7 hours.
Flying
7
through
hours.
it.
That's
less than a working day.
More than 2/3. You got this.
Yeah.
You have.
Right. Yeah, you might not see me for a little while after this one. Right. Okay. Well, cheers for coming.
Yep. We'll see you in the chat.
For the fundraising and that. So I'll probably speak to you later.
Yep. Bye-bye.
See ya. Right. Now, this should be absolutely seamless. He says. Oh. Hey, there you go.
Almost seamless.
It was pretty seamless. That was probably one of the quickest ones.
To be fair, it would have been quicker, but I clicked the link and then it wasn't doing anything. So I had to close the app and everything because I was obviously watching you previously, not in a suspect way.
I
And
wondered who that was at the window.
yeah, because it's a fairly new phone, so it hadn't got the permissions to use my camera or microphone, and it
Oh,
also wasn't telling me that it needed those. So I had to close it, open it, and then it went, I can't do any of these things. Oh, yes. There you go. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Right.
I had the same thing when someone rang me the other day on WhatsApp, and I went, "Yeah, answer it." What?
Yeah.
Well, while using the app. Oh yeah, yes. Does it promote permission for photos? Yes. Video? Yes.
Yes. Yes,
But,
yes, it's fine. Yes, yes, you can get here. So how's things going? I dropped in for a little bit last night and then a little bit earlier to see how you're getting on. Good to see Ian and Mrs. HubNut on. Thanks to
yeah,
those guys and obviously to everyone that's joined you thus far and kept you alive and hopefully somewhat entertained.
yeah. No, people have been amazing. Yeah, I mean, there's some guys. I think I'm trying to think who was the longest runner last night on the chat. I think there was a guy called Radster who had a Piston Heads logo. I think he must have been on there from the start up to about 5 a.m.
Wow, that's pretty good.
It's
That's
pretty
pretty good.
considering he's just looking at some words moving and a guy talking on the
Yeah.
screen. I think that's what I mean. It was if it wasn't that, it was pretty close.
Mm.
Yeah, no, it was good. Yeah, it's been really good. We had who we have. We couldn't get number 27 working. I'm guessing I don't know if Jack's an iPhone guy, but just couldn't get it.
I remember.
It seems I mean, I don't know for sure that if that's what it is.
Yeah, I don't really know. I didn't even know that YouTube could do this. I usually do the whole OBS and I have the full camera rigged up and plugged into the computer, and I do it. Typically, everything I overly complicate it massively for probably 3 people to notice the benefit when I probably should just do this at some point.
Well, this
Good
is
morning
new,
to
to be
everyone
fair.
saying hello. You're nearly $5,500. That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah,
That's incredible.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I had no idea. Faith in humanity restored, sort of thing. But then it might be. I mean, when Charlotte came in, Sophie's mum, and just made me feel pretty inferior as a parent, to be honest, because she's just driven, and she's making so many changes to people who are still going through it all. So yeah, it was unbelievable, and I think it grew about 600 quid just while she was talking.
Yeah.
So
One of the things I've found is for people that are going through stuff like that, because I've known a few people recently deal with things of that nature, as I've mentioned to you about, and I've often found that sometimes you can't do anything about the big stuff. Sometimes that's just the big stuff is set. There is nothing that we can do. Maybe one day there will be, but today there is not. But sometimes it's the small things that can then make a huge difference to people.
That's what I said. That's what I said to her, because she gave me this list, and I said to her, like, these are all the things they're doing for people. And I said to her, like, this is the thing with this charity thing like that, because you can't change the outcome.
No.
The outcome is the outcome. That you won't change that. But what you can do is make it slightly less bad.
Yeah.
When the alternative is that, I mean, some of the things she was saying, like there was a couple who had it's not just sort of cancer, childhood cancer. That is the prime thing they go after. But there was a baby who was born at 22 weeks, and they got referred to the charity because they were up in London. They had to take the baby to London to a specialist hospital, and then when they get there, the baby's taken in, and the parents have to go and sort something out. Like at 1 a.m, and they were like minimum wage. They had nothing to rub together. Baby's 22 weeks, and they were preparing to drive up and sleep in the car. In London, and it's just like
if you've got money, trying to stay somewhere last minute in London isn't exactly cheap.
Yeah. I said you're gonna be looking at a couple £100, I thought, even just for like a Premier Inn or something like that. So yeah, it was heartbreaking stuff. And then these guys stepped in. They were like, no, they got referred to them, and they were like, no, we'll find something, and they found them somewhere they could go, and it's just so all this money that they're getting. I mean, I'm raising like I thought it was gonna be 1,000. This is gonna go a long way. They're having to give out fuel vouchers at the moment because people can't afford the fuel to get to the hospital.
Wow.
Because it's
and hospital parking. Hospital parking is so expensive.
Well, I said to Charlotte about it, and she said it doesn't even go to the hospital. It just goes to a parking company.
Yeah.
What? It's just crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I mean,
I had to drop someone off at the hospital about 2 months ago, and it was 3 a.m. in the morning. It was 2 or 3. I think it was nearly 3 by the time I got there. So it's not exactly peak time, you know.
no.
And I had to drop someone off that's like 80 years old in the hospital, and obviously they're ill because that's why we're there.
Yeah.
And then they're like, "Oh, you actually," because I parked right out the front to wheel them in, and then they said, "Oh yeah, no, you probably better move your car because I parked in a disabled space." And they're like, "Oh no, you better move your car because someone will come along and fine you, even at 3 a.m. with an empty car park."
Even
So
when we just saw you get this sick 80-year-old
you're like,
person
come on,
out your
clearly
car.
they're ill. You can see it. Like, it's not like I've not parked where the ambulances go, like, or anything like that. And you're like, great. So now I have to leave them on their own in a strange place in the middle of the night to go and drive around this labyrinthine maze, to try and park. And it's just like, look, it's rubbish being here. Nobody wants to be here. So it's just one of these things. Apologies in advance if I sound a little bit unusual or sniffle a bit, but I've been fighting a horrible cold for the last couple of days. So
Ian was the same.
So yeah, I think
you got rid of them funky mugs.
I've been fine all year, but this is a nice on-brand mug, so I quite like this. Yeah,
the Toyota, the Castrol Supra.
Yeah, this really is the inspiration behind the Celica, because as a kid of the Gran Turismo generation, that Castrol Tom's Supra was such an iconic look. But then later on, when I actually looked into it, I was like, well, actually, the Supra race car isn't really a Supra. It's like certainly some of them. There's like a space frame racer that looks like a Supra. And the engine is actually the 3S that's more closely related to the Celica. And then I knew about the Celica rally car from Sega Rally and whatnot. And I thought, well, actually, the Celica wore basically the same livery.
Yeah.
And actually, the rally car is related to the road car, whereas with the Supra, not so much. The race car is a more separate thing. So, and obviously, by the time I could afford one, Supras were like stupid money. I should have bought one because they're even more stupid money now.
They've gone crazy, haven't they?
Yeah. I mean, about 6 years ago, when I bought my Lotus, which started this, I could have bought a regular a Skyline R34 GTR, a plain one, unmodified, for about 35 grand.
Yeah.
And there was a Mines one, the white with the Mines script on the side, and it was 65 grand, which is basically what I paid for my Lotus. Now, the Lotus I only lost about 13 grand on, so I was very happy. But I think if I'd bought that Skyline, I'd have made like 150 grand or something on it over a few years. But I was also worried that if something on that broke, and it's some rare Japanese part that they haven't made for 15 years, you're like, well, how do I fix this? Like, I knew I wasn't going to be earning any money for a while. You're like, I don't want a car sat on the driveway that's dead that I cannot repair.
Yeah.
Because then you're going to sell it at a huge loss.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy how a lot of those Japanese cars have gone.
Oh, yeah, it's mad. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, a lot of the car market is strange at the minute, but the JayEmm stuff in particular. I mean, probably my S2000 and the Sleeker are probably the two cars I've owned that have gone up in value the most.
Really? It's the S2000 though, as well, eh?
Yeah, yeah. When I bought mine, I paid, I can't remember exactly, but it was between 9 and 10 for mine.
Yeah.
Which was a good price, not like an exceptional price, but it was a good price for what it was.
Yeah.
And then I think now, nowadays, 8 or 9 grand is what you're paying for a ropey one.
Ah.
But a few years before, 3 or 4 grand was a ropey one.
Yeah. Yeah. I was looking at them when they were about 5 or 6 for a kind of all right one. But I always really liked the S2000.
Yeah. Oh, they're fantastic cars.
Yeah. I like the dashboard. It's sort of very minimalist, isn't it? It's just sort of like it's all fingertip. It's all there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I really did fancy one. But Tripmonger says, wait, did JayEmm have a Lotus? So that next someone will tell me I've got an SM. You've driven more SMs than I have.
One.
Yes. Yes, you've driven more SMs than I have.
Yeah.
What was it? What do you remember of that?
Well, I remember that it absolutely hacked it down halfway through.
A good start.
Which was, yeah. The guy forewarned me and said, by the way, it's got some of the most positive and direct steering you'll ever experience. Whatever. Like, I'm used to Ferraris and stuff, me. Like, they're pretty sharp. First corner I come to, I was like, oh my word, like, he's not joking. Yeah, the initial turn, I think it's the way the geometry set on them.
Yeah,
It just straight around. You feel like you do that, and the whole car's just swiveled around.
It's it's center point geometry, so everything's just dead zero.
Yeah.
There's no scrub radius at all. So it's like if you do that, the wheel instantly does that. There's no like arc it has to turn through. So it's I mean, like Tuscans and things have got TVR Tuscans are less than one turn lock. Well, sorry, less than 2 turns lock to lock. I think they're about 1.8. But they don't feel as sharp. If you just do that on the wheel, the reaction you get out the front wheels is nothing like the SM. On the SM, if you do that, the wheels sort of do this.
Yep.
So, and that's with the hydraulics not working. That's just on the mechanical linkage it's got, the kind of backup linkage.
The brake pedal I was used to, because obviously you've driven the DS before and whatnot. So the one that I drove was a US import, I think.
Same as mine.
Yeah. The engine was nice. Actually, it did have some go in it. The gearbox was good. I like that. Wild car, weird thing. I have to say, not as pretty as a DS.
No, probably not as pretty. No. The DS is I didn't appreciate the DS really until I got one.
Yeah.
Because when the more time you spend around it, the more you think actually that's really quite good.
Also,
go on, sorry.
The ownership proposition of the two is quite different. I mean, the support in terms of parts and everything with the DS is fantastic, whereas the SM seems, virtually abandoned by comparison.
The SM is kind of it's got the Maserati links.
Yeah.
So you've got some parts are horrendously expensive.
Yeah.
Things like, I mean, the valves are sodium filled and known for braking, especially.
Is it the engine from a Merak? Is that the same engine?
Merak, the Merak used the same engine. It was developed for the SM, but then when Citroen, as was the own Maserati, they were like, well, we might as well make a 4-seat version of the what was the Bora?
Yeah.
And it was the Merak, so it had like the little 2 seats in the back, and it had I think it had the engine in front of the gearbox. I think it was mid-engine, engine in front of the gearbox. It was an SM gearbox, but they turned the diff round.
Yeah.
Because in an SM, the gearbox is in front of the engine.
Yep.
It was the same engine as in that. And in fact, mine's got the one you drove, might have had one actually. Mine's got the 3-litre V6 in it, which is what the Merak had. And they also did I mean, most of the American cars did. Not many had the 2.7, because in America you didn't have that fiscal tax rule that we had, or France and Italy had, which is why it was only 2.7. Whereas the mine was a 3-litre, or is a 3-litre. The Merak's a 3-litre, and then did a Merak SS, which is 220 brake or something like that.
Yes, the one that Jeremy Clarkson famously did not actually buy. In the
I didn't know that. I heard that they drained the oil out of it a little bit and ragged the arse off it to try and get it to make good telly.
Well, they because in the program anyway, he thought he bought an SS, but then discovered it was actually a Merak with an SS badge on it.
Yeah, someone had bought a badge.
Which would not be the first time in history that happened. I did actually bump into, I think one of the other cars was a Uraco.
James May had a black Uraco, didn't he?
Yeah, and then Richard had the 308D Dino GT4 thing.
Yes.
And I actually bumped into that Urraco years later.
Okay.
And you could buy then. So one of the things I actually want to do on my channel at some point is I've got a list of the old Top Gear challenges that we all remember. And I want to see how possible it is to do some of them. Because, you know, I think the first one they did was like they tried to buy a car for £100. And I'm like, you're going to really, really struggle to get a
We are in
running,
different
working car
times.
for £100 these days. Like, so now what I have done is I've also calculated the adjusted for inflation price.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
it's easy. This is one of the things I face a lot, is that people go, blooming heck, you know, 30 grand for one of them. You're like, well, yeah, it's not 1998 anymore. Like, things have gone up in price. You know, I just did a shop. My Lemsip was a £5. You know?
I bought some Anchor
And it's
butter.
cold.
I bought some Anchor butter a couple of days ago, and the tub was £4.50.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I thought,
there's a little like creme fraiche thing that I quite like, and it's it's a tiny little thing like that. Was £1.40 about 6 months ago, and now it's £1.90. And it's just like, yeah, and no, JayEmm does not use an iPhone. What are people texting? How to get people's things up here?
I might have said that I thought you were an iPhone guy. I didn't know, but then as I said to the guy to HubNut before, I said, "Oh no," and I forgot you had all this camera gear. You know, your tech. You're into all that, and I thought people who are really into that
that's
tech.
why I got this thing.
Is that a water-cooled PC?
Yeah, that's a wall-mounted water-cooled PC.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
I
need to do a video on that at some point. No, that's for editing.
That's
my
for editing.
Yeah, I mean, I can play games on it as well, but you know, it's built for it's built for editing. I'm sure there's probably some geeky people in there. Yeah, so there's a 3080 Ti in here, 12900 KS up here. The motherboard's like £700. Like, it's been so long since I built a computer. It's like my last one was like 7 or 8 years old. And yeah, the motherboard's white and the motherboard's water cooled as well. Like, which is ridiculous.
That's mad.
And yeah, it's got a custom 2-loop water thing. So everything over that side is just that's just for the graphics card, and then that side is the motherboard CPU and everything. Yeah,
that is. I'm just moving you to put you on charge. There we
go. Apologies, everyone. I'm like Plague Mary, which I know is not the most exciting thing to watch, but I did not want to let you down.
No. It's no. That's really appreciated.
Well, we're here for people that have got a lot more than a cold, you know. So, if I flaked out on account of that, like that's not really in keeping with the spirit of things, is it?
No, I mean that's the same thing I thought when when people said to me like 24 hours. Do you really want to do that? And I thought people do worse. It's not that bad, really, in the grand scheme of things, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, Scott Mills just did 24 hours on a treadmill. So.
I saw that. Have you seen? There's a lady. In fact, while you're talking, I'll see if I can check in on her. There is a lady on Twitter who this weekend is doing 48 hours on the London Underground. She's not coming off it for 48 hours.
Really? How will we know, though?
We have to be.
But you don't get signal down there.
Well. Yeah, I'm going to see what she's doing. Like, she's not streaming it or anything, I don't think. But she has done stuff before.
Well, you can't.
Let's have a look. 48. It'd be good if she could get her on YouTube. 48 hours on the tube challenge. And see how she.
Don't worry, Simon K. No, we have not discussed the tomato yet. Actually, I'm not sure there's really even any to update. Honestly, for anyone that's watching that is curious about the tomato, my primary source of updates on the car has been the 2 videos that Richard has made. Obviously, he has been in touch with me in the interim anyway, but that is the biggest work that has happened to that car has happened recently, and I do not I do not envy you for that. Well,
No,
I'm sorry.
it's just
about
one of those
that.
things,
I
isn't
had
it?
no idea that the engine bay was
No, I
that bad.
didn't. To be fair, I went in very blasé. I thought, oh, this I'll just blow all this out, and then suddenly thought, oh, the plague. Oh,
I would have thought that Mr. Pegararo would have
he
sorted
probably
that
wouldn't
out.
have seen it in fairness because it was.
Sorry, John, if my sound's dropping in and out. I don't know what's
Yeah,
going on.
your picture freezes every now and then. It just and then it comes back. Like it started doing it. Yeah, the
excuse me, flaky countryside
Is that what
internet.
it
I
is?
think.
No, yeah, no. I don't think he would have seen it. If I'm honest, it was buried right down the back of right down at the bottom of the behind the starter motor. So, but the starter motor modification worked a treat. Yeah, people were saying I should do that, and it's been a while since I've done it. And then stupidly, when I fitted it, I thought, oh, this is what I did to mine. So I remember the one I struggled with was actually one for Alex, who was on not long ago. He came down here. He had one, and we tried putting the diesel starter motor on it, and it wouldn't go. And that was because the diesel starter motor is the same fat body of the original, but it's longer, and it fouls a rib on the engine. And that's why that didn't go on. So it all came back to me. And as soon as I put that Xantia starter motor on there, just touched the key and it's buzzing over so fast. I thought it had no compression at first. And yeah, so that's really good. It has moved on a bit. It's a few little clips and fittings off, seeing if it will run. The inlet manifold's on now. So I have done a bit more with it. Once it's running, I can get it up. Well, I'll get it out on the road, make a note of anything else I can find, and then we'll put it up on the ramp and do some of the bits underneath, like the boot floor, exhaust at the same time, because that's where the exhaust hanger is. That's the bit that rusts. So do the exhaust hanger, then fit the new exhaust, because the exhaust on it's a bit, I don't know what it, I think maybe it's a standard BX one, but it just doesn't look right. And then yeah, a bit of undersealing in places, and there's some bits at the front. I've got a list already of stuff I'm starting with, as you know. So, but I think it's got the makings of a really nice car underneath. It'll be. Yeah. I felt bad.
It was your assessment of it that convinced me to buy it, because with cars like that, they can look. The problems you can see are not problems that you're ever worried about. It's the problems you can't see. And obviously anything of that era, corrosion's a concern. So when I'd seen your assessment that the underside was actually pretty solid, I thought, okay, well that's my key thing. Like, I've just bought this MG ZS, and the first thing to be done was let's get under it. Like, it should be okay. And there's a couple of bits we know might need doing. If the stream keeps breaking up, by the way, tell me, and I can try and reconnect with mobile data. It seems to be behaving now.
It's working, but then it just pauses randomly, and then sort of glitches. Yeah, yeah. You put in like you're in some sort of different. Yeah. Like that.
Do you want to try me on mobile? I can try mobile data if you want to see if that's the cause of the problem. I don't know whether that'll fix it. Give it a go. Let's try that. I'll try and let me. It might break, in which case I'll reconnect.
Would you? It made some very strange. It's made some very odd thing. Is it work? No, I think it's worse.
I mean, I can still see you.
Yeah, no, you've gone all pixelated and glitchy.
I've gone all pixelated and horrible.
You started
I'll
off.
Bring the Wi-Fi back in.
You started off mint. It was perfect at the beginning.
There we go.
How is it for? And let me get the chat back up. I'll see what everyone. It might make sure it's not just me.
Yeah, because I guess there's two things. And you're streaming out, because I'm seeing your stream glitch and pause a little bit, but I don't know what the cause is. My internet here should be good, but I've had issues with YouTube specifically. I've had this before when I've tried to stream. Like, I've got a gigabit internet connection here, so bandwidth shouldn't be a problem. But
yeah, all right, technology. Strange
Yeah, my router does need water cooling.
It says the stream software is pausing and then
Someone
catching up
suggested.
after 2 seconds. Can I adjust? Someone says your router needs water cooling.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm looking to see if I can change that. Is it latency? Will it let me?
Hard to tell. Has it done this with other
No.
people, or am I just lucky?
Yeah, you have the best quality of any so far by a comfortable margin. But it's just doing this glitching thing. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I can make out roughly what you're saying, but
Oh, that's okay. I'm sorry it's doing that. I'm just trying to see if there's a way that I can like turn the quality down, but I don't think I can. I think it's being a smart ass.
I'm just wondering if I get settings, quality.
Here you go. You have a go. So Gaz Brown has said some very nice things. Thank you very much. What's the oddest or roughest car that I've been offered to test? I mean, I've had some oddball cars, some of which have been knowingly in not great condition. The ones that actually give me genuine concern are when people bring high performance cars that haven't been especially well maintained. And actually, it's not just ropey old Japanese stuff with the boost turned up. It's quite prestige stuff. Ferraris, notorious for old tires. Like, I will always check the tires. Any Ferrari anyone brings me, I will check the tires because Ferrari owners are allergic.
I heard this gag the other day.
replacing them.
You made a comment about
They hate it.
Jack being allergic to changing tires. So his Peugeot had old tires on it.
He is. Tight one.
Because the tires on the tires on that are solid. Like really hard. I don't know how old they are, but
yeah. He thinks it's great because it helps. He thinks it's great because it means it handles like it did on 30 years ago.
It's great when they go rock hard because
No,
they don't wear down anymore. It's like, well, no, but it's because they're not sticking anymore.
No. Yeah. Excuse me. I have had people bring me cars with near 20-year-old tires on.
I've had it. Yeah, we've had.
That has happened.
No, I've had TVRs here. I had a 450 SE wedge. The guy had 19,000 miles on it, and he bought it from new in about 1992, and it still had the original tires on it.
Yeah,
and that was 4 years ago, something like that. And it lit the wheels up in third gear in the dry quite easily. It's just no grip at all. It's just.
I don't want tires that are old enough to vote. Like, I don't want that. I've never driven a wedge.
You're
ever.
You're probably best keeping it that way. I don't know. I can't be mean because they're very different to other TVRs. So if you drive a lot of, because you've got to remember the wedge isn't a Peter Wheeler era TVR, and the ethos behind it and the kind of design of it is very different. Driving position is completely different. You sit almost more like a saloon car. You sit kind of like your feet go down into the footwell. The build is pretty poor. It makes a Chimera or a Griffith look like an Audi. But in many ways, they're very good cruisers. They've got like Cortina front suspension, so they're kind of archaic in many ways. But yeah, they're actually very good on the motorway. They're probably, the V8s especially, probably one of the best TVRs. If you had to do a long trip and you could get comfy in it, because the windscreen's like there, it's like right up your face. If you can get comfy,
yeah,
and luckily I can because I'm kind of short, so I fit in most cars. Then they sit quite happily. But to throw it around, it's nothing like as agile as I would say as something like just a basic Chimera really, or Griffith. But yeah, there's so many different TVRs and so many different sort of types of TVRs. So like you get the early ones with the the Vixens and things like that, and they're more like Lotuses. They're more. It's very lightweight, very delicate. The wishbones are very dainty and tiny, and it's a very light car and everything like that. And then they kind of start getting a bit heavier with the M's and the Tamars and everything. And then the wedge just kind of, I don't know. It started to go a completely different way, and they're very wide. They're big cars, but very cramped inside. You're kind of like this.
Mm.
You think this is a massive car. Why am I like this? And it's not really for any reason. If you look in the transmission tunnel, you can get your arms around the gearbox. It's just the packaging's a bit wasteful. And they're heavy cars as well.
Yeah.
I mean, heavy relatively speaking. And I was speaking to a guy the other day, one of my suppliers, and he said, I said, this wedge is really hard to push. It's really heavy to push it. And he said, well, it probably weighs a lot. And I said, oh, yeah, they're about 1,100 though, aren't they? They're not much more. He goes, well, it depends, doesn't it? Some of them are like 100 kilos more. I was like, what do you mean? He said, well, it depends how thick the body is. And the quality control was so kind of lax at the time that apparently some of them, like the fiberglass is laid up that thick. Others, it's that thick in places. There's like, they've got a load of resin left in a pot. They don't want to do it, so just pour it in the bottom, in the sills or something like that. And he said, you can get massive differences in weight between one car and another, seemingly the same spec.
Yeah, even Lotus, even modern era Lotus said that to me. They said, the variances between a car could be 10 to 20 kilos just on the thickness of the bodywork. It shouldn't, but it could be that dramatic. I mean, I've heard as well similar stories with Ferrari engines.
Okay.
At the factory, your parts are all very, very closely balanced. So you want your reciprocating masses to be even weights, but when the parts are manufactured, they're not all manufactured the same weight. So they group the different parts together. So your reciprocating mass could be a couple of kilos different between different engines. This is a long time ago. They may be a lot better now. But in an engine, 2 kilos is a lot of weight. You've got to spin it around at 8,000 RPM.
Yeah, that's the difference. Well, you notice that on the throttle. But no.
Oh, you'll feel that. Well, I just did internet testing. It's 950 down, 950 up, and 6 millisecond ping. So
I wonder if it's that you're. Yeah, someone just said, can you reduce resolution? Like your picture's too good. So YouTube's going, I can't do no that. That's way too
There's no options here. Yeah. So, I don't know. It might be that my internet's broken yours, in which case, sorry about that.
I don't know what my speed is here. It's not amazing. But, no, It
used to be tragic here. It used to be about half a meg. When I moved here, it was half a meg. And it took 2 or 3 days to upload some of my videos.
Mind you, it did for me because I uploaded something directly out of YouTube Studio. And it just takes forever. I found it much quicker just to export it to the computer and then upload it from the computer to YouTube. It seems to go twice the speed almost. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's some freak of my computer or something like that, but it just seems so much faster.
So which are your favourite TBRs then? Come on, I know you talked a little bit about the S's yesterday, and I've just mentioned the wedges. So which are the ones you really, really love?
I love the Griffith. I've got a Chimera, but I'd have a Griffith if I could afford a Griffith.
Love those.
It's the same car, really.
Do you prefer the Griff? I've always preferred the Chimera.
No, I prefer the looks of the Griffith. I like the pre-cat Griffiths, the 4.3 pre-cat.
Oh yeah, 4.3
with the Gotti wheels on it, the 5 spokes, the sort of like chiseled diamond cut 5 spokes. Would be, I do like those. But in terms of fun, a V8S is actually more fun, I would say, than a Griffith, because a V8S is only a 4 litre, but it's it's just always on a little bit on the edge. Like the chassis can just about handle it. If you go nuts with the throttle pedal, it'll squirm, it'll poke its nose up in the air, and the back end will like squat, and it's like, and you're just kind of wrestling it, and you've got the buzz, and you've got the, you've got the enjoyment of it, and you're only doing 50, 60, something like that. Whereas if you're in a Chimera or a Griffith, if you're doing 50, it feels like you're waiting. Or if 60, you're on a country lane, you're doing 60, and it just feels like you're waiting, like you're being held back. And you don't get that in the S. I mean, not in the V8 S. The V6, I've had a few. The engine is just a bit of a weak point in them, really. It's not.
Is it a 3.5 or is it a 3.9?
The V8? No, it's the
V8S?
3.9.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the 3.9. Allegedly, it's the same engine that you get in the in the pre-cat Griffith as well. You know, it's the pre-serpentine engine, but with the hot wire MAF on it. You know, rather than the earlier system with the flapper airflow meter, which was on the 3.5s. They're not tuned or anything like that. I mean, allegedly they're 240 brake, but TVR's power figures, you can, pinch of salt. Real world, they're probably about 200, 210, but it doesn't matter. It's the way they go. It's the way they sound the best as well. They're the best sounding. They sound like a Chinook. It just sort of like a bop, 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 bop down the road, But I do like them. The Vixen. Probably one of my favourites, a Vixen with a crossflow in it. Just nicely set up, is an absolute delight. And the most sorted car they've made to drive is the Cerberus for me. The Cerberus is just. I mean, I wouldn't have one because they're just trouble with a capital T. No, that's unfair. They're not trouble, but there are glitches, and if you can't get to the bottom of the glitches, they'll just drive you insane. But the engine, the V8 engine in it, is just an absolute darling. It sounds like a tumble dryer full of spanners when it's cold, but what is it, 72 degree V8 flat plane crank? It sounds like when it's picking.
Well, you see, now I couldn't work this out because a lot of sources online say it's a 75 degree. But some people have pointed out, well, that would never make sense. You might as well make it a 72 degree. The maths works out. I should just email Al Melling and
I'll measure one. I'll get my retractor out and I'll measure one on the floor. I've got one over there. Just see what it is. I thought it was 72, but I have seen 75 written. I didn't think 75 went. How many? I'd have to.
No, but then in my in the Ferraris, the V12 is a 65 degree, which doesn't make sense. But
it's the same as with
they
the.
Kind of said, a few degrees out. Who cares? Very Italian.
It's the same with the SM because the SM's got a 90 degree V6, but it's a shared pin crankshaft, so it's only got 3 main journals. And so two pistons share a journal. So it means that 2 of the pistons are doing the same thing, obviously on opposite sides. And that means that because it's 90 degree, it's odd firing. It can't fire evenly. So the ignition timing on it goes 90 degrees, then 150, and then 90, and then 150, and then 90. And that's why it's got 2 ignition coils, because one ignition coil at full chat can't deliver a spark every 90 degrees, so it has to have 2. And then the Buick, and I've got a TVR on the ramp with a Buick odd fire V6 in it, out of a Buick Oldsmobile something or other, and that's the same. And that one's actually funny because the Dizzy cap has got 2 terminals close to each other, then 2 there, and then 2 there. They're kind of in 3 pairs, and they sound quite funny. But the Cerber engine, it's like when it ticks over, it's like 2 Hayabusa engines bolted together. It's just, but the way it's just the way they drive. They're so tractable at low revs. If they're set up, they're so sweet in traffic. You can just easier to drive than a Chimera, a lot easier. And then you put your foot down. You've got this huge long travel throttle pedal. And I remember the first time I drove one, and the guy I drove it, it's a 4.5 GT. And he said, make sure you cane it. And I was like, yeah, right. He goes, no, seriously, make sure you got to open it up. And I sort of put my foot down at, I don't know, 2,500 revs or something, and thought, it's not all that really. It set a car alarm off, but I'm not really getting it. and then it got to 4,500 revs, and the bonnet just went like that, and it's just like it catapulted forward. The rev count has gone around to like 7, just past 7, nearly 7.5, I think it was. And you change gear, and you got that clack, clack, clack out the exhaust. And right, yes, okay, yeah, I get it, yeah. And that engine just pulls, it just sings all the way, because it's a race engine. I mean, the V8 is basically a race engine.
Yeah.
And I think they're wonderful. I don't think I'd have one. If I won the lottery, I'd have one. But I don't play the lottery, so I'm probably not going to do that.
See, the problem with me is that I love the drive of the Cerbera. It's my favourite TVR to drive. It's so nice. It annoys me that engine has no rev limiter, and they haven't even given you an idea on the dash where your limit.
Because the rev counter is just sort of doing that all the time, isn't it?
That's frustrating. Yeah, so you're like, it's doing that anyway, and you're like, and there's nowhere, and you normally I'd be like, well, let's just rev it out and find the rev limit, and then we'll work from that. But like, no, it will just blow itself to pieces. Oh, cheers, thank you, TVR. But my problem is with the TVR, I want the roof off. You know, and roof off, you forgive a lot of problems. Like you forgive a lot of squeaks, creaks, rattles, stuff like that. But with the roof on, with the Cerbera, well, the aircon is going to be crap if it has it. So you're like, I'm probably going to get really hot in this car. Things won't work so well. I'll get frustrated, and ultimately, do I want to drive it this time of year when it's horrible out there and there's salt on the roads and it's wet and greasy and horrible? Like, not really.
You can't use it. No.
So the only days I'd want to drive any TVR is a day where I want the roof down, and I can't.
Yeah, no, it's fair. I mean, I'm not as much of one to take the roof off these days, because I can't. A lot of the time, I can't be bothered, and I kind of like when you sat in a Cerbera. I mean, you've sat in them. It's like nothing else. It's like you're looking through like World War II pillboxes. You're kind of like, it's just like this cocoon sort of cockpit. Everything's wrapped around you. The wind. It's like nothing else. A lot when the aircon's working, it's actually quite effective. It's not. I mean, believe it or not, the Chimera is amazing if it's got aircon. When they're working, they are ice cold. To the point we actually had frost appearing on one of the vents once when I was running it in the winter after airborne gas.
Really?
Yeah, it's like they've got no, like they didn't know where the limit was. They were like, "How cold should we make it? As cold as it will go." And it's just, one of them actually had little like ice bits
Freezer
forming
cold.
on the vent. But the Cerbera,
a Honda did that to me. A new Honda Civic, brand spanking new Honda Civic. Something was really wrong with it because it was in the summer. It was very warm, very, very warm. And I had the AC on full blast. And I was mild in the car. Yeah, anything modern, AC should be pucker. It doesn't matter what it is, the AC should just work. 30-year-old cars, not so much modern cars, should work. Excuse me. But this Honda and it's a Honda. It's a Honda, like it should just work. I stopped, did some filming, got back in the car. I turned it on and it fired ice at me. Like there was some sort of like Pokemon in the dash. I was showered in ice. So something had obviously blocked in the system. Frozen. Melted while I was filming. Then it fired it at me. I may have.
I was going to say, you look like you're struggling a little bit there.
Talking clearly.
No, it's
just a hair.
No, that's well. No, I hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, I'm better than yesterday.
Really,
that's for sure.
Yeah, I woke up. When did I wake up? That was yesterday. Yeah, I woke up yesterday morning and I felt.
You've been here a while.
Yeah, I'm not quite as tired now as I was earlier on. I was really struggling earlier. But yeah, it's
Oh, you should be through the worst of it now. The sun's
Yeah, I
back.
can just see daylight.
When the sun is gone, that's when
Yeah,
it's
no, I
not
can
good.
see daylight now through the windows and that, so that's something. But all right, well, I'll let you go and
When are you on till 5 o'clock?
sort your throat out.
Yeah, I'm going to go do that, and I'm going to be about the rest of the day. So it might well be, if you find yourself bored later on,
Yeah,
drop me a
okay,
line.
yeah, no, that's cool. If I get time later on, if it sort of dies off a little bit, I'll see if I can go and get some light on the tomato and go and sit in that or something, you know, and sort of show you your car.
Go for it. All right. Well, I say a huge thank you to everyone that's tuned in. We've still got 154 people watching. Hopefully, a few more tune back in when I go away and stop sniffling, coughing, and breaking your connection. But thank you for having me on, and you've done a fantastic job.
Thanks, mate.
And I hope your total continues to rise.
No, it's doing really well.
So,
No, I
all right.
appreciate your time.
No, least I can do. Yeah, it has gone viral, hasn't it, HubNut? Thank you.
Viral.
All right, guys. Stay well. I'll keep
All right, mate.
watching
Nice
for a
one.
bit.
Cheers. Oh, JayEmm battling through. Oh, well, I'm going to try and go through some of the questions, but I don't think I'll be able. I'll try. No, I don't think I'm going to be able to catch up at the moment. Mr. Regular, I don't know what happened. I mean, I sent him a message, about 5 minutes late, maybe just over 5 minutes late, because it was all a bit hectic yesterday. Yesterday. And I don't think he's seen it. I might be able to see if I can see. Yeah, he's not seen it yet, unfortunately. So, I mean, if he had an iPhone, there was a strong chance it wouldn't work. Oh, Furious is Apple. What Apple is he, Ian? You find out whether he's old or new. Because if he's new, we might have a problem. Let's. Oh no, I can't message Charlotte. I don't think. What a nightmare. Well, not a nightmare. It's gone quite well. I'm just sending. All right, just checking out to see whether Charlotte Valden is Apple or Android. She's going to get that and go, what? I could send him a link. I could send Furious a link on this phone. Alex has spilled coffee on my phone. Look. You see the stain? No, it's there.
Well, that's a highlight, isn't it? Right. I think the webcam is dead. Yes, I didn't. I've not even bothered looking at it again, to be honest. I'm going to send a test to Furious Driving. We do not speak of the webcam. The cam was okay. It was the sound. Right. Where to put this? Mighty Cat Mods. Yeah, no, it's been over 4 hours. I was going to do it in 4-hour blocks. That has all gone right out the window. Completely out the window. Yeah, it's all gone Pete Tong, as we would say, I would say around here. Yeah, it's not worked. So, but you can do 8-hour stints on YouTube, and so far I don't think we've had any monetization issues. So, and we've been through Alex, which is the worst part of that. So, I haven't done any coffee. No, because I don't like coffee. Let's have a look. Shall we see how the vids are doing? Oh, wrong one. Right, the part. So we did have a monetization problem on the second bit of part 2, which was Alex. Oh man. Yeah. So that's, yeah, it's not really worked very well. That said, the money you get from monetizing live streams is pretty small change, to be honest. And considering we've gone up to like whatever it is now, 5,000 something, I'm happy. I don't care. So what we at? Let's have a look. 5,468. Wow, nearly 5.5 grand. That is bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. In a good way. Practical Classics in the house. Is that James Walshe behind the Practical Classics thing, or is that Practical Classics behind the Practical Classics thing? Gutted I couldn't get James on the stream last night, actually. That was when it started going wrong when we tried to get Jack on. But in fairness, he had other things to do. He was squeezing that in among doing other things. So it's not, there's no issue with that. It just didn't work. And we only had a few minutes because I overran with Charlotte. Although, to be honest, I couldn't stop listening to what she was saying. So, yeah, we can get James on at 9. That's a shame. It's been a good old citron-y chin wag, that one. But yeah, for everyone who was here last night, we had 16 Valve came on at 10 o'clock.
if you're not a subscriber to his channel after watching that, I mean, seriously, the guy named every single car of the year, pretty much, until cars got boring. Plus the Fiat Bravo and Brava. I think it should be all right for you, Whiteland, because you've got. And if I need to, oh, you'll be on in a minute, won't you? Maybe I should nip for another wee quickly. Charlotte has an iPhone 12. So someone got on earlier on with an iPhone 12. So I'm going to send her and I'll do a WhatsApp first and then email. Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll try her on a test on the other. Oh, that's gone. I'll try her on a test. I'd really quite like to speak to her because I want to learn about this car. I think there's a really cool story behind this MG of hers. The car of the year segment was madness, wasn't it? If anyone's ever seen, I likened it to the F1 video where F1 TV asked all the drivers to name every single world champion up to the current year, which was like last year when they asked them. And all the drivers go back, like a lot of them get back to, like the older ones, like Alonso, Raikkonen, and all that. They go back to, they do pretty well, and a couple of the younger ones do well. And Vettel, the amazing guy he is, he's just reeling them off. He's like Mansell, Lauda, Phil Hill, James Hunt. He's just banging through. He goes like, Brabham, whatever. Oh, Fangio, Phil Hill. It's just, and it was just like that. He was amazing. And then you had, we didn't get regular car reviews, so I think I just waffled. And then we had, the quiz, which went down an absolute treat as well. I don't think he missed out James Hunt. I think he got all of them. It's James. He's heading out with a team to the Lake District in their cars for their annual winter road trip. So he's in his 2CV that's just been rebuilt and about to drive it through a load of salt. I know, galvanized chassis, isn't it? Be fine. MGB Triumph 2000 Alpha Spider. Oh, that'd be a nice one. I'd quite like the Triumph 2000s, actually. But the MGB wouldn't be horrible around the Lake District, would it? Right, let me just nip for a wee quick and then we'll get Whiteland Arrestos on. How long's this one been going? 3:46. Yep, I've got time. All right. Right. Let's see if this one can be. I've got some Rice Krispie cakes for my kids' Enterprise Week. That's not bad, actually. Hey, there we go. Look at that. Straight in. Straight in.
Straight in. Brilliant.
I can't believe
Android.
it's working for us. It's usually the other way around.
Yeah. No, that's JayEmm's went straight in.
Bit of volume up as well.
So yeah, how we doing?
We're good.
Good.
Someone's
Baba
not
is
asleep.
awake.
Oh no. Oh dear. She doesn't like me, does she?
Oh, she loves you, but she was
Loves
watching
you,
you last
she,
night.
She
Yeah.
was, yeah.
She's like a
Sat
muppet.
at the edge of the seat.
Can you say hello? No.
No.
I don't blame you. How's it going? All right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
good.
it's
good.
going really well.
Really good. We're here in the workshop.
I mean, we're fresh-eyed and bushy-tailed. How are you getting on?
Yeah, God.
Yeah.
All the night.
I'm not as bad as I was. I'd have to, when I watch it all back. I'm not going to watch it all back. I'm not a masochist, but when I watch some of it back to edit it, I'll see how bad I was. But I think I started to struggle between 4:30 and sort of 6. And then there were points where Alex was in here this morning and he was talking, and I was just sat there thinking I would just fall asleep right now.
I probably would have.
We joined back in about 7, didn't we?
Yeah,
And
we
Lewis
did.
went, he's looking a bit tired.
Looking tired. Poor guy. Can we send him some breakfast? I said.
Yeah. No, Alex, I've still got McDonald's here. I've got tons of them. I've got like bacon, egg McMuffins also. I feel awful. I don't want to waste it.
Amazing.
Awesome. Food champions.
But yeah, it's are you getting some hellos? I'm guessing everyone knows who you are.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, yeah.
For those who don't, tell them who you are.
Do you want to do the honours?
Well, we are relatively new to the YouTube world, so I think.
Relatively about the same age as your channel, aren't we? About the same age?
About 2 years.
I think so.
Yeah. And basically, same story. We started during lockdown, doing some projects, and turned out we quite liked it.
Yeah, well, long, big, steep learning curve with the whole YouTube thing.
We think we've got better at it.
I hope so,
And maybe the subscribers think we might have got a bit better. We've been back and looked at a few of the early videos, and ooh.
Yeah,
no, your camera quality's got really good.
Yeah, we bought a much better camera.
Yeah,
we were using tiny little cheap knockoff GoPros, and they were okay because we didn't have to care about them too much. And then Leanne was like, "No, we got to up our game a bit." So we bought the Sony ZV-1, and it's been brilliant. It has been brilliant.
We went to 4K, didn't we?
4K, straight into 4K, and
it really, because I was watching one from my missus the other night, and I was looking at the finish on the Lotus Sunbeam.
Yeah.
And the paint on it just looks amazing on this camera. It's just like it looks like it's still wet. Which is always like it's always the best looking finish you can have. If it looks like it's still wet, you know you've nailed it, don't you?
Tricks of the trade. Run a hose pipe over it just before you take a picture.
No, it's WD-40.
But I saw the Morris Minor you mentioned, the Traveller.
Yeah, that poor thing.
Yeah, Laura's project.
When you say you dragged it out of a barn, you really dragged it out of a barn.
We
really
certainly
did.
dragged.
Yeah.
We got 2 of them that day, and 4 engines and some van doors and a bunch of other stuff.
All sorts of stuff. Proper haggling.
Yeah, proper haggling. Oh,
and a rally chopper.
and a rally chopper. And you know, when you make a deal with a farmer and you go to shake his hands and he looks at his hand before he shakes your hand, you go, I'm not sure if I want to shake your hand anymore.
He looks at his hand.
Yeah, okay, I'll shake your hand. And then he sort of wipes it off on his jeans afterwards. It's like, okay, that's better. Oh dear. Hold on.
But yeah, the Traveller's in storage till we get around to doing that one.
Yeah. Good old Traveller, eh?
Good old Traveller.
Good old Traveller.
Oh,
Baba's gonna kick off now. Oh, poor thing. So, shall we have a look around?
Yeah, I'm up for that. Yeah.
Right. Let's start Let's start with the Volvo.
Start with the Volvo.
Start with the Volvo. Carrying the phone around on a tripod. Where's the Volvo? Can you see the Volvo? There.
240, yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Smooth tripod. Yeah, 240. Looking mean. Had a lot of work done to it. Awful lot of work.
It was supposed to be a quick 2-week turnaround. We were gonna bring it in, give it a bit of a spruce up, and get it back on the road. And was it a year and 4 months later?
Yeah.
It's still on the ramp.
Not so much.
2-week turnaround and it's here a year later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Have the
pretty
most
standard.
controversial headlamps ever. Yeah, the headlamps. They've caused a bit of a stir, haven't they? So, Marmite headlamps.
Yeah, but come on, look how mean it looks.
Can you do them with remote control?
Oh
Yeah,
yes. Do
yeah.
the party trick. Can you do the
Do you want
party
to see them
trick?
fire up? I'll have to open the bonnet.
Oh, Lewis can open the bonnet. But I think they're brilliant, and like I say, doesn't matter what modifications you make to your cars, as long as you like them. Don't worry what anybody else thinks.
Well, yeah, that's it. I mean, if it gets up someone else's nose, that's just a bonus.
It is. Oh yeah, we get it all the time. I get it the same with my MG. The wheels on it, they look a little bit like MX-5 wheels, and it raises some eyebrows when you go to clubs, and the old fuddy-duddies are like, "Oh my god, what wheels are those?"
And you're like, they're awesome wheels.
They're awesome wheels. There we go. Let's check
I
out
put my
that.
lights on as well. There you go. I'm having a disco too.
Way,
Disco lights is where it's at.
Disco lights is where it's at. Yeah.
So, yeah, you've got to drive to a classic Volvo Concours and just park that up and do
Yeah.
that.
My family's been kicked out of that group already.
All right.
We went years ago when I was little and my brother was little. We went to Volvo Owners
Gaydon
Club.
Motor Show.
It was
wasn't it?
before that.
Was
It was
before?
before Gaydon. My dad took his 262 and let my brother drive it around the fields with everybody else's classic cars, and we were way too young to drive. We obviously could drive because we've been car people all our lives, and the rest of the club did not take kindly to children driving around their lovely cars, which is fair enough, and banned us from Volvo shows.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, everywhere, the world over.
I think just ban me on man. I think
Oh,
The responsible adult.
the responsible adult. I think they've probably forgotten about that, but I haven't. It's
You-
like it's quite funny.
what you need to do with that Volvo is get it to play that "All Your Base Belong to Us." That "All Your Base Are Belong to Us." That tune that they did with the DeLorean and the lights flash. It was like a meme that went around on Reddit like years ago because that had
Oh.
lights that were changing color, and they had a house that was changing color as well.
To be fair, our house does that as well.
Yeah, it's
Terrible.
My car does that.
No, you've
I'm-
turned your Citroen into a lamp like I've turned
Yeah,
mine.
It's
We're
brilliant. Isn't
going
it?
nuts there.
I think you should keep that as a permanent feature.
Yeah.
Well, I'm actually thinking. I mean, I can't keep this one because I'm going to take the roof off.
Well,
so I
literally.
Yeah, because it's fiberglass,
Ah, cool.
Ah,
so it's bonded and bolted.
Bonded and bolted.
So, well, it's not supposed to be bonded. It's supposed to have a rubber seal and then be bolted down. But it's bonded because it's come off in places, except at the front there where it's got filler and expanding foam.
Ooh, expanding foam.
Yeah, which works brilliantly. And yeah, so I'm going to take this off, but then I'm going to get these LED strips. I'm going to get them in like you can get them in like a UPVC tube,
Yeah.
yeah.
and I'm going to run them all the way around the outside and hook them up to the courtesy switches. So that'll be
Yeah.
the interior light.
Perfect.
Cool.
We've got to do
But the
it.
only thing I don't want to use these ones because this is meant to be white. This is the white setting.
Oh, that's
That's quite
very
blue, isn't it? Yeah.
That's quite, yeah, exactly. That's blue. So, because its idea of white is it's got red, green, blue as the obviously RGB. It's got the three colours. White is all the colours together,
Hmm.
which
Mm.
might be how it's supposed to be, but it ain't. That's blue. So, yeah, I'll work on that. But yeah, that's given. I've had that idea the other day because the original interior light is not a common one actually. I think it's only the very late cars that have these ones. I've got quite a nice one on the passenger side, but the driver's side it's missing. and apparently the plastic goes brittle, and you can't, people were always after them. You can't get them anymore. So I thought, well, I might as well just do away with it completely and just put the LED strip around the outside as well.
The thing when you get parts you can't bloody find anymore. I've got the same problem at the moment. A bit's flung off my Yeti, and it's a limited edition part, and they stopped making it in 2019. I know it's a relatively modern car, but I can't track one down.
I bet you have it with the Citroens as well, because the C6, some of the parts on that they've just stopped making them. You're like, oh, good.
Ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah, thanks a bunch.
Yeah.
I bought your car, and okay.
Yeah.
No. Next, do you have a look around? Keep looking around the Volvo.
What were we doing next on the Volvo?
The suspension.
We were doing a dip on the Volvo, and things got a little bit out of hand, and now all the suspension components are on the bench over here.
Oh, okay.
That's all the suspension components.
Whoa.
All off, all been sandblasted and repainted.
The car's basically naked underneath now.
Yeah.
But have you painted the underside of it as well?
That's next. I'm not going to be painting it. I'll be cleaning it up and giving it a protective coat of Schultz, I think.
We've got an episode coming up, like how to do ultimate chassis protection and stuff.
Yeah.
So we'll be doing that.
Using a lot of Dynex.
Oh yeah, you like that stuff? Yeah, I saw the cans with that. I've not used that one. I've used the Dinitrol ML, I think it is.
How do you find that?
It works quite well. I've got it on the airline with the gun.
Yeah.
It's got the hose that comes off it, and it sort of sprays out in all different directions. That seems to work quite well. But to be honest with you, if you could have one that comes in a can that's not more money, that would actually be better, because you can just pick it up and then
it is quite handy to have the straw and the ease of the rattle cans.
You can get into more places,
Don't have to set up the airline or the pressure pot or anything.
Yeah, that's it.
Sometimes the wax oil's a bit thick and you have to heat it up, don't you?
The wax, I used Dinitrol. Oh, what is it called? I can't remember. It's a number. I've got a black one and a brown one, and they're really good. They're like wax oil, basically. You take the straw off the gun and just spray it on with the nozzle. And that's actually quite good. It works on. It's just like a wax oil coating. The only thing I haven't found is a clear one. The clear one would be nice.
The Dynax S50 has a clear version, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I might have to, because when you've painted in the arches and things, it's a shame when you just go and chuck a load of black all over it as well. But I mean, at the same time, if you're actually going to use the thing, it's better that way, isn't it? Just to make it protected.
That's what I think. I mean, I redid all the suspension stuff because it was a little rusty here and there, and I wanted it to last for ages on the road. I don't want to have to touch it again for many years. And that's one reason why we're just going to Schultz the underneath, because it's thick and tarry and gooey, and it's going to stop any water and treat and soak into rust and stop it rusting. And
I mean, we're not going to drive it in the winter anyway, but we just want to protect it as best we can.
Yeah.
Enough welding.
That makes sense. It's I probably go the same way, to be honest.
Yeah.
But we've got a few upgrades as well. A few
upgrades.
Heavy duty adjustable parts.
Fork rod.
Oh.
And
Sway bars.
that lovely new Panhard rod. Look at that.
Oh wow. So that's new. You can buy all this stuff new for those cars.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the suspension components I bought are brand new. The front control arms, brand new from Autodoc.
Yeah, on Autodoc.
Oh, okay.
Cheaper to buy a new one than it is to press out the bushes, press new bushes in, sandblast them, paint them, and all of that. It's just, but for the money it's just cheaper just to buy the whole thing.
But the Volvo 240 parts availability is amazing. It really is amazing.
Okay. I suppose it's a world car, isn't it? It's a worldwide car, so.
Made so many of them. It's worldwide. We can even get a few things from the dealer still, can't we? I mean, I've got the rear light seal. Sorry.
So baby's kicking up again. So the Volvo's doing really good. Let's move on to, I don't know, what do you want to see next? Where do you want to go?
I don't know my way round, so I'll take your lead. But I mean, what's that? Is that a Lotus a Land +2, is it?
what that is. Let's go and have a look at that.
I'm trying to see. I couldn't figure out what it was.
A lamb plus 2 is what it is.
Ah,
Let's try and stand it. There we go.
that's a pretty thing, isn't it?
It's a lovely thing. We've got a few of these here. My dad's mailman was a bit of a lotus guy. He loved his lotuses. Or low tie.
Low tie.
Low tie.
Low tie.
Am I in the shot? Don't know. You see it? Look, put it down a bit. Look how low this front bumper is. If you knock someone over on the road, you'd have them.
You break their ankles.
Break their ankles.
Yeah.
No, it's he loved smashing around with it. It's Ian helped me get this out of storage in the summer, and I was supposed to get it running and drive it around for a bit in the summer. And I just had no time to do it.
We've been so busy
We've
with
had-
the Lotus and
Yeah, we've had
the Sunbeam.
the Sunbeam and a few other customers' cars and stuff like that go through. A fair amount of it unfilmed because not everyone is okay with their car.
Yeah.
Being put on YouTube.
To be honest, I don't film any. The only one I've got here, well, I've filmed a couple on like test drives and things like that. You know, underneath TV. I've got another TVR one. I've done a V8S, but I'm editing that one together, and it's taken ages to edit because I'm doing it in a slightly different way.
Yeah.
And I've got the other TVR, the one from America with a really cool story behind it. But other than that, you just get on with the customers' cars. You just try and get them done.
Sometimes it's filming takes a bit of extra time as well, doesn't it? And it's hard to you can't charge people for filming stuff for YouTube, so you've got to knock a fair few hours off.
Poor Lewis, he's doing most things single-handedly at the moment because I'm at home with this one. I mean, I'm doing the editing and everything else, but if you've only got one pair of hands to do the work with, it gets, priority.
Well, yeah, that's it. So the Lotus is a customer, or is that yours?
It was my dad's, so it's still in the family. It's going to be driven. It's got a different engine. It's not got a Lotus engine in it. So let's have a look. Stand this. Can you see that?
Down a bit more. There we go.
There. Yeah. Quick release bonnet.
Ah. Oh.
Something a bit different.
I'm trying to see what it is from here.
It's a
Toyota Ford.
4AGE.
4AGE, that's the one.
Ah, yeah. I wondered if it was. I couldn't quite see the. Oh, I can see the Toyota badge on the cam cover now. Yeah, or cam belt cover. Sorry.
Was.
That is the proper engine for it, isn't it? Like, if you're gonna put a twin cam into a Lotus, that's probably the closest you'll get to the original twin cam.
One of the problems with changing out the engine in this car is the height. The car's so low to the ground. Most other engines are so tall.
Yeah,
they don't fit under the bonnet, and this one does fit in. It's been mated to a Volvo gearbox from a 240 or from a 360. It's a pretty good little car.
A couple of tweaks in it, I think, but we don't know exactly what your dad did to the engine, do we? I mean,
it looks like it's got throttle bodies on it.
Yeah, it's got throttle bodies. It's got a 4-branch manifold. Him and his buddy who used to make manifolds came and just chucked a manifold together. It's a good car. It's a bit of a flyer.
Yeah. But those engines are great. I mean, I know someone round here who's got an Anglia with one of those in it. He uses it around Goodwood and things like that. And I mean, the standard bottom end's good for 8,000 revs.
Yeah. I mean, and it's Toyota reliability, isn't it? It's which was great to put in a Lotus.
Are you saying that Lotus engines aren't known for their reliability?
Oh, I'm not saying that.
That's the right engine for it, because the modern Lotuses have Toyota engines, don't they?
The new ones, yeah. We were watching the was it Harry's Garage? Was at the assembly? I think he was going for his one, wasn't he?
I don't know. I know the Elises and Exiges and the Evora's got a V6 in it, but they're all Toyota lumps.
Yeah.
I don't know about the newest stuff, admittedly, but yeah, most of the newer ones are Toyota engines. I'm trying to work out what that is. Is that an E30?
Oh, yeah, that's my E30. I've owned that for 12 or 13 years now.
Oh wow!
It was one of the.
It's your pride and joy.
It's my pride and joy.
Yeah.
It was my first BMW after I had many, and it broke down a lot, and it was with my daily drive to work when I was down in Surrey.
But before lockdown, we were going to be going to a car show up on Anglesey, and Lewis said, "Right, I'm gonna just freshen the car up a bit." And
that's just freshening it up a little bit, is it?
It got really freshened up.
The whole thing looked okay, but when I got into it, the seatbelt anchor points had rotten out, and the petrol tank had fallen on the floor. Underneath the skin, it was quite bad.
It was quite bad.
It was really rotting out, so it's all been fixed now. It's a good job I never used the front jacking points, because they would have just gone straight through the floor.
Wow.
It was due. It was due and over.
It's all been fixed, and since then I've done a fair amount of work on the engine.
That's a straight 6, is it?
It's the 2.5, yeah, the 2.5 straight. She's now got the 6-branch manifold from Germany. It's got a 272 cam, the first of the racy cams. We've got a light and flywheel.
New engine management.
Bigger injectors. And you can see I've been making a new intake. Let's come this side. Try and roll that down a bit. Making a new intake at the moment.
Oh yes, yeah.
Because it would have had one of those Bosch, like a gate system, when the gate swings open and lets all the air in. That's
the airflow meter flapper, yeah.
Yeah, so quite restrictive, I think. So chucked that in the bin and bought the old hot wire one, which I'll have to put into here somewhere.
Okay.
But yeah, it should be a flyer now. Should make a huge difference, all those little mods.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice when they all go together.
Yeah, I haven't had it running yet. The Volvo kind of took over.
Yeah.
Took over everything. And you know what it's like when you're trying to work on 2 project cars at the same time, nothing gets done. So I kind of went, I'll put a cover over the E30 because I don't want to rush that. I'll get the Volvo done.
Finished.
And then I'll come back to the E30.
And then the Volvo decided to tell its story of not being welded properly. I don't know if you saw that video when we uncovered the carnage around the B pillars. They hadn't been welded in properly. They'd just been
I haven't seen that one.
Oh god, we started stripping the paint off, didn't we?
Yeah.
For the 2-week turnaround. And then we found all the crap welding. The B pillars weren't welded in. There was a big patch in the rear quarter. There was an actual hole in the rear wing that was so well camouflaged. We didn't see it, did we?
Everything had been tacked and then covered over. It was great.
So we uncovered all that. And then we just said, right, we'll get that finished. And then it keeps giving, it keeps giving.
Yeah. It likes the attention.
It does. It does like the attention.
It'll be done soon and on the road.
Yeah.
What engine's that Volvo got in it? Was it a different one? I can't remember.
At the moment, it's got the 2.3, the standard red block. Red block because it's quite an early car. Eventually, we'll be chucking that
season
in the bin and put in a BMW 4.4 litre V8 with a manual 6 gearbox, which I have down the back of the ship somewhere.
It's a shame the Volvo V8s are so hard to find.
Yeah, well, you did say.
I did see one on eBay, an XC90 V8.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I kind of like.
I think it's the most compact. I think it's the most compact V8 externally.
Is it? I've got no idea.
Yeah, I think it's the most. I think dimensionally it's the most because it's made by Yamaha. It's not really even a Volvo engine. It's like Yamaha designed. Apparently, it's an absolute peach as well. They put them in the Noble M600.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently they're really special.
That's why you can't find them for love nor money.
Yeah, I wouldn't think they're cheap.
No, they're not cheap.
No, I think they were 60 degree. I think it's a 60 degree V8.
I mean, anything would fit in into the bonnet of a 240.
Yeah,
There's so much
Well,
room.
that's true. Yeah, you're not stuck for space, are you?
Yeah, not stuck for space. There's plenty of room in there.
Plenty
For
of
anything.
room.
Yeah, so that's the E30. It's not wanted for anything. The E30. If there was an upgrade for it, I went for it. I've really gone to town on the thing and built myself my
Your
dream
dream
E30.
yes.
So yeah. So it should be good.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. What else have I got? What else have we got? Got a Volvo 360 here. That's going to be a rally car.
I was going to say I can see a cage in that.
Yeah, it's I think it's going to be a rally car. So it's a friend of mine. He owns a 240 as well. He's been sort of friends in the family for as long as I can remember. He's been around, you know, and for some reason he's got a slot in the shed and his car in
You're
it.
stood there trying to remember why.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's all right. He comes and helps out occasionally, and he's going to help us put all the suspension stuff back on the 240, I think.
Extra pair of hands.
Extra pair of hands, but no, he's got a 240 yet, and his number plate is A240 GLT, and it's a 240 GLT. It's just
It's the
it's the plate, and apparently everywhere he goes, if he bumps into somebody else with a 240, they go, "Can I buy your number plate?"
I'll give you £1 million.
Yeah.
I don't really like private plates, but I can get behind that one because it's just
Not a private plate. It's what it left the factory with.
Is it?
Yeah, it's the press plate.
Oh
Amazing.
wow! Oh right, okay. I just assumed you bought it.
No, it came on the car when he had
There
it.
was a series of cars in the brochure, and there was A240 GLT, A240. What was it? The other one?
I can't remember those. Can't remember. Yeah, so that's I'll give you a quick tour around that one, I think, because it's quite cool inside.
It looks like it's got a beige roll cage.
It's
From
all
here,
white inside.
Oh, it's white, is it? Oh, that's a shame. I was going to say it had a beige cage.
No, it's all white inside. It's pretty good. And this is the he's been building the dash. It's quite
That's
clean.
nice.
Yeah, it's really well done. He's done it all himself. He knows what he's doing. He's got patience, you see. Patience takes you a long way when you're building a nice car, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. If you rush things, then you end up screwing things up.
Yeah.
But if you don't rush things, you end up with 5 project cars that aren't doing anything like this.
Yeah, well, that happens as well. I've got many project cars that are hidden behind that curtain.
How big is your place?
Well, the bit you can see here is about a third.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So there's a metal shop just behind the doors that way. There's a spray booth. The spray booth is down there. Sorry, I will. Metal shop behind those doors. Spray booth behind the windows, behind the stag. Back there is storage, cars, several cars behind there. Some projects, some just sitting, waiting. Behind that wall is more car storage. So it's a massive, great big cow shed that we converted to car heaven.
Eight cars in.
Yeah. Cars come here to on death's door, and hopefully they leave better.
Yeah, no, it looks really impressive.
Thank you. Well, it's all thank you to me, old man. Really, he was the one who bought and sold on the property market cleverly, and we found this place. It was not like this when we bought it. Obviously, it was a cow shed full of poop. We had to shovel it out by hand, and yeah, it's still got its cow shed charm. The floor's all wonky, but it's home. You know, it's home every day. Come here, tinker.
Yeah,
what it's about.
You're kind of doing what? So it's just you two, is it, running the place?
Yeah, at the moment, yeah, it is. I used to have staff, and that was good for a bit. more turnover of cars, but with staff comes the problem that staff brings. You know,
Yeah.
they're not doing things quite the way you would do it.
Yeah.
Making mistakes, which you have to put right. Not that I don't make mistakes, I make mistakes and I have to put them right as well. But when someone else does it, it's like, oh man, come on.
Yeah, because when it's yourself, you think, oh, idiot, sort of thing, and you apologise.
And at
But
the
if
end
it's
of
someone else, you're kind of having to apologise and be angry at the same time.
and at the end of the week, they still earn their wage, whereas, you know, you kiss goodbye to your wage.
we kind of decided to be a bit more particular about the projects we took on during lockdown.
Yeah, so less turnover.
More special projects.
More special projects, a bit happier, more YouTube. Eventually, the main idea is if it could happen. I don't know if it could happen or not, but we'd love to go solely YouTube and get the ad revenue, pay our wages, and, and we could build whatever the hell we like.
Well, I think you keep churning out the content you are, you'll probably get there.
Hopefully.
It'd be lovely. It's the dream, you know.
It would be lovely.
I'm sure we're all the same. We just love to tinker on our own stuff and get paid for it.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, yeah. If you asked me years ago, you said, "What's your dream job?" I was like, "Well, getting paid to work on my own cars."
Yeah.
And it wasn't until I started the YouTube thing, and then over time, I thought to myself, I actually am getting paid to work on. I mean, not much, but I'm getting paid a little bit to work on my own cars. So. And if I can get into, what I'd ideally like is to get into a position where it's kind of half and half.
Yeah.
Half customers, half my own. And again, I can be selective about what I take on. I mean, you know, I'm pretty selective now anyway.
Yeah.
Now that I'm on my own here, and it's a similar sort of thing, really. I can't do paint, unfortunately, but I do everything else. Well, not everything else, but a lot of other stuff. Yeah, it's a similar sort of thing to you guys, really. Very similar.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, Leanne's gone with the baba. She's gone.
She's had enough.
She's the brains behind the operation. I just do the stuff. No, what else? Do you want to see a really scary stag?
A really scary stag?
Yes, it's a really scary stag.
Oh, that's not supposed to be bendy.
No, it's not supposed to be bendy.
That's like Clement.
Bit like Clement.
Yeah, but Clement's not structural. They're not stressed panels, so it's fine. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Quick release arches.
Quick release arches. The chassis isn't much better.
Oh, are they separate? Are they separate chassis then, with the body on, like a Spitfire?
No. This is monocoque. It's monocoque.
Oh, okay.
Still, she's in a bad way, a very bad way. This is a customer's car.
Yeah.
We're about to have a very realistic chat. Put the car on the ramp and invite him over and with a screwdriver and go, look.
In there.
How far do you want to take it? You know.
Yeah. How big's your checkbook?
Yeah, I mean
that's the thing, isn't it? Because it's, I mean, some people I get. I mean, you probably get them as well. I get a lot of customers where it's not about the money. Like, I mean, if they've got the money, it's fine. But yeah, for some of them, they just either they've got a vision in their head of what they want, and it costs what it costs because it's something that brings them enjoyment, or they're just so emotionally attached to something they think, well, I'm not gonna, I can't let it go. I've got to. I'm fully committed. And rarely get someone sort of turn around and go, oh, it's not really worth it.
Yeah, I've done work for all sorts of different customers I brought a fair few Ferraris back from Surrey when I was down in Surrey. And they were some of the hardest people to work for because they have no respect for how much stuff costs and how much time you put into it.
Yeah.
They see numbers and they've got all the money and you've got none of it, and they know that. And they'll just go, so I'm not going to pay you any more than this to do that car. And you're
wow. I've not had that.
Yeah, I mean it's we did a 308, and my customer wasn't the end customer, so it was through. Had just do this, just do that, just do this. Customer to, and he went, well, so what was it like underneath all the paint? And I went, terrible, really badly welded patches everywhere. And he went, so what did you do about it? I said, well, Lee said just put filler back over the top, so that's what I did. And he went, oh, right, I'll be having a chat with him then. I was like, well, you know, I'm only getting paid a certain amount to do the job.
Yeah,
that's all there was in the budget to do.
That's one of the advantages you've got of being able to be more selective with the work you take on, is you can kind of, you get a sniff for people. If they come in and the first question they ask is, how much does such and such cost? How much for this? How much? You think to yourself, you're not going to want to be in this. Like, you're fully, this isn't for you. If you're worrying about the cost at this point, you know, I mean, if you haven't got the money, like, you can turn around and say, well, money, you know, people might not have the money. But if you haven't got the money, you can't afford to do it. So
exactly that.
Precisely, yeah.
That's what we, you know.
I
Restoration.
wouldn't walk into a body shop. I wouldn't walk into a body shop with the SM at the moment and say how much to do that, because they'll turn around and say,
you've got
20
an SM
grand or something. Yeah, apparently yes. But I wasn't gonna. Yeah, it's a small thing. You know, they say, oh, it's 20 grand, 25 grand. Oh, I can't afford that. Well, I'm not doing it then. It's not like I go, oh, could you do this for this, or could you? It's like, no, you can't afford it. Don't do it.
Yeah, the funny thing is. Yeah, the funny thing is as well, if I brought my car to my body shop, I wouldn't be able to afford it.
Yeah, well, I couldn't afford to pay the bills I give customers.
Yeah,
it's a crazy thing. But then, like, some of the customers will come in and you'll give them this not crazy bill, because I mean, you probably do the same. Every single bill you do, you think, oh, I just tweak that down a little bit. Like, I've got no self-worth at all. I just like, oh, no, that's too long. I've taken too long for that. And I'll just tweak this. And it's not good, really. But you're just trying to be fair. And
I do exactly the same thing. Leanne's shaking her head over there because she's like, that sounds very familiar.
but it is how it's kind of like, you know, like I'm on the Tuscan at the moment, and trying to change the door lock solenoid on a Tuscan is an absolute pig. I mean, I've had to take the seat out, and the seat belt is connected to the seat. The seat was held in with bolts that were rusted, and then two of them on the front were spinning, so the heads were spinning. But I'm underneath the car on the ramp. You can't get to the top of it at the same time. Eventually got the seat out, and then the bracket that holds it's a really crazy, well, you know, it's typical actually. It's a typical arrangement where it's got this door lock mechanism housing that passes through the fiberglass, and it's got linkages on the back of it, and that passes through a metal bracket which goes on the back, and the whole thing has to sandwich together, and all the little pins have to go through the little holes in with little plastic clips, and you click them over, and you've got to do all this backwards up the back of this metal housing with sharp fiberglass everywhere.
Yeah, and you can't see none of it using the force.
Punishing me for this? Who came up with this idea? It's ridiculous. I mean, the Chimera is not so bad because it doesn't have the Tuscan's got like a bulk built-in roll hoop.
Yeah,
and the Chimera doesn't. So if you roll one of them, you're just dead. Whereas the Tuscan, it's actually got a roll hoop, but you can't, because the roll hoop's in there and it's wrapped in fiberglass. You can't get your hand in. It's an absolute pig. And you know, I just look at it and I think, oh, this bill's getting huge. And all I've done is change the door solenoid, and I've had the fuel tank out, and I've completely redesigned the fuel lines on it. But yeah, you kind of, it's silly because you're devaluing what you've done, and you know how long you put into it.
And you end up working for nothing. We've had a horrific year, haven't we? The Talbot has been difficult, to say the least. Clever editing.
Which one's this? Sorry, the Lotus?
Yeah,
The Sunbeam.
the Lotus Talbot. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It looks amazing though. It looks. You know, when you're just putting all the bumpers back in and the trim and everything, it looks mint.
It is mint. Yeah, it was mint. It is mint. The journey to get to mint was up and down. It was all over the place. I'm not going to go into it because I'm not going to go into it. But difficult job. And other cars, and we've had a year of unfortunate events on cars, and it's just been like, that's enough of that.
I've had the same where I've just had jobs in where you're on your own, so you're planning the jobs that you've got in, and you think, right, next week I'll be on the Tomato, James's car, or I'll be on this TVR or that TVR, or I'll do a bit of this. I might do a bit of my own engine, and all this kind of thing. And then the job you said I'll be off for that by Tuesday, Friday morning rolls around, and you're swearing at it with the bit still in your hand. And you're thinking every single time I need to get a job done by a certain point, it goes belly up every single time. And I've just had a run of them this year. Just had so many jobs. I had a Mini here. Oh, I just could not get it out the door. It was just every single time he did something on it, it would just throw a new problem. It was just, yeah. It's just been like that all year, to be honest. And the worst thing is I booked a C6 in for the end of the month.
Glutton for punishment.
Yeah. Well, I should be all right with it, but it's a petrol, so I'm actually quite keen to see what it's like. I've never seen a petrol one really up close, so.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Be good.
So someone was asking what a grey car is you've got behind. Someone said there's a grey car behind the Stag or something.
Under this cover, this one.
Oh, it's a cover. I just go on what someone said on the thing. What's the grey car next to the Stag?
The grey car next to the Stag is our Volvo. The one in front of the Stag is a Caddy pickup.
Oh, okay.
Belongs to my brother. So
VW Caddy pickup.
Yeah, Mark 1, the best shape of them.
It's like a Golf front end. Mark 1 Golf front end.
Yeah, like a Mark 1 Golf with a long boot.
And there was that in the far corner there, like a little Fiat or something, was it?
This way.
Yeah, is that like one of those Topolino?
Yeah, it's again, it's a car my dad bought when he was 17, and it's never really seen the light of day. It hops from shed to shed, and it's kind of an ornament. And
we've turned it into a lamp.
We've turned it into a lamp.
Although
it's a pretty lamp.
It's the best lamp, isn't it?
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
So when you say it's never seen the light of day,
it goes from shed to shed.
Whenever you've moved house, it's gone to the next workshop.
We've moved workshop. It was in my grandparents' shed for many years. And then it's just hopped from workshop to workshop until it got to here, which was nearly 20 years ago now. It came in and it kind of just went there and sat there and looked like that.
Well,
it's been on the road at some point, I'm guessing.
Sorry?
It's been on the road at some point.
Yeah. I mean, it's a 1930s car.
Yeah,
on the road at some point.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, wow, that's done nothing at all.
No,
2 miles on the clock.
Yeah, they're pushing miles.
No, he started messing around with it.
Oh, I love that little front end. That's amazing.
Is it going to come off? There we go. Anybody knows about 2CV? Oh, not 2CV, sorry. Not 2CV.
Anybody who knows about 2CVs will have no idea what they're looking at.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a Honda motorbike engine.
What, is it a V-twin?
Yeah. So this was what my dad was doing. This was one of his last projects. He plonked that in there, and he said, I'm going to use this because it's prop driven. So we could just put the prop shaft straight to the back, and it goes. And it'll go
the lawnmower,
really
yeah.
well. So
with no gears.
No, from the gearbox.
I was going to say, I thought you meant like it just directly off the engine.
Because the bike is a prop shaft bike.
Yeah.
goes straight from the gearbox to there, straight to the rear axle, and it goes, supposedly.
So what engine would one of those have had standard?
A tiny, tiny little 500cc, like that big, look like the size of a loaf of bread. That's just a tiny little 500cc engine.
What, a little inline 2?
I think it was in inline 4. It wasn't inline 4.
Oh, wow.
Tiny, tiny little pistons in it.
Sweet. That's a lovely little thing.
Yeah, yeah.
It certainly shifted that in it.
Yeah, it'll go better with a motorbike engine in it.
Yeah, I should imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, so that would like to have a tinker at this and finish this off fairly soon. It's kind of, I watched that the Beast of Turin video.
Yeah.
The engine that's about this tall.
Yeah.
And then after that, I watched him and a bunch of his buddies go on like a trip in their old cars with like exposed valve rockers and stuff like that, and it just got me in the mood for getting the Topolino going. It's like, oh man, that's so cool, and it's all super rustic. And
yeah, I mean, Lewis would keep it looking exactly the same. We wouldn't restore the body.
Wouldn't change any of that. It looks too cool.
Who would do a thing like that? Like do a car up but leave the body? I need to rivet some of the body back together because it's hanging off.
Oh dear,
poor Baba's not happy today. No, so
the Volvo's lights are still going.
Still going. That's good. That's most of our workshop. That's the main. This is the main part of our workshop, isn't it? Yeah.
So what sort of ratio do you reckon you're doing your stuff versus customer stuff? What kind of like ratio are you at, do you think, at the moment?
Mostly customer stuff. At the minute, I'm weekends, maybe a day, on our own personal stuff, which is why the Volvo project's taking so long.
Yeah.
It's, realistically, in a day, you don't get a lot done when you're
no, you don't. You don't. No.
Cleaning them and getting them ready for paint. So yeah, mostly still work. This week just gone, I did. I had a Mark III Caddy van come in, and he just wanted color-coded bumpers and a couple of dents repairs. And normally, I've been turning that stuff away and going, no, I only do restoration. And
yeah,
I gave him a price, and he went, yeah, all right. And I went, oh, okay. There we go then. Easy work.
Yeah, but a lot of people would say that's like the bread and butter work. That's the more profitable stuff, and that the restoration stuff is less profitable to do.
It's unfortunately that is true. It is a lot less profitable to do restoration. So we're gonna sort of change our ways a little bit and do a little bit more, like you say, bread and butter work. A few more scratches and dents and things, just to try and keep us afloat a bit more. I
think the problem I've got here, and you might end up being the same, is that I'm not business minded at all. Yeah, so it's kind of like there's a business here to pay for it. The business exists to pay for the business.
Yeah, the problem is
means of doing a hobby and paying a mortgage.
Yeah, but the price of just materials for work has gone through the roof. Oh my god, it is tripled, quadrupled on some things. It's shocking.
We have it with when I get the chassis done, the place that does the shot blasting, the media they were using was coming from Russia, I think, or something like that. No, China. It was coming from China. And then the paint they were buying, they use like Jotun, like Jotamastic and everything like that, like the epoxy mastic stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's gone up like that. It's hugely gone up. And I said to him, like, well, what's happened? And he's like, well, take your pick. Brexit, COVID, war in Ukraine. It's like it's just non-stop. There's just something. If one doesn't affect one product, it affects something else. And he said, yeah, it's just everything. It's just going up and up and up and up. And it's their prices. Like every time I put a chassis in, it comes back out and it's sort of 60 quid more. It was the last time.
Our sandblaster was charging £80 an hour for blasting.
Yeah.
And he quit to go and make more money getting a normal job because of the cost of materials.
It was very sad because he was a very good sandblaster. He did a really good job.
Yeah, he was the best. He really was.
He came here and did it here, which meant as soon as it was blasted, I could wheel it into the booth and put some epoxy on. It was sealed. Perfect.
Oh, that's ideal. Yeah, you only get about 4 hours, don't you? After on a bare metal surface to get something on top of it.
Ours was sealed in 30 minutes. It was.
Oh, that's ideal.
Yeah.
Straight in. Clean the sand off, and then.
But apparently, he could make more money going normal job. Can you believe it? Normal job.
£80 an hour. Yeah, and like how much of it is his grit?
He did have a nice big Mercedes van and a brand new roadside compressor.
A huge roadside compressor.
You didn't think things were quite as bad as he was saying.
Well, you know, £80 an hour is nothing to be sniffed at.
No,
You can't make a profit with that.
He's a bit hard up. He's just checking his Rolex. Oh, I'm a bit late for my next appointment.
Oh, trust me, he was not the type to even wear a watch.
No, to be honest, I've not got one. But no, the prices they've just gone absolutely nuts.
And it just keeps going up, and I don't know how much more, you know, we can't absorb costs, you know. We have to pass the cost on, and it gets more expensive. And
how many times have you put your labour rate up in the last 12 months?
Well, I think the last 12 months has probably gone up twice.
Yeah, I think I'm twice.
Labour rate, a little bit, not too much.
We try not to, because you know we are rural Wales, even though you know we get people travelling from all over the country to us, but you got to charge what you got to charge. You know, Lewis would do it for free. He's terrible.
No, that's the problem.
Lewis cares too much about everything, don't you? You treat everything like it was your own. And
yeah, I do that. It's just the worst thing. So if someone wants to make money in the motor trade, you've either got to cut corners or do really, really, really high end stuff.
Yeah,
there's no way in between.
We couldn't sleep at night cutting a corner.
No. Oh, some of the things I've seen turn you white. You know, they're really, some of the stuff we've seen is just. I mean, I've had cars in here with bits of climbing frame and fiberglass like bodged into chassis.
Oh God!
Fiberglassing is a difficult one. We do a lot of fiberglassing stuff here. We've got a whole area. In fact, let's go and have a look at the fiberglassing stuff. A whole area down this way for fiberglassing, because we're fiberglass specialists like yourself.
I don't work on fiberglass. I just work on cars that are fiberglass.
Oh.
I don't get all my neighbours around here. I'm in between like all laminators and things like that. They make bathtubs and all sorts.
So this is our fiberglassing area.
Oh, your little mini. Oh, okay, yeah.
We've got molds and.
I don't know if you saw the message last night, but we do make custom diffusers.
We do, yeah.
You know, for
tractors. Yeah, there's a diffuser mold right there.
I was thinking that's going to be a bit of a funny one. It'd probably be making that out of alloy.
Yeah.
But, I'm gonna try and be a smart ass about the vanes on it. I'm gonna blow the exhaust into it, and it'll probably make no difference at all. It'll just fart as it goes down the road, and everyone will go, "What's he got on the back of that?"
Yeah, but you get the satisfaction of knowing you made it fart like that, and you know.
It's crap, but I made it.
Exactly.
You bought yours. Yeah.
Built, not bought.
Built, not bought.
Yeah.
Built, not bought. You normally see that on like a Say Leon that's lowered with tints.
Yeah.
Built, not bought. And I'm pretty sure Say It built that, mate, if I'm honest. Like, you just ruined it. No smoke, no poke next to it.
Oh, God.
You see some quality stuff, don't you? Quality.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's I've seen some awful stuff, really. But you can be selective about what you get in at least, so you can hopefully avoid the worst stuff.
I've already put the rules down that we're not fixing anybody else's mess ups
anymore.
No.
But not unless you've. I mean, like with me, it's not so bad, I suppose, because paint's one of those things where you put all the effort into it, and you don't find out if it works until the end when you paint it.
Yeah.
And you go and stick the paint on it, and something that was inside the previous work reacts, and it like fish eyes and stuff.
Yeah,
that must be a nightmare.
The ultimate anxiety pieces there.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, that's brilliant. I've enjoyed that. Thanks for the look around.
No, thank
More
you for
than
having us
welcome.
on. I mean,
It's been great. What
yeah.
a cause to. What a
brilliant.
lovely cause you've done, and the amount of money that's been raised by the lovely people who are watching is amazing. If anybody's got any more pennies in their pocket, please donate to this cause because it's fucking amazing.
You've done so well, Rick. Honestly, you should be so proud of yourself. You have
Yeah, no, it's
an enormous amount of money.
I'm just amazed by everything that Charlotte was saying last night when she come in. It makes it all worthwhile. I mean, I'm not too tired now, so I'm not too bad. But this morning I was
wind.
Wind.
Yeah. Hopefully, so with the Lucozade kick, I've done a bottle of Lucozade, a big one. So
I wouldn't want to be in that car if it had been even that much wind out.
So, all right. Well, I'm going to try and find furious driving.
Cool. You have a good rest of the day. We're still here watching. We've got you playing in all of our tellies and phones and everything. We're building those pennies up.
Oh, nice one. Thank you.
All right. Louisa says bye.
Bye.
Bye. See you later.
See you.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, right. Now I'm gonna. Have I got to end the stream? Right, I'm going to end this stream and start a fresh one so that Furious gets the best chance of getting in, and I can quickly have a quick wee. So yeah, going to end this one, so this will save, and then we'll start a new one. And it might go to the end. 5 hours, yeah, probably go to the end with it. So I'm going to end this stream now, and then No, I'm not doing the counter. I'll end this stream now, and see you in about 4 minutes, something like that.